The story begins on a quiet yet tense evening at the Duke of Qianyuan's mansion. The dim moonlight shone down on the moss-covered green stone steps, and the night wind swept gently over the gloomy roof tiles. In front of the main room's door, two servants stood guard. The male servant, a scrawny figure, let out a long yawn, looking both lazy and tired. The female servant beside him had a tense expression. She immediately raised her hand and slapped him hard on the head, her voice a whisper but stern. No dozing off. Tomorrow is the grand wedding. Nothing can go wrong. Tonight, in the flickering light, the girl's eyes glinted with a mix of fear and determination, her brows furrowed and sweat beading on her forehead. In her heart, she was screaming, especially, "We can't let the young miss run away again." She clenched her hands into fists, her nails digging in her flesh until her knuckles turned white. The corner of her mouth twitched, as if recalling the many times their young miss had tried to escape and been caught. Just then, the lantern in the male servant's hand suddenly flared up abnormally, and a cold gust of wind blew through, making the flame flicker. The female servant shivered, shrinking back and muttering, "Why is it suddenly so cold?" The male servant also trembled, his teeth chattering, "I feel it too." Before he could finish his sentence, from behind them, a hand painted a deep, blood-like red silently reached out from the darkness, lightly touching the male servant's shoulder. He jumped and turned his head, his eyes wide as he stammered, The female servant asked angrily, "What are you so startled about all of a sudden?" The male servant pointed behind him, his voice trembling, "I think someone just tapped my shoulder." They both turned to look behind them. It was completely empty, not a soul in sight, only the wind and the rustling of leaves. The female servant scowled, glaring, "There's no one there. Who else could be here besides the two of us? I think you're just being lazy and want to go get a good night's sleep, right?" Her face gradually showed a look of disappointment mixed with anxiety. But before she could scold him further, a drop of dark red liquid fell from somewhere, trickling down her forehead and past her cheek. The young man immediately shouted, "Your face seems to be bleeding." The girl raised her hand to touch her face, dazed, bleeding. At that very moment, behind her, a female ghost with long hair covering her face, dressed in a blood-stained white robe, slowly emerged as if stepping out of a black mist. Seeing this, the young man let out a terrified shriek, "Behind you." Seeing the young man stammering, the girl asked in annoyance, "What are you trying to do now?" The female ghost then spoke, her cold voice echoing in the night, "That is my blood." The air seemed to freeze. The girl froze and slowly turned her head. Both of them simultaneously saw the ghost's pale face, her sunken eyes weeping tears of blood, looking utterly malevolent, and they both screamed loudly. A ghost! The scream echoed in the dark night, as if tearing the darkness apart. A flock of black birds sleeping on the roof tiles startled and took flight, their wings flapping noisily, filling the sky. In that chaotic moment, the door of the Qi mansion burst open. A slender figure poked her head out, her eyes wary. It was none other than Qi Jiao, our female lead. She observed her surroundings, then frowned and asked softly, "Is it done?" The female ghost nodded, pointing a hand at the two guards who were now unconscious, sprawled on the ground. Qi Jiao laughed, giving a thumbs up in praise. "Good job, big sis." Qi Jiao hurriedly used a ladder to climb down from the mansion to escape. She wiped her sweat and said to the female ghost, "Luckily, with your ghostly illusion, big sis, I was able to get out. I will help you achieve salvation." Then, Qi Jiao clasped her hands together. The spiritual power within Qi Jiao surged, emitting a soft, moon-like glow. The female ghost felt this spiritual power from her and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Miss Qi." After speaking, her faint figure vanished into a thin mist as if she had never existed. Qi Jiao tossed her hair, winked, and gave a confident smile. "My title as a spirit medium isn't just for show. You know." She adjusted her clothes, excitedly slung her bag over her shoulder, and thought as she walked, "This time, let's see who can stop me from leaving this place." But she hadn't gone far when the main gate of the Qi mansion creaked open. Torchlight flooded the courtyard, illuminating old Master Qi leading a line of people. With a stern face and his arms crossed, he asked, "It's the third watch of the night. Where do you think you're going?" Hearing his voice, Qi Jiao's face immediately stiffened, her mouth twitching as if she had a cramp. She gave an awkward laugh and asked, "Father, you're still awake?" Old Master Chi angrily ordered, "Men, take the young miss back. Guard her carefully before the grand wedding. Tomorrow, don't even think about taking half a step out of the Chi mansion." Her escape from the marriage having failed, Chi Jiao cried inwardly, "Old Master Chi, I'm really not Chi Jiao. Why did I have to transmigrate into a cannon fodder character?" Chi Jiao introduced herself. "I am Chi Jiao from the modern era, an expert in matters of the underworld, an emissary between the realms of Yin and Yang, providing the best service you can trust. Contact phone number 7166. My profession, I'm a spirit master." She recalled her last case. A client had come to find her. "Miss Chi, I've come this time because I have a favor to ask of you." She continued her story. "Not long ago, on behalf of a client, I went to an old house to communicate with a vengeful spirit. I accidentally touched a piece of ancient jade, and in a flash, the light from the jade pendant turned into a large hole that sucked me in. When I woke up, I discovered that the jade pendant had brought me to a completely unknown era." Recalling that day, Chi Jiao had just opened her eyes. The first sensation was a slight dizziness. Her whole body felt as soft as cotton, and her blurry eyes hadn't yet adjusted to the light. Before she could compose herself, a frantic shout came from the distance. "There's movement over there. It must be the young miss. Hurry over and see." She was still dazed, only managing to sit up abruptly and glance around. The sound of rushing footsteps echoed like crashing waves, and in just a moment, a group of servants in wedding attire appeared. Their faces were both joyful and relieved. "We found her. The young miss is here." Chi Jiao, still dazed, wondered, Where's this place? Before she could get her bearings, many people had surrounded her, lifting her up and saying, "Young miss, please come back with us." Chi Jiao thought in a panic, "Ami." She struggled and cried out, I'm not. You've got the wrong person." But the only response she received was a cold command, "Take her away. The memory ends here." Returning to the present, on the day of the grand wedding. In front of the Prince Regent's mansion, the wedding ceremony was in full, lively swing. Red lanterns glowed like fire, red silk ribbons fluttered in the wind, and confetti sparkled as it was tossed into the air. Amidst the sounds of congratulations, a fiery and prosperous union, 100 years of happy harmony. Chi Jiao, dressed in wedding attire, was led through the wedding ceremony. Her face was dazed, her eyes wide, her lips trembling. Her mind was a chaotic mess of indignation and helplessness. This is it. A pure flower like me, who hasn't even been in love, is getting married so young. Forget it. Since things have come to this, to avoid implicating everyone in the Chi mansion, I can only face it head on. She wiped away her tears, full of determination. In her imagination, the Prince Regent was an old and ugly man, with a lecherous gaze and a rose clenched in his teeth. He would approach, making one shudder. Imagining this, she shivered slightly and wondered in fear, but what if the groom is ugly? Just the thought is terrifying. While she was lost in thought, a loud shout from outside came like a final blow to her last hope. The ceremony is complete. Escort them to the bridal chamber. Chi Jiao clung tightly to the silk ribbon, thinking, "No, I'm not going. I don't want to go to the bridal chamber." Her servant hurriedly pulled her. "Young miss, let's go." Despite her struggles, Chi Jiao was ultimately dragged into the room. The bridal chamber was lavishly decorated, red from the walls to the curtains, embroidered with brilliant mandarin ducks and scented with agarwood incense. Chi Jiao sat on the bed, her body tense, her heart pounding like a war drum. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. There's no escaping this. Eldest Miss Chi, you've really been the death of me. The sound of steady and cold footsteps approached. Her husband, the Prince Regent, had entered. He held a cup of celebratory wine in his hand and walked towards her step by step. She clenched her fists, her head bowed low, thinking incessantly, he's coming over. No way. I'd rather die than marry an ugly man I don't love. As he drew near, Chi Jiao suddenly threw off her veil. Her eyes immediately locked onto the face opposite her, and the whole world seemed to stop. That face was not ugly at all. On the contrary, it was so handsome, it was breathtaking. Sharp features, deep eyes, and a cold, noble aura. Chi Jiao froze. The Prince Regent frowned slightly, his deep voice carrying a hint of amusement. "What is it? Is my wife this impatient?" Chi Jiao gulped and thought, "So handsome. I'm in luck. I'm in luck. Good thing I didn't run away from this marriage." She gave an awkward smile and explained to her husband, I just needed some air. The veil was too stuffy. The Prince Regent stepped forward and took her hand firmly. The warmth from his hand startled her. Stunned, before she could react, he used a bit of force to push her onto the bed. He let out a short "oh." Her hand landed on the soft red mattress. Her mind was now screaming frantically, wait, isn't this a bit too fast? At least let a person mentally prepare. The Prince Regent smiled and called her name. Her inner fangirl immediately surfaced. She corrected herself in her mind. I'm ready. He leaned down, his gentle breath fanning her face. She thought he was going to kiss her and immediately squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for that kiss. But instead, he leaned close to her ear and asked a cryptic question. Can your eyes really see those things? Hearing that, she let out a startled, huh. She quickly sat up and asked, what are you talking about? In the quiet of the wedding night, the red candlelight cast shadows of the embroidered flowers on the bed curtains. Xiao Quan stood by the edge of the bed with his arms crossed and told Qi Jiao, it's rumored on the streets that the eldest miss of the Qi family has a spiritual constitution and can see things that ordinary people cannot. Hearing this, Qi Jiao's whole body trembled, her eyes widened, and her heart skipped a beat. A cold sweat began to form on her hands and feet. She muttered to herself, am I that famous? While she was panicking and trying to think of a denial, Xiao Quan continued, his eyes narrowing slightly, as sharp as if they could see through her soul. This prince would like to ask the princess consort, is there any truth to that? Hearing this, Qi Jiao was terrified, a chill running straight up her spine. She wondered, strange, why is he so concerned about the rumors of my spiritual abilities? She immediately slammed her hand on the mattress, half sitting, half springing up, and declared firmly, lies. That is absolutely a lie. You are a dignified prince. How can you believe such lies? Xiao Quan raised an eyebrow slightly, as if observing her reaction. A moment later, he slowly nodded. He turned and stepped away from the bed, his indifferent voice coming from behind her. Forget it then. Let's just say this prince never mentioned it. I have no intentions toward you. In the future, you just need to behave yourself in front of others. Otherwise, you can be as willful as you were before you were married. This prince will absolutely not interfere. Hearing this, Qi Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest. Looks like I wasn't exposed. But when she heard the part about being able to live as she pleased, her eyes lit up as if she'd been enlightened, and she asked again, really? Xiao Quan raised an eyebrow at her, the corner of his lips twitching slightly. Of course. Qi Jiao immediately lunged forward, grabbed his sleeve, and shook his arm excitedly as if she had struck gold. Then it's a deal. She was blooming with joy, thinking to herself, he's truly a heaven-sent sponsor with no rules. Qi Jiao, am truly the chosen one. Xiao Quan instructed her, tomorrow morning, you must enter the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Princess Consort, you should rest early. Qi Jiao waved her hand and replied, I know. Your Highness, you should go quickly. She used her hand to hide the smile at the corner of her lips. Doesn't this mean I can use my status as the princess consort to look for the ancient jade? The day of my return is near. Xiao Quan turned to leave. Before stepping through the door, he glanced back at her one more time. His eyes were deep, and the corner of his lips curved up slightly in praise. Interesting. The next morning at the Southern Jin Imperial Palace, the sun had just risen above the clouds. Qi Jiao ran around the palace courtyard with an excited air, as if she were strolling through the streets. Her wedding dress fluttered in the wind. Xiao Quan, as usual, walked calmly beside her with his hands behind his back and asked, do you remember what to say when you meet the Empress Dowager in a bit? Qi Jiao was not at all flustered and replied confidently, don't you worry. At this moment, a eunuch holding a horsetail whisk approached and bowed. To them, Your Highness, Princess Consort, we have arrived at Kongning Palace. The two of them entered. Inside, the Empress Dowager of Southern Jin was already waiting on a high seat. The atmosphere inside was elegant yet solemn. Xiao Quan stepped forward and bowed. Your grandson pays his respects to the Empress Dowager. Qi Jiao, who had been so energetic just a moment ago, now spoke with a trembling voice, her limbs as stiff as a wooden statue, stammering, paying respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager of Southern Jin said, no need for formalities, be seated quickly. You must be Jiaoer, correct? Qi Jiao sat down, her smile stiff as she replied, yes, Empress Dowager. Inwardly, she was sweating bullets. As expected of an Empress Dowager, her aura is truly different. The Empress Dowager said with great interest, this Dowager has heard that Duke Qi's skill and go is superb. I wonder how much of it Jiao has learned. Xiao Quan also glanced towards her. Being asked, she was suddenly startled, covering her eyes and thinking in a panic, I'm not the real Qi Jiao. How could I possibly know how to play any game? If the Empress Dowager finds out and reports it to the Emperor, she imagined a scene where she was tied up, her eyes blindfolded. A eunuch would come to read an imperial edict. By order of the emperor, the demonist Qi Jiao, for impersonating an imperial relative, is sentenced to beheading. The sentence is to be carried out immediately. Thinking of this, Qi Jiao was instantly terrified. No, have I committed the crime of deceiving the monarch? I still want to live a few more years. So she quickly made something up. My ghost skills are far from my father's. But I once met a master who taught me a different way, a self-created game called 5 in a row. The Empress Dowager was very puzzled to hear this. Oh, why is it called 5 in a row? Qi Jiao quickly replied, if you're interested, I will demonstrate it for you. The Empress Dowager nodded good. This dowager was just wishing for someone to play a game and chat with. However, playing Go with this dowager is secondary. This dowager is more interested in you spending more time with Quaner and giving the Shao family an heir soon. Hearing that, Qi Jiao's entire body froze, her face turning from white to green, her mind repeating only those 2 words, an heir. She felt as if a sword had pierced straight through her heart. Her body swayed as if she had lost all strength, and Shao Quan quickly used one hand to support her head. The Empress Dowager of Southern Jin was still asking, does my new granddaughter-in-law understand? After leaving Kongning Palace, Qi Jiao and Shao Quan strolled through the Imperial Garden. The scenery here was truly beautiful. Gentle breezes swept through the weeping willows, and the light, fresh scent of flowers filled the air. But Qi Jiao's heart was not at peace. As she walked, she gritted her teeth and thought angrily, an heir my foot. Who wants to have a monkey for this cold-faced man? Just then, a voice called out, Quan. Qi Jiao looked up and saw a woman in a dazzling red dress, full of presents. She led a line of palace maids towards them, her dress fluttering, every step poised and proud. She came before Shao Quan and said with a smile, it really is you, brother. It's been a long time. Seeing her, Qi Jiao quietly asked Shao Quan, who is she? Shao Quan inclined his head slightly, clasping his hands in greeting to the newcomer, while also answering her question, greetings, noble consort. The other woman stepped forward without any hesitation, her eyes sweeping over Qi Jiao with scrutiny, then asked in a soft voice, you must be Qi Jiao. Qi Jiao was a little startled. Ah, you know me? The woman before her, noble consort Gongyi Yunying of Southern Jin, curled her lips into a smug smile. Her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to hide needles as she told her, this consort and Quan have known each other since childhood. A matter as big as Quan's marriage. This consort would naturally know about it. As soon as Qi Jiao heard this, she immediately understood and nodded to herself. Oh, childhood sweethearts? She must be trying to assert her dominance. Not even sparing her sister-in-law, what a scumbag. She glanced at Shao Quan from head to toe, then said with a faint smile, so that's how it is. Just as the atmosphere was getting awkward, an attendant rushed over and called to him, Your Highness, reporting to Your Highness. The man bowed his head and whispered in Shao Quan's ear. He was silent for a moment, then nodded and replied, This prince understands. He turned to Gongyi Yunying and said, The emperor has matters to discuss with me. I'll have to trouble the noble consort to look after the princess consort and see her out of the palace. Gongyi Yunying smiled. Quan, rest assured, this consort will definitely take good care of the princess consort. Shao Quan turned and said to her, You go back to the mansion first. Wait for further news. Hearing this, she thought angrily, handing me over to your love rival to take care of. Are you trying to provoke me? Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Gongyi Yunying's hand clenched her silk handkerchief so tightly her knuckles turned white, her face dark with jealousy. Her voice, soft and cold, carried a suppressive tone. Miss Qi, follow this consort. She waved her hands in alarm. No need to trouble you. If you could just point the way, I can leave the palace on my own. She was terrified in her heart. This noble consort, Gongyi, didn't seem like a good person. It was better to have as little contact as possible. Gongyi Yunying tightened her grip on the handkerchief, her lips curling into a smile, but her eyes were ice cold as she said, Oh, if that's the case, then the princess consort just needs to head east without turning. You'll be able to see the exit. Qi Jiao immediately replied, Oh, okay, thank you. Gongyi Yunying turned away and let out a cold snort, a smug smile on her face. Half an hour later, Qi Jiao, having no suspicion of Gongyi Yunying's words, trusted her and headed east. She was still walking quietly along the palace corridor. After looking around for a while, she wondered, where is this? I couldn't have gotten lost, could I? Just as she was feeling desperate, she saw the fleeting figure of a young girl in a white dress ahead, her steps as light as the wind. Qi Jiao's eyes lit up. Hey, someone's coming, that's great. She hurriedly ran after the girl, calling out, Little sister faster up ahead. Wait a moment. Qi Jiao tapped the person's shoulder, her voice urgent. Excuse me, how do I get out of the palace? The person slowly turned her face. Her eyes were stained with tears of blood, her pale skin a stark contrast to the drops of blood trickling down her cheeks. It turned out the girl in front of her was not a person, but a ghost. Qi Jiao immediately snatched her hand back as if burned, her mouth agape. Oh my God. The girl then grabbed her wrist tightly and said, I beg you, save her. Save Lan Sheng. Qi Jiao was startled. Save someone? Don't rush. Tell me who Lan Sheng is. The girl then released Qi Jiao's wrist and pressed her own forehead against hers. Immediately, Qi Jiao cried out in pain. She thought in fear, damn it, my body's being possessed. An image immediately appeared in her mind. A silver-haired man was holding the girl she had just met. She thought in shock, they are. She clutched her head and collapsed against a pillar, thinking, this is so uncomfortable. Then she pitched forward onto the ground and fainted. Qi Jiao lay unconscious on the ground. Her fingers twitched slightly, and then she opened her eyes. As soon as she sat up, she saw the figure of Xiao Quan. She wondered, Xiao Quan. He walked over and scolded her in a cold voice. You even dare to come to the Imperial Forbidden Area. Do you have a brain in your head or not? Hearing him say that, Qi Jiao was startled and retorted, Forbidden Area? But I was clearly following the path the noble consort pointed out. She suddenly realized. Speaking of the noble consort, that's right, I remember now. She immediately shot to her feet, pointed at him, and scolded, if you hadn't thrown me to your love rival to look after, would I have gotten lost? If I hadn't gotten lost, would I have wandered into the Forbidden Area? And in the end, I wouldn't have, in broad daylight, met. Xiao Quan frowned slightly and asked, met what? But she broke out in a sweat and replied, nothing. In short, it's all your fault. She thought anxiously, that was a close call, almost let it slip. Seeing that she was all right, Xiao Quan turned around. All right, leave this place with this prince first. Remember not to step into this place again in the future. Qi Jiao followed behind him and said resentfully, you think I wanted to come? Suddenly, she stepped on the hem of her own dress, causing her to fall forward. She let out a terrified scream and fell into his arms. She quickly pushed him away, her face flushed at, I just tripped by mistake, don't get the wrong idea. He replied, it's fine, we're here. Qi Jiao grabbed his hair. Can you walk a little slower? Can you? The noble consort was sitting in a nearby pavilion. A Yen, beside her, called respectfully, your ladyship. But when she saw Qi Jiao walk out unharmed, she thought with extreme resentment, why did she come out of the forbidden area without a single hair out of place? Damn it, could it be that the rumors about the forbidden area driving people mad are just rumors? At this moment, the eunuch beside her continued, your ladyship, please calm your anger. Actually, if you wish to eliminate someone without anyone knowing, there are many ways. He opened his palm, revealing something inside. In the carriage, Qi Jiao tugged on Xiao Quan's sleeve and asked, Your Highness, do you have a brush and paper? Can I borrow them for a moment? Xiao Quan, with his arms crossed and eyes closed in rest, called out Bai Lin. Xiao Quan's guard. Bai Lin immediately lifted the curtain and replied, Yes, Your Highness. The brush and paper you requested. Bai Lin handed the paper and brush to Qi Jiao. She was surprised by this. So fast. She began to draw the scene she had seen in the forbidden area, thinking, I was possessed by that female ghost just now and saw quite a few images from her memory. I don't know who the man called Lan Sheng is, or what relationship the female ghost in the palace has with him. Moreover, that female ghost kept asking me for help. What exactly does she want help with? Suddenly, Xiao Quan reached out and took the paper she was drawing on. His face darkened. Qi Jiao quickly cried out, Give that back to me. After seeing the drawing, he asked angrily, How do you know about the 9th Imperial uncle and Nanhe? She was startled and asked, What's with the fierce attitude? Who is the 9th Imperial uncle? Who is Nanhe? I was just drawing randomly. She thought to herself, his face is so tense, he must know the inside story. It seems this Lan Sheng is Xiao Quan's 9th Imperial uncle. Xiao Quan patiently turned his head and said, Don't ask anymore. This is not something you need to concern yourself with. Hearing that, she immediately frowned and asked, By your highness's words, are you saying I'm being nosy? This prince did not mean that. Qi Jiao thought of the female ghost and mused, that damn thing in white. The situation of being entangled with a female ghost is not something for you to deal with. She cried out in anger, Stop the carriage. The more she thought, the angrier she got, and she immediately got out of the carriage. She pulled her maid along, saying, Jixia, let's go. Jixia asked her, What's wrong, young miss? Bai Lin, who was driving the carriage, also asked worriedly, Princess consort, where are you going? Qi Jiao said angrily, I really can't stand it for another second. Bai Lin turned back to report to Xiao Quan. Your Highness, the princess consort, she. Xiao Quan ordered. Bai Lin, you follow her. Bai Lin immediately replied, yes, and hurried after Qi Jiao. On the way, Ji Xia asked her, young miss, what are we going to do now? Qi Jiao smiled and replied, of course, we're going to do what a princess consort should do. She immediately walked into Zhaixin Pavilion. The owner hurriedly brought out many rare items to introduce to her honored guest. Look, this is East Sea red coral from 500 years deep in the sea. And there's this string of pure white jade inlaid with auspicious patterns. Both the material and the meaning are excellent. Look, these are Phoenix cloud-chasing earrings. If you buy them now, the shop will also give you a golden Phoenix hairpin, an absolute bargain. Qi Jiao said in a serious tone, buy it all. Wrap it up for me. Also, I'll take all the jade in your shop. Ji Xia, standing to the side, hurriedly reminded her, young miss, please reconsider. The owner immediately took out his abacus. He smiled at a total of 17.5 million taels. How will the honored guest be paying? Qi Jiao called out, Bai Lin, I know you're following me. Come out. Bai Lin, who was hiding outside, was startled when he heard this. He stepped inside, bowed, and asked, Princess Consort, what can this subordinate do for you? Qi Jiao handed a scroll of paper to Bai Lin and said, take this and find your prince. Spending money is what a princess consort should do. Tell him to pay the bill. Bai Lin looked at the long bill and could only reply, yes, princess consort. Qi Jiao said happily, go on, hurry. She thought cheerfully, spending someone else's money to find jade for myself. Today's motto from the beautiful Qi Jiao. Bai Lin rushed back to the Prince Regent's mansion, crying as he ran, Your Highness, this is bad. The princess consort is going to spend the entire fortune of the mansion. Xiao Quan was in the study, reading official documents. He calmly replied, Bai Lin urged, Your Highness, you must go and manage her. Xiao Quan replied again, no need. Let her buy it. Hearing this, Bai Lin scratched his head in confusion. Huh? What? Xiao Quan said softly, the princess consort's dowry, of course, is for the princess consort to spend as she likes. Do you understand? He happily picked up the bill. After hearing this, Bai Lin nodded and replied, Your Highness is truly wise. Bai Lin brought the bank notes and ran to Zhaixin Pavilion, handing them to the owner, saying, Here you go, owner. The owner's eyes lit up at the sight of the money, saying, Yes, ma'am. Qi Jiao was drinking tea. Seeing this, she became suspicious. Bai Lin, your prince is that generous? Bai Lin scratched his head and said with a laugh, reporting to the princess consort, the prince said you're spending your own dowry, so he has no objections. Qi Jiao, who was drinking tea, immediately spat out all the tea in her mouth. She wiped the tea away and said, So that's how it is. You tell Xiao Quan to just wait? I've got him marked. I'll remember this forever. After speaking, she immediately pulled Qi Xia along and left. Bai Lin, holding the bag of items, asked, Do you still want the things you bought? Meanwhile, the owner waved happily, saying, Please come again next time. Qi Jiao continued on to Baiwa Tavern. She cursed angrily, too cruel. Over 10 million taels, and it's for my dowry. Qi Xia, tell me, is Xiao Quan even human? He's not. Qi Xia quickly said, My lady, please calm down. Qi Jiao slammed the table in anger. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought so much. It hurts so much. Just then, there were whispers from downstairs. Elon, have you forgotten all the vows of eternal love you made before? She angrily opened the door and asked, What's going on? Can't you see that I'm heartbroken? At that moment, the girls below were making a commotion. Elon, where on earth are you? Young Master E, don't hide anymore. Young Master E, I still have a love token you gave me. Young Master E, I've practiced a new song for you. Come out quickly. I will be by your side, even if the mountains lose their peaks and the heavens and earth merge as one. After hearing this, Qi Jiao got angry. Another scumbag like the prince, flirting with young ladies all day. Truly inhumane. Qi Xia repeated, inhumane scumbag. At this moment, behind them, a man entered the room, walking towards them. Qi Xia and Qi Jiao, completely unaware, were still talking to each other. My lady, what is a scumbag? Qi Jiao replied, a scumbag, that is to say. Suddenly, both of them had their mouths covered by the man from behind. Qi Xia mumbled, Who is it? While Qi Jiao was startled. Robbery or rape? The person behind them released his hands and said, Don't be afraid. Ladies, I mean no harm. Both of them angrily glared at the man. The man said, Can I just hide here for a moment and then leave? No. The two of them, furious, opened the door and shouted, Listen up, ladies outside. Young Master E is at Baiwa Tavern. Come here, come here. The young man hurriedly closed the door and said tearfully, I was wrong. Please let me hide here. If they find me, I'll be skinned alive if not killed. Skinned alive. Qi Jiao smiled. All right, seeing how pitiful you are, I have a plan to help you escape, but you have to cooperate a little. Young Master Yi, now disguised as a woman, walked downstairs with Qi Jiao and asked, Miss Qi, are you sure I won't be recognized if I go out like this? Qi Jiao replied, you can rest assured about my skills. As she went downstairs, she could still hear the young ladies talking. Strange. Someone clearly said young master. He entered Baiwa Tavern just now. Young Master E is highly skilled. He might have already jumped over the roof and walls to escape. Qi Jiao thought to herself, this playboy leaves a trail of affection wherever he goes. I wonder how heartbroken these young girls are. I might as well get justice for them. She pretended to fall onto young Master E and cried out, what's wrong with my leg? Immediately, 2 apples fell out from young Master Yi's chest. Apples. His chest was now completely flat. Everyone's attention turned to him, leaving him dumbfounded and speechless. Someone immediately recognized him. Oh my God, isn't that young Master E? He's dressed as a woman. They immediately ran off, saying, oh my God, the dashing and romantic young Master E is cross-dressing. Farewell, it's too scary. Goodbye forever, young Master E. Young Master E cried out, it's not what you think. Seeing the young ladies had run away, he turned around angrily and asked, Qi Jiao, are you messing with me? She picked up a wine spout and said, young Master E, you're wrong. This way, won't there be no more young ladies coming to bother you? It's very fitting. Young Master E picked up the wine spout in indignation. This is infuriating. Give me wine. I must drown my 1,000 sorrows in a single drink. 2 hours later, young Master E started to get drunk. This cup is a toast to my past romantic days. The old young Master E is dead. Qi Jiao, beside him, also started to get drunk. This cup is a toast to the brothers I've lost, the air conditioning, the telephone. They're still there. They haven't left us, yet there's no way to reunite. The 2 of them quickly looked at each other, as if they were kindred spirits who had just M.E.T.S. O Miss Qi. You two. Qi Xia, from behind, called out worriedly, my lady, please don't drink anymore. It won't be good if the prince finds out. Hearing this, Qi Jiao slammed the table angrily and cursed. Don't mention that stingy devil. Just mentioning him makes me angry. At that moment, Xiao Quan had just walked in. Hearing this sentence, his face darkened as he asked, stingy devil. Young Master, he looked up and was surprised to see Xiao Quan. Imperial brother, why are you here? Qi Jiao rushed over, turned Xiao Quan's face towards her, and said, that cross-dresser is ugly. Don't look at him, look at me. Young Master, he was dealt a second blow. Seeing Xiao Quan and Qi Jiao standing close together, young Master, he was shocked. Wait, Imperial brother, is this Miss Qi, the princess consort Xiao? I'm done for this time. Xiao Quan looked up, his face dark, and glared at young Master E, then picked Qi Jiao up and said, in the future, bother your imperial sister-in-law less. Young Master E froze mid-drink. Imperial sister-in-law. This imperial sister-in-law of mine is really interesting. Being carried onto the horse carriage, Qi Jiao screamed, let me go, I don't want to go back. I want to sing. After returning to the regent prince's residence, Qi Jiao continued to cause a scene. She held a broom and said, hello, esteemed guests. I'll begin now. For all the love, I suppress the pain. For all the hatred, I endure the hurt. Xiao Quan sat at a stone table with Qi Xia and Bai Lin standing behind him. Witnessing this scene from Qi Jiao, he was so silent he was speechless. Xiao Quan stood up and ordered, Qi Xia, take the princess consort back to her room to rest. Qi Xia immediately replied, yes, your highness. Just then, Qi Jiao started to sing. Sometimes I still believe that everything has an end. As soon as Xiao Quan heard this song, he stopped in his tracks. He remembered that his mother consort had also sung this before. Sometimes I still believe that everything has an end. Back then, he was still a child. He leaned against his mother consort and asked, Mother consort, what song are you singing? Why have I never heard it before? He immediately grabbed her wrist tightly and asked, how do you know this song? Qi Jiao looked bewildered. Huh? What song? Oh, you mean Red Bean. What's so surprising? It's a song by our Fei Wong. Everyone knows how to sing it. Xiao Quan was shocked to hear this. Fei Wong? Impossible. How do you know my mother consort? Qi Jiao suddenly saw his face glowing. She slowly walked closer to him. At this moment, he was still asking, who on earth are you? He wasn't paying attention and was immediately pulled down by Qi Jiao, who then kissed him on the lips. His lips. The next day, the sun was high in the sky, shining through the carved window lattice onto Qi Jiao's face, making her squint, grunt, and then shoot up like a spring. She looked around in a daze. Her head was splitting, and she groaned while holding it. Right beside her, Qi Xia had been waiting. Seeing her wake up, she bloomed into a smile as brilliant as a spring peach blossom and asked, "My lady, you're awake?" Qi Jiao rubbed her forehead. Her neck was stiff and her whole body ached. She grimaced and complained, "Qi Xia, what's with that look on your face? Did someone beat me up yesterday? Why's my whole body hurt?" Just as she finished speaking, the door creaked open. Xiao Quan, dressed neatly in a brocade robe, walked in and asked in a low voice, "It seems the princess consort does not want to take responsibility for yesterday's events." Qi Xia immediately shot to her feet, her face as bright as a sunflower greeting the morning sun. "Your Highness, you've arrived." Qi Jiao's eyes widened as she trembled and asked, "Responsibility? Take responsibility." She looked down at her trembling hands and asked, "Could it be that I was the one who did the beating?" Qi Xia stifled a laugh and quickly waved her hands to explain, "No, my lady. Yesterday, you forcibly kissed the prince." The words were as gentle as a spring breeze, but to Qi Jiao, they were like a bolt from the blue. She screamed, "What? Forcibly kissed? How come I have no impression of it at all?" Xiao Quan then slowly approached and sat on the edge of the bed. With a half-smiling look in his eyes, he lifted her chin and asked if the princess consort has forgotten. Does she need this prince to help her remember? Hearing this, she was frightened and immediately corrected herself. I remember now. No need." Xiao Quan continued, "This prince recently happened to hear something. Before the grand wedding, the princess consort went missing in the middle of the night and suddenly appeared in a graveyard. The people who heard she was missing that night were running around searching and asking, 'My lady, where are you?'" Recalling this, Xiao Quan's face darkened as he said, "From then on, your personality changed, as if you were a completely different person from before." Qi Jiao hurriedly explained, "It's 80% a rum." Before she could finish her sentence, he angrily questioned her, "A rumor? The princess consort wants to say it's a rumor again." Qi Jiao cried out, "You, don't get agitated. Let me explain." She felt guilty. "Actually, something like that did happen, but I don't remember the situation clearly." Xiao Quan let her go and waved his hand, saying, "That's enough. The princess consort doesn't need to make perfunctory excuses to this prince." Hearing this, Qi Jiao's face froze as she wondered, what on earth does this stone-faced guy mean? Does he already know something? Xiao Quan turned to leave. This prince is busy and cannot stay long. Without another word, Xiao Quan turned and walked away. As soon as he reached the door, he called out in a cold voice, "Bai Lin." Bai Lin appeared from nowhere and knelt in salute. "Your subordinate is here," Xiao Quan ordered. "You will continue to follow the princess consort and protect her thoroughly." The incident yesterday, where the man in black tried to assassinate the princess consort at Jiaxing Pavilion, must not happen again. Bai Lin immediately replied, "This subordinate understands. I will absolutely not let any assassin have the chance to approach the princess consort." A few days later, in a small corner of the residence's garden, the early morning sun fell gently on a stone table. Qi Xia held up a drawing Qi Jiao had made for her and exclaimed, "My lady's drawing is so unique. If it were sold outside, it would surely fetch a good price." Qi Jiao was lying on a long chair, wearing round glasses, sunbathing, holding a glass of lemonade, with her legs crossed, muttering, "That's not a bad idea." Suddenly, Bai Lin quickly approached from somewhere. Qi Jiao was still muttering, "Another day, I'll draw a few pictures of that stingy devil. It'll surely fetch a large sum." Bai Lin ran up to reporting to the princess consort. "The sixth princess has arrived and is waiting in the main hall." Before Bai Lin could finish, the sixth princess, Nanshu and Xiaozhen, had already run in and asked, "Is Imperial Brother here? Zhener has something to ask him." Seeing her, Bai Lin asked in surprise, "Sixth princess, weren't you told to wait in the main hall? Why have you come to the inner courtyard?" Only then did Qi Jiao take off her glasses and wonder. "Sixth princess." She waved and greeted, "Hello, sixth sister. I am your imperial sister-in-law. Xiao Quan is not here. If you need something, you could talk to me." Xiao Zhan exclaimed in surprise, "Imperial sister-in-law." She shook her head. "No, absolutely not. My imperial sister-in-law is supposed to be a fairy, but you're so ugly." Qi Jiao froze. The corner of her mouth twitched, her smile stiffening on her face. She maintained her politeness and asked, "Is that so?" She thought angrily, "How dare she call me ugly? If I weren't afraid of being beheaded, who would want to curry favor with you royals? Just you wait. If I don't make you obediently call me imperial sister-in-law today, my surname isn't Qi." She feigned surprise. "Sixth sister, I see that the space between your eyebrows has turned black. It seems to be an ominous sign. May I ask if something has not been going smoothly for you recently?" Xiaozhen replied in surprise, "No, nothing." Qi Jiao pointed at her and said, "Think carefully. For example, conflicts, especially unlucky things, losing something. After hearing this, Xiao Zhen quickly clapped her hands and said, "You mean how I slipped and fell when I got on the carriage today?" Qi Jiao nodded. Yes, that's it. Xiao Zhen continued to recount, not to mention my scraped knees. I couldn't even find my favorite hairpin. But how did you know about this? At this moment, Qi Jiao was giving a thumbs up, praising the ghost behind her accurate intelligence. Thank you, brother. Qi Jiao waved her hand and said, Qi Xia. Qi Xia helped the sixth princess change her clothes. The young girl immediately replied, yes, and approached. Seeing this, Xiao Zhen asked in a daze, I already changed my clothes when I left the palace. Why do you want me to change again? Qi Jiao reassured her, Sixth sister, don't worry. Just take off your outer robe and put it back on. Just as Qi Xia took off the outer robe, a hairpin immediately fell out from inside the robe. Xiao Zhen was surprised. I found it. Qi Xia smiled brightly. So the hairpin fell into the princess's outer robe. We found it when you changed clothes just now. Xiao Zhen said in amazement, I really found it. Imperial sister-in-law, you're amazing. Qi Jiao said shyly, not at all. But through the I Ching, the time and direction of the princess's arrival all pointed to a cause and effect. A quick calculation on my fingers, and everything became clear. Xiao Zhen instantly became a fan, praising her, Imperial sister-in-law, you are so amazing. Qi Xia then took out the painting Qi Jiao had drawn earlier and presented it to the sixth princess that My lady is not only exceptionally intelligent, but her painting is also superb. Look, this is a painting by my lady. After looking at it, Xiao Zhen praised in amazement. Oh my, this is the first time I've seen such a lifelike brushwork. In a few days, it will be Imperial grandmother's birthday. Imperial sister-in-law, would you consider making a birthday gift with your little sister for our Imperial grandmother? Hearing this, Qi Jiao thought worriedly. The Empress Dowager's birthday. It seems I have to enter the palace again. This time, I can investigate the matter of the forbidden area in the palace. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Zhen had already run off. Imperial sister-in-law, you said you agreed. I'm going back to prepare the materials. Qi Jiao was startled and asked, wait, what did I agree to? Xiao Zhen said, you wait for me in the prince's residence. We'll make the birthday gift together. She exclaimed, my handicrafts are terrible. In elementary school, I failed all these skill classes. Failed. Just then, thunder boomed and lightning flashed across the sky, startling Qi Jiao into a scream. She turned her head and said, forget it. Never mind that girl. She thought to herself, stormy weather, the magnetic field is chaotic, it's easy to do stupid things. I should just go to bed early to be safe. So Qi Jiao went to bed, but at that moment, the female ghost she met in the forbidden area appeared again, crying, save him. A few days later, on the Empress Dowager's birthday, Bai Lin acted as the coachman, and Xiao Quan's carriage prepared to enter the palace. In the carriage, Xiao Quan saw the dark circles under Qi Jiao's eyes and asked, you've rested at the residence for many days. Why are you still so tired? Qi Jiao yawned and replied, am I? I slept very well. She held her head and thought to herself, as if, and he's been appearing in my dreams every night. I've lost more brain cells at night than during the day. She recalled the previous night. Nanhe had entered her dream, pulled her hand and called, Miss Qi. Qi Jiao, who was sleeping, saw Nanhe and asked, Nanhe, why have you come into my dream? Nanhe replied, I'm sorry, Miss Qi, tonight is the last time. Follow me. Nanhe pulled her into her memories. This startled Qi Jiao. That what's going on? Isn't this the forbidden area? That was when Nanhe first met the ninth prince, Xiao Lanqing. He asked coldly, what are you doing here? Then he quickly knelt and said, this servant got lost and came here. I did not enter intentionally. I begged the ninth prince for forgiveness. Xiao Lanqing said sternly, you should not be here. Leave quickly. Seeing this scene, Qi Jiao was surprised. Could it be that Nanhe brought me in her memories? The memory shifted. Nanhe took Xiao Lanqing's hand. Your Highness, from now on, let this servant celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with you. At that time, Xiao Lanqing blushed and replied, as you wish. Seeing the scene, Qi Jiao thought, it's a memory, all right, and I'm getting a dose of their public display of affection. The scene shifted again. After hearing that Xiao Lanqing wanted to marry Nanhe, the emperor angrily scolded, you, a prince, want to take a lowly palace maid as your primary wife. I will absolutely not agree to this absurd matter. After watching, Qi Jiao pondered, it was this request of his. The emperor certainly wouldn't agree. But wait, if Xiao Lanqing valued Nanhe so much, then why did Nanhe die a wrongful and tragic death? The scene shifted again. Xiao Lanqing held Nanhee's body, crying and calling out, "Nanhee, you can't die. Didn't you say you would always be by my side?" At that time, Nanhee said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Nanhee has to break her promise. After witnessing this, Qi Jiao understood as, "Oh Nan, he was sentenced to death by his father. How pitiful. I have to help them." Returning to the present, she patted her face with determination. "Qi Jiao, get a grip. Tio saved this pair of ill-fated lovers. I absolutely cannot sleep." But as soon as she thought that, she immediately leaned on Xiao Quan's shoulder and fell fast asleep. Xiao Quan reached out, wanted to push her head away, but she had already grabbed his hand tightly, murmuring, "Just let me sleep a little longer." Xiao Quan's hand immediately stopped, then he pulled it back. He blushed slightly and let her use him as a pillow. The carriage suddenly rolled over a stone. Qi Jiao was jolted awake because of it. She said shyly, "So embarrassing." In her heart, she cursed, "Am I trying to die? How did I end up in his arms?" Xiao Quan lifted the curtain and said, "Princess Consort, if you're awake, you should get off the carriage. This prince is going to have an audience with the emperor. You go with the palace maids to the Empress Dowager's chambers and wait for this prince. Remember not to run around." Qi Jiao got off the carriage and replied, "I know, don't worry." In her heart, she sneered, "If I don't run now, when should I? By the time you get back, we'll have already performed the salvation ritual." She looked for the way to the forbidden area and thought, if I remember correctly, the location in the dream, Xiao Lanqing, should be around here. But I've been searching for half a day and haven't even seen his shadow. I haven't seen him. Just as she thought that, she immediately spotted a man. She was surprised. "Hey, that white-haired man is..." She quickly ran over and called out, "Xiao Lanqing, are you Xiao Lanqing?" Xiao Lanqing said coldly, "This is the palace's forbidden area. If the noble lady has no business here, please leave quickly." Qi Jiao hurriedly chased after him. "Don't, Ninth Imperial Uncle. I am the princess consort of the third prince, Xiao Quan. I have something important to find you for." Xiao Lanqing turned around coldly and said, "To me, there is nothing in this world that is important anymore. Princess Consort, please leave." Seeing him walk into the room, she shouted, "What if I said that Nanhee asked me to come find you?" As soon as Xiao Lanqing heard that, he stopped and said coldly, "Princess Consort, do not speak nonsense. Please leave immediately." Qi Jiao hurriedly searched in her sleeve. "I was really entrusted by Nanhee's spirit. If Ninth Imperial Uncle doesn't believe me, look at this." She took out the sketchbook where she had drawn the scenes she witnessed in the dream. After looking at the sketchbook, Xiao Lanqing was shocked. How is this possible? How do you know this?" Qi Jiao pointed to her eyes and said, "I was born with eyes that can see the yin and yang. I saw Nanhee wandering here with no place to go, unwilling to be reincarnated." Xiao Lanqing was shocked. "You mean Nanhee? She is still here?" Qi Jiao nodded. "Yes, she has not fulfilled her wish. Her obsession is too deep, so she has always been here." After hearing this, Xiao Lanqing murmured, "Obsession too deep. Then can I see her?" Qi Jiao took out a small bottle and said, "No problem. I've already prepared it. This is ox's eye tears. You put on your eyelids, then open your eyes, and you can see her." Xiao Lanqing did as she said. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Nanhee's voice, calling him, "Lanqing, I'm here." He asked in surprise, "Nanhee, is it really you?" She nodded and replied, "Lanqing, it's me. Did you know for all these years, I have been by your side from beginning to end." He hurriedly reached out to touch her hand, but his hand passed through her spirit. Then he continued, "Seeing you live a lonely and dull life, while I was helpless, I turned into an obsession." Hearing this, his eyes filled with tears. "Nanhee." Then he hugged her. "Whatever wish you have, tell me quickly. I will grant it. I will." She said while crying, "My obsession is the hope that you will let go of the past and start a new life, okay?" Xiao Lanqing replied while crying, Okay, I promise you. I will pull myself together." Her obsession was fulfilled. The blood tear immediately disappeared. She looked up and called, "Your Highness." He was startled and asked Nanhee. Then he said, "Nanhee's wish has been fulfilled." Hearing this, Xiao Lanqing asked in a panic, "What are you going to do?" Nanhee smiled and said, "I can finally go to be reincarnated with peace of mind." After speaking, Nanhee disappeared. Seeing this, Xiao Lanqing hurriedly shouted, "Nanhee!" Seeing him so heartbroken, Qi Jiao called out, "Ninth Imperial Uncle, don't be too sad. This is the sketchbook of you and Nanhee. I'll give it to you as a memento." Xiao Lanqing said in a low voice, "No need. I have already promised Nanhee to let go of the past. Whether I keep this sketchbook or not is no longer important. Besides, the things I did with her before I have long since carved into my heart and bones. Today, for the princess consort to let me see her again." I'm extremely grateful. Qi Jiao was happy to hear this. That's great. If you can think like that, then he will surely be very happy. I'll keep this sketchbook. Just then, the noble consort appeared and ordered the imperial guards. By my order, the princess consort trespassed into the forbidden area and colluded with the criminal Xiao Lanqing. Seize her for me. Hearing this voice, Qi Jiao was surprised. This voice is noble consort Yun. At Kongning Palace, noble consort Yun threw Qi Jiao inside, reporting to the Empress Dowager she was discovered by me. Qi Jiao quickly sat up and said tearfully to the Empress Dowager, "That's not what happened. Please investigate clearly, Empress Dowager. Don't wrongly accuse your niece. Let me explain." Xiao Quan was startled and silent upon seeing this scene, while Gongyi Yuning behind him sneered and asked, "Wrongly accused?" She pointed at Qi Jiao and asked, "Then why did you sneak into the forbidden area when no one was around?" She stammered, "That's because She wondered, damn it, how do I explain this? At this moment, Gongyi Yuning threw a stack of paper on the ground and asked, "I ask you, did you draw this picture?" Qi Jiao nodded, "Yes." "So what if I did? Drawing isn't against the law, is it?" She thought to herself, "Looks like I can only play it by ear." Gongyi Yuning picked up a piece of paper and said, "Fine. If the princess consort is being stubborn, then I invite everyone to see what is drawn on this." All the officials immediately took the paper she had drawn and began to discuss, "This here, isn't this from that year? The painting is a perfect likeness. But how could the princess consort Quan know the appearance of a dead person?" Seeing this, Qi Jiao panicked. I'm doomed. How can I explain this clearly?" After hearing everyone's discussion, Gongyi Yuning pointed at Qi Jiao triumphantly and asked, "Exactly. How could the princess consort Quan know what a dead person looks like? Could it be that she knows witchcraft?" Hearing this, Qi Jiao was startled and asked, The others also started to buzz with discussion upon hearing the word witchcraft. The practice of demonic arts is strictly forbidden in the palace. If this is true, it's even more serious than having a secret affair. Yes, this is a capital crime punishable by beheading and confiscation of property. Qi Jiao frantically refuted, "No, it's not like that." Just then, a high-ranking official stepped forward and said, "Empress Dowager, the princess consort Quan is without virtue, practicing shamanism and bringing disaster to the court. This is truly an unforgivable crime. I implore the Empress Dowager to issue an edict of punishment." He knelt down and accused her. Hearing this, she was stunned and wondered, "Punish me?" Just then, Xiao Quan put down his teacup and said, "Please wait." Seeing him, Qi Jiao quickly called out her mind. Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan stood up and went before the Empress Dowager, saying, "Your grandson asked the princess consort to do this. It has nothing to do with the princess consort." Seeing him protecting her, Qi Jiao quickly ran over, hugged him, and cried out, "Xiao Quan." The Empress Dowager was surprised and said, "Oh, Quaner, why did you do that?" Xiao Quan replied, "Your grandson has always hoped that Ninth Imperial Uncle could move on from his painful past. That's why I had the princess consort go to the forbidden area to persuade Ninth Imperial Uncle to let go of his obsession." Qi Jiao cried and pointed at the high-ranking official before them, tattling, "Hurry up, they're ganging up on me." That official gritted his teeth and said, "Imprisoning Xiao Lanqing was the late emperor's will. By doing this, the regent prince is disregarding the late emperor's edict. One day, are you planning to rebel against his majesty?" Upon hearing this, everyone was startled and began to murmur, "Oh my, the regent prince, I never would have thought." Just then, Xiao Lanqing walked into the palace hall and said, "It is all the fault of this criminal official." The high-ranking official was startled to see him, Xiao Lanqing. Xiao Lanqing walked in, knelt down, and said to the Empress Dowager, "This matter has nothing to do with the regent prince and the princess consort. If the Empress Dowager is to assign blame, this criminal official is willing to accept it all." That official pointed at him and asked Xiao Lanqing, "You dare to leave the forbidden area? Do you also want to rebel?" The Empress Dowager could not listen anymore, angrily slamming the table and scolding, "That's enough. All of you, be quiet for us. What rebellion? What beheading and confiscation of property? Did you come to our birthday banquet to cause a disturbance?" That important minister hurriedly knelt. "Your servant wouldn't dare." The Empress Dowager then spoke up, "The general doesn't understand the full picture. Actually, Before the late emperor passed away, he had already issued an edict to release Lam Zan. It's just that she herself couldn't get over her obsession and didn't want to come out. That important minister replied in a panic, I truly did not know. Seeing this, Qi Jiao immediately stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. The Empress Dowager smiled and continued, if Lam Zan has finally seen the light now and wants to leave that cage, Quan Jiao, you two have made a great contribution. Qi Jiao looked at Xiao Quan in a daze and asked us. Hearing this, Gongyi Yuning hurriedly exclaimed, wait, but they. The Empress Dowager's face turned cold as she turned to look at her and asked, but what? We were just about to ask. Why did Consort Yun appear in the forbidden area? Gongyi Yuning was flustered. Yes, your servant. The Empress Dowager waved her hand and ordered, Consort. No need to say more. Guards, demote Consort Yun to Concubine Yun, confined for self-reflection. Without an order, she is not allowed to go out. Hearing this, Gongyi Yuning was horrified. What? Empress Dowager, why? What has Yuning done wrong? Immediately, guards came forward to seize her. The Empress Dowager frowned and said, your heart is not righteous. You harm others and cause chaos in the inner palace. How can we allow such a person to be by His Majesty's side? Take her away. As Gongyi Yuning was dragged away, she cried out in panic, Empress Dowager, Yuning didn't. Yuning didn't. Xiaozhen glanced at her and thought, Imperial Grandmother. She held her head and sighed. Xiaozhen immediately said, Imperial Grandmother, please quell your anger. For today's birthday banquet, Imperial sister-in-law and Zhener have prepared a surprise for you. Hearing this, she was surprised. Oh, what surprise have Zhener and Jiao Jiao prepared for Imperial Grandmother? Quickly, bring it out for me to see. Xiaozhen took out the scroll and introduced it. This all immortals offer blessings was drawn by Imperial sister-in-law, and your grandchild found the best embroiderer to stitch it. Imperial Grandmother, do you like it? After looking at the embroidery, she said joyfully, I like it, I like it. We like it very much. Jiao Jiao, Zhener, you children are so thoughtful. Hearing this, Xiaozhen happily ran to hug Qi Jiao and said, this is great, Imperial sister-in-law. As long as Imperial Grandmother likes it. Only then did Xiao Quan understand. On one hand, the 9th Imperial uncle, on the other, preparing for the festival. No wonder she kept dozing off on the way. Qi Jiao. Just how many more surprises are you hiding that this prince doesn't know about? After the birthday banquet ended, the two of them left the imperial palace together. Qi Jiao sighed. The birthday banquet is finally over. I'm dead tired, and my head hurts so much. She felt dizzy and almost fell down. Luckily, Xiao Quan rushed over to support her and asked, are you all right? She pushed him away and reassured him, I'm fine. You don't need to support me. Hearing this, he fell silent. But then he walked over and picked her up in his arms. Startled, she asked, Xiao Quan, what are you doing? People are watching. Just then, a young eunuch passed by and saw this in astonishment. Suddenly, Xiao Quan smiled and said, don't move. We're going home. Qi Jiao coughed once and said, about today, thank you for protecting me in front of the consort and the prime minister. Behind them, Bai Lin was waving and saying, Bai Lin will go find a place for the carriage. Your Highness, take your time. After hearing what Qi Jiao said, Xiao Quan fell silent for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at her and spoke. How can this prince's person be bullied by others? Next time you're in a difficult situation, just find me. Hearing this, Qi Jiao was stunned and called his name, Xiao Quan. He turned away and said in a stern voice, remember this. I, Xiao Quan, am not a stranger. I am your Qi Jiao's husband. Hearing this, her face flushed red, and she exclaimed, Huss, what husband? Don't be so cheesy at such a young age. Hearing that, he shrugged and asked, am I? Returning to her room, Qi Jiao changed her clothes, lay down on the bed, and thought, actually, Xiao Quan is quite good to me. Should I tell him everything? I'm so tired. As she was tossing and turning on the bed, a white shadow suddenly flashed by, startling her into sitting up. She wondered a white figure just passed by. This white figure is not a simple spirit body. Where is she trying to lure me? Qi Jiao hurriedly ran after that white shadow. She passed by a courtyard where Xiao Quan was sitting and playing the zither. She wondered, isn't that Xiao Quan? What is he doing playing the zither in the middle of the night? Wait, the song he's playing is Hongdo. The next day at a tea house, the prime minister sat with his back turned, speaking, Lord Zhao, are you aware of what happened at yesterday's banquet? The Empress Dowager not only released Xiao Langxin, but also demoted Yuning to concubine. This is clearly a move against our Gongyi family. The one conversing with him was precisely Zhao Lianhou. He wore a veiled hat and smiled smugly, Prime Minister, no need to worry too much. The Goni family's power is solid. How can it be so easily struck? The Prime Minister broke out in a sweat and said, currently, the Emperor is chronically ill and could pass away at any moment. Xiao Quan, on the other hand, has the Empress Dowager's favor. If you were to gain the world, then you and I. Zhao Yinho gave a cold smile. Prime Minister, with Xiao Quan, we must take a long-term view. We cannot be hasty. For now, let this old man give Xiao Quan a wedding gift to congratulate him and show our sincerity. Meanwhile, Qi Jiao was sitting in her courtyard in a daze. She recalled yesterday when Xiao Quan had taken her hand and said, Qi Jiao, please help me find the truth behind my mother consort's death that year. She thought to herself, last night, Xiao Quan agreed with me. As long as I can investigate the true cause of his mother consort, Chu Hanfei's death, he will give me my freedom. But I don't even know what Chu Hanfei looked like. How am I supposed to investigate? Suddenly, Xiao Yi appeared on the roof beam, hanging his head down to ask, what are you thinking about? Causing Qi Jiao to jump in fright and scream, Xiao Yi, what are you doing up there scaring people? Xiao Yi jumped down from the beam and gestured for her to be quiet, saying, don't scream, I snuck in. My imperial brother doesn't know. Hearing this, Qi Jiao immediately said, snuck in? I have to go report you. Xiao Yi grabbed her wrist tightly and pulled her along. All right, don't be so down and unhappy anymore. Let's go. Hearing this, Qi Jiao asked in confusion, go where? Xiao Yi said mysteriously, I'll take you to a place. Seeing the establishment in front of them, Qi Jiao frowned. So this is the place you wanted to bring me. This is the capital city's casino. At that moment, many people were shouting, open, open, open. Did you strike it rich? Xiao Yi looked at her and asked, how about this place? Do you dare to come in and test your luck against mine? Qi Jiao crossed her arms and replied, what's there not to dare? She thought to herself, wherever this young lady goes, there are people to help. So, in a bit, I'll be relying on you. She winked at a little ghost passing by. Qi Jiao walked up to the gambling table, placed her money down, and said, I bet on big. Seeing how decisive she was, Xiao Yi was surprised. Then he immediately placed his money on small. He shouted, then I'll bet on small. After the reveal, she burst out laughing happily. It's big. You lost. Hand over the silver. Xiao Yi sighed. This young master just wasn't on his game this round. Just then, the door opened, and an official walked in, shouting, how many times has this official said it? Gambling is strictly forbidden. Betting. Guards, arrest them all, and take them to the main prison for me. Everyone immediately shouted, yes, your excellency. Inside the main prison, Qi Jiao was locked in one cell, while Xiao Yi was kicked into another by the soldiers. Qi Jiao snorted coldly, angry at this situation, treating me and Xiao Yi like this. Just wait until I get out of here and tell Xiao Quan. I'll make you all suffer. Just then, Xiao Quan entered the prison with Bai Lin. The soldiers were shocked to see him. Isn't that the Prince Regent? As soon as Qi Jiao saw him, she immediately reached out her hands and called out, hey Xiao Quan, you're here? Quickly get me out of here. Seeing that she was an acquaintance of Xiao Quan, a soldier immediately ran off. Quick, report to the prefect. Xiao Yi, in the opposite cell, called out as soon as he saw him, Imperial brother, still waiting, still waiting. Xiao Quan immediately shot him a glare and said coldly, Xiao Yi, it seems you and this princess consort had a lot of fun together. Hearing this, Xiao Yi was frightened. Your younger brother just wanted to take sister-in-law out to have some fun. The magistrate hurriedly ran down to the prison, knelt, and stammered, Prince, your highness, spare my life. Your subordinate did not know the identities of the princess consort and Prince Yi. Your subordinate will release them immediately. Xiao Quan retorted, when did this prince say to release them? Xiao Quan said to the magistrate, a prince who breaks the law is the same as a commoner. Let the two of them stay in prison to relieve their boredom. Hearing this, Qi Jiao exclaimed in panic, Xiao Quan. Bai Lin also asked him worriedly, Your Highness, are you really not going to rescue the princess consort? He replied coldly, I'm not. Seeing this, Bai Lin was extremely confused. Just a moment ago, he rushed over as soon as he heard the princess consort was arrested. What is this? From behind the bars, Qi Jiao was still yelling his name, Xiao Quan, don't go. You can't be so cold-blooded. That night, Qi Jiao had to sleep on a pile of straw in the prison cell. A group of people appeared in front of the cell. That's her. No mistake. Make your move. They tied Qi Jiao up in a sack and carried her away this way. After arriving at their destination, they untied the sack. Qi Jiao immediately crawled out and asked angrily, Who captured me? A woman stood before her and smiled smugly. You're awake, Princess Consort Quan. Qi Jiao frowned slightly and asked, You are? That girl crossed her arms and replied, I've come to help you, Princess Consort Quan. Qi Jiao was suspicious. What do you want to help me with? The girl said smugly, help you get revenge on Xiao Quan. Then she took out a vial of medicine and presented it to her, introducing, this is a secret potion from the Barua nation, colorless and odorless. You only need to put a little in his food at a time. In less than a month, your husband will do whatever you say. If you say one, he won't dare say two. Qi Jiao was perplexed. Wait, why do I have to get revenge on Xiao Quan? That young lady said, he abandoned you in the main prison and didn't care. For such a heartless and disloyal husband, doesn't the princess consort want to get revenge on him? She stammered, I. Suddenly, she feigned interest and lunged forward, saying, I do. I really want to. Quick, give it to me. I'll take it back and try it. After getting the vial, she changed her expression, coldly poured it out, then frowned and asked, you think I would say that? Miss, don't joke around. Do you take me for one of those sheltered, ignorant women? Who knows if this vial of yours contains poison or not? You want to kill with a borrowed knife and have me take the blame. Being pointed at and criticized by Qi Jiao, the girl stepped back and said, hey, Princess Consort Quan, you're being too suspicious. Qi Jiao asked her suspiciously, these past few days, I've heard that Barua and Wu Jin have been in a military standoff at the border, and you appear at this time. Are you a spy for Barua? Just then, the girl's subordinate ran back to report, this is bad. The Prince Regent has brought the elite Golden Army to hunt us down. Hearing this, the girl was startled and asked, what? So fast? But Qi Jiao was delighted. Xiao Quan is here. The girl turned to Qi Jiao and said, if the princess consort refuses to cooperate, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, Qi Jiao was startled. What do you want to do? The girl ordered men tie up the princess consort and set a fire. Immediately, a group of men came forward to grab her. Then they tied her hands. Qi Jiao was startled. You want to burn meat? The other person, without another word, immediately tied her to a post and poured oil on the straw pile. Seeing this, Qi Jiao shouted, if Princess Consort Quan dies at the hands of a Barua spy, do you know what the consequences will be? The girl laughed coldly. To tell you the truth, I'm not some spy at all. I am the princess of the Barua nation, Fuyu Zenglin. With that, she gave the order, light the fire. Her subordinate immediately replied, yes, and lit the fire. Qi Jiao screamed in fear, hey, don't light it. Let's negotiate again. Fuyu Zenglin walked out and ordered a subordinate, you stay behind. If anything goes wrong, silence her directly. He bowed and replied, yes. Elsewhere, Xiao Quan was leading a troop of soldiers on horseback, heading towards where Qi Jiao was kidnapped. Bai Lin, behind him, was startled when he saw the flames. He signaled his horse to stop and shouted, Your Highness, it looks like there's a fire over there. Hearing this, Xiao Quan immediately exclaimed, this is bad. Full speed ahead. Inside the large house, Qi Jiao's weak voice called out, help. Xiao Quan, you scoundrel, why aren't you here yet? I'm about to die. Hearing her voice, Bai Lin immediately ordered the soldiers behind him, quick, put out the fire. Xiao Quan hurriedly put on an extra cloak. There's no time. Seeing him about to rush in, Bai Lin worriedly said, Your Highness, you can't. But Xiao Quan had already run inside the building. As soon as he saw her, he immediately called out, Qi Jiao. As soon as she saw him, she also mumbled Xiao Quan. He ran over, cut the ropes on her, and supported her. Don't be afraid. I'll get you out of here right now. Qi Jiao stammered, You're finally here. Did you know the person who locked me in here is... Suddenly, she saw something and quickly shouted, This is bad. Xiao Quan, be careful. It turned out there was an assassin behind them, drawing a bow and aiming straight at him. He heard her words, but didn't understand. Seeing this, Qi Jiao pushed him away, blocking the arrow for him. The arrow pierced straight into her shoulder. As soon as Xiao Quan saw this, he said worriedly, Qi Jiao. When Bai Lin saw the assassin, he immediately shouted, Who dares to assassinate the prince? After him, the soldiers immediately replied, yes, and gave chase. Xiao Quan carried the heavily injured Qi Jiao outside and ordered, someone quickly summon the imperial physician. Capture the assassin alive for me. This prince truly wants to see who is tired of living and dares to touch this prince's woman. In Qi Jiao's room, she was lying on the bed, recuperating, while Xiao Quan was leaning against her bed, asleep. Qi Jiao opened her eyes and woke up. Seeing Xiao Quan in front of her, she was surprised. Xiao Quan? Strange. Why is he sleeping here? Just as she pulled her hand back, Xiao Quan also opened his eyes. Seeing that she was awake, he immediately took her hand and said, "Jiaoer, you're finally awake." He quickly moved forward to help her sit up. She asked him in confusion, "How long was I asleep?" He replied gently, "Exactly 1 day and 1 night." Hearing this, she was surprised. "Huh? You've been watching over me for a whole day and night." He smiled and said, "Compared to Jiaoer getting injured for this prince, what is taking care of you for 2 days?" He reached out and tucked her hair back. She suddenly remembered, "I remember now. That day I instinctively blocked the arrow for Xiao Quan. No wonder my left shoulder hurts so much." She patted his hand to reassure him that it's just a small wound. You don't need to worry so much. Seeing this, Xiao Quan said in alarm, "Be careful of the wound. Your wound hasn't healed yet. How can you be so reckless?" He was extremely worried about her. Seeing that her shoulder was bleeding again, Qi Jiao said, "All right, I won't move around recklessly, okay?" At this moment, Bai Lin ran in and bowed. "Reporting to your highness, young General Chu has returned." Xiao Quan hurried outside to meet him. As soon as he saw him, young general of the southern garrison, Chu Fengxian, bowed. "Your highness, there is news on Zhao Yinho and the deposed crown prince who disappeared 6 years ago. It is said that they set foot in Yinchuan town in Bailey some time ago." Xiao Quan mumbled, "Yinchuan town and Bailey. Since the crown prince's failed attempt to seize power was saved by Zhao Yinho, this is the first time we've received news of them." Young General Chu continued to report, "Furthermore, your subordinate has also found out that there are 2 people who have been in contact with Zhao Yinho, and we are very familiar with them." Xiao Quan was surprised and let out a hum. Young General Chu continued, "One is the younger brother of the late empress, the disgraced official of the Murong family, Murong Ku. The other is the eunuch by consort Yun's side, Li Changzhen." Xiao Quan mumbled, "So it's them." He turned around and ordered, "Then investigate at Li Changzhen's place. Tomorrow, follow this prince into the palace." Young General Chu immediately bowed and replied yes. That evening, in Qi Jiao's room, she was lying in bed. Her face was flushed as she recalled what had happened this morning and thought, "I've been recuperating for so many days, but I can't sleep at all. My mind is full of that cheapskate." She threw off the blanket and ran off the bed. "Fine, if I can't sleep, I won't sleep. I'll go out and find a little ghost to talk to." As soon as Qi Jiao stepped outside, she thought in surprise, "I don't usually come here. Why does it sound like there's running water?" She stepped forward. Seeing the steaming hot spring in front of her, she was surprised. A hot spring? Xiao Quan really knows how to enjoy himself. She quickly kicked off her shoes and dipped her feet into the water. She said resentfully, "There's a hot spring in the house, and he didn't even tell me. The stingy ghost." She asked, "Still a stingy ghost, huh?" Suddenly hearing a sound, she looked up and wondered, "Huh? What's that sound? There's someone over there." At that moment, Xiao Quan had just finished bathing. He stood up, revealing his half-naked upper body. Qi Jiao's face flushed red. She quickly covered her eyes and mumbled, My apologies for intruding. I didn't see anything. I'll be leaving now." As soon as Xiao Quan saw her, he immediately reached out and pulled her back. "You've already seen, and you still want to run?" Qi Jiao's face was red as she whispered, "Or what? You put on your clothes so quickly." Suddenly, he threw her over his shoulder, startling her. "Xiao Quan, what are you doing? Put me down quickly." Xiao Quan replied to her, tit for tat. He carried her and placed her on the bed. Her face flushed red as she exclaimed, You brought me to your place. What exactly are you planning?" Xiao Quan lay down beside her and replied, "To sleep, of course." Hearing this, Qi Jiao glanced at him and thought, "It's over. This celestial maiden's purity will likely be lost here tonight. Wait, he's really asleep." But Xiao Quan looks much more approachable when he's sleeping than usual. After watching him for a while, she felt sleepy and also drifted off. When she was fast asleep, Xiao Quan opened his eyes again. He gently stroked her cheek. "Sleep well, Jiaoer." That night, inside the Department of Household Affairs, there was a knock on Eunuch Li's door. Someone called him. Eunuch Li. Li Changzhen, who was sleeping, sat up and asked, "Who is it?" He went to open the door. "Making such a racket so late at night. Have you not learned the rules?" The woman outside the door said, "Eunuch Li, Lord Zhao asked this servant to relay a few words to you." As soon as he heard the name, Li Changzhen was startled. "What? Lord Zhao sent you." The woman entered and said, "That's right. Lord Zhao told me to tell you that a useless chess piece can only be discarded." Li Changzhen backed away in fear and asked, "What does Lord Zhao mean?" The woman took out a needle and replied, "It means you should be dead." With that, she immediately used the needle to stab Li Changzhen, causing him to die a tragic death on the spot. The next day, in front of the Southern Jin Imperial Palace Gate, just as Xiao Quan and the young general dismounted, they heard a eunuch in a palace maid whispering. Eunuch Li died a sudden sudden death. I wonder how the Ministry of Justice will handle it. As soon as he heard that Li Changzhen was dead, Chu Fengxian immediately ran over and grabbed the eunuch by the collar, asking, "What did you say? Li Changzhen is dead? How'd he die?" The eunuch stammered, This humble one only heard that the body is in the Department of Household Affairs. The young general should probably go see for himself." At this moment, an official walked up to Xiao Quan and bowed. "Your Highness, General, Li Changzhen's body is over there, but please be quick, Your Highness. This subordinate still has to take the body back to the Ministry of Justice to be recorded in the books." Xiao Quan nodded and replied, "This prince knows." Bai Lin did not follow them, but headed in another direction, saying, "I'll go check over there." The young general knelt down to examine Li Changzhen's body and suddenly noticed a needle mark on him. He then stood up and said to Xiao Quan, "Your Highness, Li Changzhen was killed by an expert who used a needle to pierce his brain. Moreover, it's highly likely the culprit is hiding in the palace. Otherwise, they couldn't have assassinated him so stealthily." And behind them, Li Changzhen's corpse was being carried away. People urged, "Take it away, take it away. It seems it's been too long and has seeped into him." Xiao Quan frowned slightly. "You just found a small clue from Li Changzhen, and he was killed to be silenced. It seems the other party was prepared long ago." At this moment, from behind, Bai Lin held up a ledger and called out, "Your Highness, young general, I just found a record book in Li Changzhen's room." The young general came over to look. After reading the contents of the record book, he was stunned. The Duke of the Empire was actually smuggling firearms and ammunition to the Morong family? But why is this record book in Li Changzhen's hands? Xiao Quan closed the book. "It seems if we want to know the answer, this prince must pay a visit to my dear father-in-law." That evening, inside the Liu Pavilion, Qi Jiao was sleeping when she heard a laugh. She opened her eyes in surprise and thought, Seeing the beautiful woman, she immediately sat up, her eyes lighting up as she asked, "Where did this celestial maiden come from?" The woman chuckled and asked, "So you're my daughter-in-law, you little rascal. You're also very cute." Being praised, Qi Jiao blushed shyly and thought, "She said I'm cute. Hey, wait, daughter-in-law." Qi Jiao quickly asked, "You're Chu Hanfei?" The woman nodded and replied, "I am." Qi Jiao immediately threw herself into her arms and cried, "Consort Chu Hanfei, I had such a hard time finding you, you know? I, like you, also transmigrated here." Chu Hanfei asked in surprise, "You're also from the modern era?" Qi Jiao nodded, Yes. Xiao Quan wants me to investigate the truth of your death back then. Only after I find out can I be free. Please, can you tell me?" Chu Hanfei said, "I can't tell you right now. Besides, the matter of my death is no longer important. I don't want Quaner to be in danger." Qi Jiao pleaded with her, "But my personality and Qi Jiao's are completely different. If someone finds out one day, I'll be in deep trouble." She reassured her, "You won't be. You were chosen by the heavenly secret mystic jade. It is all fate." Qi Jiao clenched her fists and asked, "The heavenly secret mystic jade is that ancient jade that caused me to transmigrate. What exactly is it? Can I still go home?" Chu Hanfei shook her head. "The mystic jade is the guardian of the Shao family's emperors for generations. You have been chosen by the mystic jade. This fate is predestined and cannot be changed." Qi Jiao asked again, "Cannot be changed?" Chu Hanfei continued, "Currently, in the imperial court, countless eyes are coveting the emperor's throne. Although Quaner holds political power, causing those eyes to be temporarily unable to take advantage of any loopholes, Quaner is alone. Once those treacherous people overthrow Quaner, their scheme to usurp the throne will be as easy as turning over a hand." Hearing this, Qi Jiao asked, "You mean I have to help him overcome all difficulties before I can go home?" She replied, In theory, yes." Qi Jiao was stunned, "Really?" Then she sighed, "Then my life is so hard." The next day, Zhao Lianhou went to a place. Seeing Murong Ku playing chess, he said, "Lord Murong is in a fine mood." He turned his head and said, "Lord Zhao, one does not visit a temple without a cause. If you have something to say it directly." Zhao Lianhou smiled. "This humble one wants one of Lord Murong's men. I've heard this person is a foreign assassin. The crown prince currently needs such a skilled person to assist him." He placed a white chess piece on the board and said, "Lord Zhao is truly not polite at all. Come out, Inhu." Immediately, a man walked out from inside the house. Murong Ku ordered, "From now on, you will follow Lord Zhao's arrangements." Inhu immediately replied, "Yes, my lord," on the horse-drawn carriage. Qi Jiao asked in surprise, "Where are we going?" Xiao Quan replied to her. The princess consort will know in a moment. Qi Jiao had just finished chatting with Chu Hanfei, and her eyes still had dark circles. She turned to ask him, "Do you need to be so mysterious?" She tilted her head and stuck it out the window, thinking, it doesn't look like the road to the western suburbs. Could it be that Xiao Quan wants to take me back to the Qi residence? Bai Lin, who was driving the carriage, was suddenly startled and exclaimed, "Your Highness, be careful. There's an ambush." A group of people with swords appeared, throwing daggers at the carriage. Seeing this, Qi Jiao asked in a panic, "What's happening? Why are there so many assassins?" Xiao Quan quickly helped her off the carriage and ordered, "Bai Lin, take the princess consort and go." Bai Lin drew his sword and shouted urgently, "Your Highness, but you." Xiao Quan pushed Qi Jiao onto a horse and pulled the sword from Bai Lin's hand. "You won't even listen to this prince's words." Bai Lin immediately replied, "Yes. Bai Lin, at your command." Then he climbed onto the horse and said, "Princess consort, hold on tight." Qi Jiao was worried about Xiao Quan and quickly shouted, "Wait, Xiao Quan." As Xiao Quan blocked the attack from the group, he urged Jiao, "Go quickly." Qi Jiao still called out worriedly, "Xiao Quan." She turned and said, "Bai Lin, Xiao Quan is being attacked by masked men. Go help him quickly." Bai Lin rode the horse, taking her to a safe place, and said, "The prince ordered me to protect the princess consort's safety. This subordinate must obey." After speaking, he urged the horse to run faster. Qi Jiao was still extremely worried. Who are those assassins? Why do they want to kill Xiao Quan? Bai Lin replied, "If this subordinate's guess is not wrong, it must be Zhao Lianho's doing." Qi Jiao was curious. Who is Zhao Lianho? Bai Lin explained, "Is the trusted eunuch of the late Empress Murongshi. Murongshi and Crown Prince Xiao Jun's rebellion failed. Zhao Lianho rescued the deposed Crown Prince, and their whereabouts have been unknown ever since. A few days ago, General Chu just found out that Li Changjin might be connected to this person. Li Changjin died a sudden death. Today, masked men appeared to assassinate the prince. I was stunned upon hearing this. He wants to kill Xiao Quan to silence him." Bai Lin nodded. "I'm afraid so." Hearing this, Qi Jiao hurriedly cried out, "Let's go back quickly to save Xiao Quan." Bai Lin shook his head. "We can't. This subordinate must take the princess consort to a safe place." He had been watching from a tree for who knows how long. The moment he saw Bai Lin's horse appear, he immediately landed on the ground. Bai Lin stopped the horse. Then he dismounted, drew his sword, and shouted, "Who's there?" Qi Jiao looked at the person in astonishment and thought, this person's eyes are the color of blood. Qi Jiao fainted. After she woke up, she asked in surprise, "Where is this?" She sat up, holding her head, and thought, looking into that person's eyes, I fainted again. I don't know how Xiao Quan is. Did he lose an arm or a leg? At this moment, from outside the door, Murongku stepped inside. Seeing she was awake, he spoke. "The princess consort is awake." Qi Jiao thought in surprise. "Someone's here." She quickly asked, "Who are you? Or was it you who sent the assassins to kill Xiao Quan?" Murongku, while pouring tea, asked, The person Zhao Lianho tried to assassinate was the prince. That has nothing to do with me." This humble one, Murongku, came especially to find the princess consort. Qi Jiao was surprised. "Murongku, you and the late Empress Murong Zhaoshun." Murongku handed her the teacup and replied, "Are precisely brother and sister." Qi Jiao took the teacup, looking at him and thinking, this person is so polite to me, he probably has no ill intentions. Murongku asked her, "I wonder if the princess consort has ever heard the story of my Murong family?" Qi Jiao thought to herself, but it's hard to say. I'll just listen to what he has to say. Murongku recounted. "The world says that Murongshi colluded with the crown prince in a rebellion, and the matter failed. But that is not the truth. It was all a gift from a traitor of the Murong family." He angrily slammed his hand on the door and continued, "My elder brother and younger sister died because of him. The Murong family was destroyed in an instant because of it. It's a pity that those who understood the situation back then all passed away early. I have no way to clear the Murong family's name." After listening, Qi Jiao spoke up. "I sympathize with your situation, but that matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with me." Murongku bowed. "This humble one knows the princess consort can communicate with spirits. I asked the princess consort to help me find that traitor, to clear the Murong family's name of this injustice." After hearing this, Qi Jiao thought deeply. So this is his purpose. She continued to ask, "Then what's in it for me if I help you?" Murong Ku replied. I can tell the princess consort the whereabouts of Zhao Lianho and the deposed crown prince Xiao Jun. I think this news is very important to Xiao Quan. Just then, someone from outside shouted, That Murong fellow, where did you trick my daughter off to? Hearing this, Murong Ku was startled. Qi Jiao asked joyfully, This is old father's voice. The moment she saw the Duke of Qi, she hurriedly ran over and said, Old father, why are you here? The Duke of Qi called out happily, Good daughter. At this moment, Murong Ku stepped over to explain, It was I who called your father here. Qi Jiao was surprised. Your father knows him. The two are friends. The Duke of Qi grumbled. Nonsense. Who's friends with him? Murong Ku smiled bitterly. Don't make things difficult for your father. A relationship with the Murong family means beheading and confiscation of property. The Duke of Qi crossed his arms and huffed coldly. You old man, you knew that and still called me here. Hearing the conversation between the two, Qi Jiao thought, It seems father's friendship with the Murong family is not bad. So if the Murong family's wrongful case is overturned, wouldn't the Qi family be implicated if it's exposed? Since it's like this, she thought for a moment, then stepped forward and said, Elder Murong, I agree to the matter you spoke of. Bai Lin chased after Xiao Quan into a tavern. He called out worriedly, Prince, your highness, what are we doing at the 100 Flowers Pavilion? At this time in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, by the pool, many men were seeking the company of women. They were being invited by the women. Young master. Handsome, why did you take so long to come find me? Xiao Quan replied coldly. Bai Lin, we're looking for the princess consort. Bai Lin glanced at the many people frolicking together and asked fearfully, Look for the princess consort in a place like this? Xiao Quan just walked inside to find the owner of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. As soon as he was seen, a subordinate immediately announced, Pavilion Master. There's a guest at the door. The owner of the 100 Flowers Pavilion heard this and was surprised. Isn't this the Prince Regent? What wind blew you here? Xiao Quan stepped inside and said to him, Cut the nonsense. Tell me the whereabouts of Qi Jiao. The owner of the 100 Flowers Pavilion let out an "Oh," and then exclaimed, How strange. The prince has lost his princess consort. What are you looking for me for? Xiao Quan impatiently scolded. All right, stop pretending. Your news network as a merchant is widespread throughout the southern Jin. How could you not know the princess consort is in trouble? Hearing this, the owner broke into a sweat and thought to himself, Why is he so irritable today? Has he really fallen for that woman? He opened his fan and gave an order. All right, speak quickly. Can't you see the prince is anxious? His subordinate bowed and replied, Yes, Pavilion Master. Outside the gate of the Qi residence, the Duke of Qi, in his carriage, said to his daughter, Good daughter, father is taking you back to the Prince Regent's residence. From now on you should live well with the prince. Father sees you've lost a lot of weight. Are you short on spending money, or did you argue with the prince? He was extremely worried about Qi Jiao. She waved her hand. No. Xiao Quan and I are very good, and I'm not short on money, father, rest assured. But he was still worried. Really? Father also heard you were injured. She broke into a sweat and replied, Not at all. Father, don't listen to rumors. She forced a smile to brush it off, thinking to herself, Although I'm a fake Qi Jiao, father treats me like his real daughter. No matter what, I can't let him worry. Just then, Xiao Quan blocked the carriage and shouted, Stop the carriage for this prince. The carriage immediately stopped. Hearing Xiao Quan's voice, Qi Jiao was startled. Xiao Quan came to get me. The Duke of Qi thought worriedly. Why did the prince come to pick her up personally? Could it be? Qi Jiao hurriedly ran down from the carriage to Xiao Quan and asked, Xiao Quan, why did you bring so many people to pick me up? The coachman, upon seeing him, quickly got down and bowed. Greetings to the Prince Regent. This humble one was taking the princess consort back to the residence. Qi Jiao took his hand and asked worriedly, Oh right, did those assassins injure you? Let me see. Xiao Quan pulled his hand back and said coldly, No need. Bai Lin, take the princess consort away. Bai Lin immediately bowed and replied, Yes, your highness. Seeing him suddenly so cold, Qi Jiao worried. Xiao Quan, what's wrong with you? Then Qi Jiao was pulled away by Bai Lin. She asked worriedly, Bai Lin, where are you taking me? Xiao Quan turned and called, Duke of Qi, would it be convenient to come with this prince? That evening, when Xiao Quan returned to the residence, he heard loud banging on a door. Qi Jiao, locked inside, shouted, Hey, let me out. What do you want to do to my father? Xiao Quan ordered, Open the door. Bai Lin immediately bowed and replied yes, then quickly opened the door. Qi Jiao, who was banging on the door, suddenly lost her balance as it opened and fell into his arms. Xiao Quan pushed her away and said, The princess consort doesn't intend to explain. Where exactly did you go? Missing for half a day. Hearing this, Qi Jiao broke into a sweat and thought, if I tell the truth, won't I expose the relationship between father and Murong Ke? It would harm father. No, I can't tell the truth. So she forced a smile, stepped back, and said, I didn't go anywhere. Bai Lin fainted. I was afraid the assassins would find me, so I hid. Xiao Quan asked again, really? The princess consort should know. If this prince finds out that the Duke of Qi is involved with rebellious traitors, the entire Qi family will find it hard to escape death. Qi Jiao broke into a sweat and replied, You're overthinking it. Qi Jiao was worried. From his words, it seemed he knew she was lying to him. Xiao Quan still advanced towards her and asked, Overthinking? If the princess consort is standing here unharmed today, how can you make this prince believe that the Duke of Qi and Murong Ke are not colluding? Qi Jiao was startled and asked, What? Colluding? With the Qi family's current status, colluding with the declining Murong family is absolutely impossible. After hearing this, Xiao Quan fell silent. Seeing he didn't believe her, Qi Jiao frowned worriedly and continued, Please believe me. Xiao Quan turned away and thought, Jiaoer, I am naturally willing to believe you, but this must be investigated clearly. As for Qi Jiao, seeing he didn't ask any more questions, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally handled. Xiao Quan, it's just, why do I feel so uncomfortable thinking about his suspicious gaze? In the palace, after hearing the news, the Empress Dowager was so frightened she knocked over a teacup. What? Quanner and the princess consort encountered assassins. The palace eunuch bowed and said, The assassins have all been eliminated. The prince and princess consort are both safe and sound. Hearing that, the Empress Dowager breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. The palace maid beside her carried a teacup and walked quickly out to the corridor. At this time, a girl was peeking around the corridor and musing, I heard the prince used to live over here. She wasn't paying attention to where she was going and bumped into the maid, causing the teacup to fall. That girl was Yinchuan City's princess, Yin Nianrongrong. She angrily patted her shoulder and scolded, You damn girl, don't you have eyes to see where you're going? This princess came to the palace for the prince's selection, and you bumped into me. Do you still want to live? The maid immediately knelt down and said, Princess, please forgive me. Just then, Xiao Langson walked by and said, One must be magnanimous. Princess, you wouldn't bicker with a mere palace maid. Upon hearing this voice, Yin Nianrongrong thought in surprise, It's the prince. She hurriedly ran over and said, Ronger pays her respects to the prince. I was just frightened. If she was not careful, Ronger naturally wouldn't make things difficult for her. At this time, the palace maid spoke up. This servant thanks the princess and the prince for their magnanimity. If there is nothing else, this servant asks for leave to withdraw. Then she bowed her head, picked up the tray, and turned to leave. Xiao Langson glanced at her. This palace maid can be so calm after an incident. I'm afraid she's not so simple. In a courtyard, young General Chu returned to report to Xiao Quan. Your Highness, the Duke of Qi said he had business relations with the Murong family in the past. But after the Murong family's failed rebellion, they lost contact. This subordinate feels this explanation is reasonable. After hearing this, Xiao Quan was silent for a while, then turned and said, There are many suspicious points about Li Changzhen's death. It seems someone is secretly guiding us. But if the assassins were really Zhao Lianho's people, then what exactly does he want to do? Young General Chu replied, This subordinate will continue to send people to investigate this. Xiao Quan shook his head. No need for now. This prince has his own plans for this matter. At the Feng Lian Ministry of Justice, Xiao Quan dragged Qi Jiao here in the middle of the night. She broke into a sweat and asked, Xiao Quan, do you know what time it is now? Xiao Quan walked inside and calmly replied, Just past the hour of Z. Qi Jiao exclaimed, That's right, it's time to sleep. What did you bring me here for? Xiao Quan said nonchalantly, To examine a corpse. Hearing this, Qi Jiao was horrified. Examine? Examine a corpse? I'm not a forensic examiner. Xiao Quan pulled off the cloth covering the face, revealing the corpse of Li Changzhen. He pointed at the corpse and said, This person is named Li Changzhen. He died a sudden death not long ago. What you need to do is to ask him clearly for this prince the cause of his death. She pointed at herself and asked in surprise, Did I hear you right? You're telling me to ask a dead person? Xiao Quan came closer to her and asked with a smile, Isn't this the princess consort's specialty? Ask carefully. This prince will wait for you at the door. Hearing this, Qi Jiao's face darkened, half believing and half doubting. A moment later, Qi Jiao pushed the door open and said, I know who killed Li Changzhen. The murderer is a palace maid sent by Zhao Lianho. Li Changjin was bribed by Zhao Lianhou to hide by Gongyi Yuniying's side to monitor the Gongyi family. But unexpectedly, noble consort Gongyi was punished with confinement. He had no way to get close. He once told her, "I went to the Forbidden Palace," telling her, "I came to visit the noble consort," but was always blocked. Qi Jiao continued. Not long after, Zhao Lianhou sent someone to kill him to silence him. Hearing this, Xiao Quan was curious. Why was Zhao Lianhou in such a hurry to kill him? Qi Jiao replied. Even Li Changjin himself doesn't know this. Xiao Quan continued to urge. So did he say anything else? But Qi Jiao linked her arm with his, yawned, and replied, "That's all. Let's go. Let's go back to sleep." Xiao Quan looked at her and thought, Qi Jiao, I hope the Qi family is not involved with the traitors. That way you can forever stand by this prince's side. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Qi Jiao urged him, "Hey, don't just stand there dazed. Bai Lin is still over there waiting for us." The next day, Qi Jiao woke up to find herself in Xiao Quan's arms. Seeing her awake, he smiled and asked, "The princess consort is awake?" The moment she saw him, she was startled. Xiao Quan ran his hand through her hair. The princess consort held onto this prince all night, causing this prince to lose sleep. "How do you plan to atone for your crime today?" Qi Jiao hurriedly pushed him away and stammered, That wasn't on purpose. Can I compensate you?" Seeing her push him away, Xiao Quan fell silent. Then he grabbed her hand and pressed her down, saying, "Too late." Seeing him suddenly press her down, Qi Jiao was horrified. "What are you doing?" He leaned down and replied, "Ah." Seeing his face so close, Qi Jiao thought in fear. "He's not going to kiss me, is he?" She hurriedly raised her hand to block him. No, wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet." But he once again pressed her hand down firmly. He leaned in and kissed her on the lips. But this prince can't wait any longer. Qi Jiao thought in panic, I'm doomed from the looks of it. Xiao Quan is for real this time. But I can't." She immediately used an iron headbutt, hitting his head too. "Dodge." He raised his hand to hold the wound on his forehead and angrily scolded, "Qi Jiao, you." After making her move, Qi Jiao wrapped herself in the blanket, holding her bruised forehead and said, "So, sorry, I just wanted you to calm down. Don't be angry." Xiao Quan frowned. She would rather hurt herself than. He said no more and turned to get off the bed. Seeing this, Qi Jiao wondered, strange, why isn't he saying anything? And he seems very lonely. It was as if her heart was split in two at this moment. One side scolding, "Qi Jiao, don't forget you always have to go home. You can't get too entangled with the people here." The other side said, "But have you forgotten about Lady Chu Hanfei? If even you don't treat him well, he's truly pitiful." Qi Jiao hesitated, then leaned against him and said, "Hey, don't overthink it. I feel we need to cultivate our feelings. We can't do it all in one step." Hearing this, Xiao Quan immediately said, 1 month. Qi Jiao was startled and wondered, 1 month again? Xiao Quan explained, "Didn't the princess consort say you need time to cultivate feelings? Then this prince will give you 1 month's time. When the time comes, the princess consort shouldn't think of escaping." He stroked her hair, lifted her chin, and then left. After a while, Jixia came inside and said, "Master, Jixia has brought breakfast for you. Please enjoy it at your leisure." Qi Jiao sat at the table, thinking sorrowfully, "Such a short month. If I don't run away, won't I be by Xiao Quan? But I'm not familiar with this place. How do I run?" She picked up a bun to eat and suddenly had an idea. "I've got it." She hurriedly ran to Prince Yi's residence. She called out, "Xiao Yi, is Xiao Yi home?" Xiao Yi was sitting in the living room, leisurely drinking tea. Seeing her arrive, he smiled and asked, "Imperial sister-in-law, why have you come? A distinguished guest. Sit down, and have a cup of tea." Qi Jiao sat down at the table and said sorrowfully, "No need for tea. Your sister-in-law came this time with an important matter to ask of you." Xiao Yi was surprised, huh? "What is it?" She thought worriedly. "Things have come to this. Only Xiao Yi has the ability to help me leave." She made up her mind, so she told him the truth about herself. "Actually, I am not Qi Jiao." After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Yi asked again, "You're saying you were originally from another world, brought here by a strange jade pendant, and you turned into Qi Jiao." Qi Jiao nodded repeatedly. MHM. Xiao Yi continued. "Getting married was also a desperate situation. Not marrying meant beheading. So you don't like my imperial brother. Now you want to leave him, leave the capital city." She replied, Right. You're so smart. You understood after hearing it once." Xiao Yi nodded. "I understand, but this." Qi Jiao slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Stop with the but this and but that. Are you going to help me or not? If not, I'll go find someone else." Xiao Yi immediately slammed the table and shouted, "All right, based on our friendship of having squatted in the great prison together, I'll help with this matter." Qi Jiao gave a thumbs up in praise, truly a man of his word. After returning from Xiao Yi's residence, Qi Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, this matter is finally settled. She was walking down the street when she suddenly heard a shout. Xiao Ji, don't run, stop. She had just turned her head when she was suddenly bumped into. The girl stopped and said, who's being so careless? You should watch where you're going. But as soon as she saw Qi Jiao, the girl immediately approached and asked, you're Qi Jiao? Qi Jiao foolishly pointed at herself. I am. She wondered, why is this young lady walking towards me? Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly ran over, hugged Qi Jiao tightly, and said, your sister Jiao. Qi Jiao pushed the girl in front of her away and asked, young lady, do we know each other? The girl replied, of course we do, we are. Just then, people from the star-plucking pavilion ran over. You rotten girl. You stole something from the star-plucking pavilion and still want to run. Stop right there for me. As soon as Qi Jiao saw him, she shouted, oh no, they're chasing us. Run quickly. After saying that, the girl pulled Qi Jiao and ran off. She asked, confused, hey, what's going on? Why do I have to run? The girl replied, run first, talk later. After a while, Qi Jiao, panting, shouted, slow down. This sister's old bones aren't as sturdy as you young people. The running girl was suddenly blocked by someone. She asked worriedly, who are you? Qi Jiao looked up and saw it was Inhu, surprised. You're the one who took me away the other day. Inhu bowed and introduced himself. Inhu, following Master Murong's orders, is here to protect the princess consort's safety. You two, please follow me. Then Inhu led the two girls to a restaurant. Qi Jiao exclaimed, so much food. Inhu, thank you for helping us escape this time. Why don't you sit down and eat something? Inhu replied, the princess consort doesn't need to thank me. If there is nothing else, this subordinate will take his leave. Hearing that, Qi Jiao replied with a hum. All right. She turned to the other girl and said, eat slowly. Who exactly are you, young lady? The girl, while gnawing on a chicken leg, answered, I'm Nie Xiaoming. We met last month in my father's southern prefecture. Have you forgotten? It turned out this young lady was Nie Xiaoming, the daughter of the governor of the southern prefecture. Only then did Qi Jiao remember. Last month, she took an arrow for Xiao Quan and then rested for half a month. How could she have met her? Nie Xiaoming looked up again and asked her, that's right, Sister Jiao. Weren't you going to find your master? Why did you come to the capital? She asked in surprise. My master? She thought to herself, when did I get a master? Nie Xiaoming replied, your master is great Master Rufan of Shueifo Mountain, Ruabai Temple. Don't tell me you've forgotten again. Qi Jiao waved her hand. No. She thought to herself, this young lady must be talking about the real Miss Qi. But didn't my soul just possess this body? What's this about meeting me last month? Nie Xiaoming remembered something, jumped up, and said, I have to go. My parents must have sent guards to find me by now. Hearing that, she asked in surprise, you ran away? Nie Xiaoming replied, if it weren't for the Empress Dowager issuing an edict to select a consort for Prince Zhao, and my parents wanting me to fly up a tall tree to become a phoenix, I wouldn't have run away. While speaking, Nie Xiaoming stuffed food into her bag. After hearing this, Qi Jiao asked in surprise, Xiao Langson is selecting a consort? She imagined the scene of Xiao Langson being surrounded by many women inviting him. Your Highness, the sun has set. You should go to my quarters to bathe and change. Another young lady said angrily, no need. The prince wants to go to my place. And another young lady sat admiring the plants and said, the tree the prince planted is so nice. Imagining this, Qi Jiao clenched her fists and thought, men, their mouths speak of such deep affection, but they turn around and are eager to find someone to marry. After filling her bag with food, Nie Xiaoming exclaimed, see you later, Sister Jiao. Xiaoming is leaving first. Qi Jiao was startled. Hey, don't go. I still have things to ask you. Why is the table so empty? That night at Luoyu Pavilion, Qi Jiao's residence, Chu Hanfei appeared and asked, daughter-in-law, do you want to leave that badly? To leave my son. Is he that bad? Qi Jiao, while reading a book, replied, it's not that. I choose to leave not because of the person. Xiao Quan is. Chu Hanfei was surprised. Then why? I just don't want to live under a false name. Always living in fear, afraid of others finding out. Chu Hanfei asked, just because of that? Qi Jiao closed the book and replied, just because of that. After listening, Chu Hanfei turned around. Then you must have never been in love. Qi Jiao, having been hit where it hurts, was startled and flustered. I've been found out. She lay down on the bed and mumbled, I have yin-yang eyes. I'm always muttering to myself. Others see me and keep their distance, who want to fall in love. Chu Hanfei sat down and said to her, "But my son isn't afraid of you." Qi Jiao nodded. "Oh, maybe he's just very brave. So what? I don't belong to this world. Returning to the modern era is probably the right choice." Chu Hanfei continued to persuade her. "I understand, but for things Quaner has decided on, he doesn't let go easily. So my good daughter-in-law." She gently came over and took her hand, saying, "Please don't give up on this fated relationship with him." At the same time, inside the imperial palace, the palace maid Nanju was picking a lock when she was discovered by Xiao Langson. "So you've been hiding beside the Empress Dowager all this time. No wonder the investigation turned up nothing." Nanju hurriedly knelt and said, "Greetings to Prince Zhao. This servant doesn't understand what the prince is talking about." He said coldly, "The Ministry of Justice's investigation into Li Changzhen's case found it was a palace maid. This prince can see that your martial arts are profound." Nanju hurriedly explained, "This servant does indeed know martial arts, but only uses it for self-defense. I have never done anything that would offend heaven or reason." Xiao Langson let out an "Ah, is that so?" She quickly prostrated herself and said, "Nanju would not dare to deceive the prince." Xiao Langson turned and said, "Even if you are not the murderer, staying by the Empress Dowager's side is not stable enough. Tomorrow, come to Taishan Palace and follow this prince." Hearing this, her face darkened as she replied, "Yes." The next day, the Empress Dowager was being helped to change her clothes. Not seeing the person, she asked, "Where's Nanju? Why hasn't she come to serve yet today?" Her maidservant replied. Replying to the Empress Dowager, Nanju was summoned by Prince Zhao to Taishan Palace. He said that from now on, Nanju will work at Taishan Palace. Hearing this, she was startled and asked, "What? Another palace maid? He really is incorrigible. You keep an eye on the two of them for me." Her palace maid immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, Empress Dowager." At Zhao Lianho's place, Nanju secretly went to see him. He asked Nanju. He took a vial of medicine from his sleeve, handed it to her, and instructed, "This is iron shoe toxin. You've just been transferred from the Empress Dowager's main palace. That fellow is probably not on guard yet. You find an opportunity to put this medicine into the Empress Dowager's food and let that old woman die slowly." In the corridor of the Imperial Garden, Qi Jiao clutched her head and wailed. Every time she entered the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager would bring up the matter of having a child. "It's all your fault," she said. Hearing this, Xiao Quan smiled, took her hand, and said, "My apologies. It's because this prince has not tried hard enough." She quickly pulled her hand back. "It's not about that." Across from them, Xiao Lanqing walked by and came over to greet them. "Isn't this nephew Quan?" Xiao Quan bowed. "Greetings, ninth royal uncle." Qi Jiao also waved and greeted, "Ninth royal uncle, good morning." She glanced towards Wang Nanzhou and was startled to see his soul behind the girl. She asked in surprise, "This young lady, do you happen to have an older brother?" Meanwhile, the soul was constantly wailing, "I was wronged, wronged." Wang Nanzhou was surprised to hear this. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Reporting to your highness, the princess consort, in this servant's family, there are only sisters, no brothers." Qi Jiao scratched her head. Oh, that's how it is. Perhaps I guessed wrong. She thought to herself, "That's strange, why would she lie?" Xiao Lanqing looked up at her, then glanced towards Wang Nanzhou. With the princess consort's ability, it seemed she had discovered the secret about Nanzhou. Back at the prince's residence, Xiao Quan asked her, just now in the Imperial Garden, what did the princess consort see? That palace maid? Is there a problem with Nanzhou? Qi Jiao, holding a plate of pastries and eating, replied, "The ghost of Wang Mingyi, Nanzhou's older brother, is following behind her. But I don't know why she won't admit it." As soon as she finished speaking, the plate of pastries in her hand fell. Xiao Quan grabbed her tightly and asked, "Wang Mingyi, you're saying Nanzhou is Wang Mingyi's younger sister?" She was startled. "Yes, that's right." Him, how do you know him?" Xiao Quan let her go and explained, Wang Mingyi was an imperial physician in the palace. According to the evidence back then, he was the one who indirectly poisoned and killed my mother consort. He was later sentenced to death by the late emperor. Qi Jiao shook her head uncertainly that it wasn't done by Wang Mingyi. Based on what I saw in the Imperial Garden, his ghost has a very strong resentment after death. It's clear he suffered a great injustice while alive, so it wasn't him. She remembered Wang Mingyi crying tears of blood at that time, saying, "I was wronged." After hearing this, Xiao Quan asked her, "What? Are you saying that Wang Mingyi was a scapegoat and that the real culprit from that year is actually someone else?" Afterwards, in Xiao Lanqing's residence, the Taishan Palace, a pigeon flew in and delivered a letter to him. He took out the letter, on which was written, "Pay attention to Wang Nanzhou." After reading it, Xiao Lanqing thought, so that's how it is. This matter is so profound. On the street, Qi Jiao asked Xiao Zhen, sixth younger sister, "Why did you want to go for a walk with me today?" The sixth princess said to her sister-in-law, "Do you know General Chu Fengxian, who is by royal brother's side? I've met him." "Why?" The sixth sister looked at them. Xiao Zhen's face flushed as she explained, "A few days ago, royal grandmother told me that she has decided on Chu Fengxian as my prince consort." Qi Jiao was surprised. "This is happy news. Your sister-in-law will take you to buy a gift." Just then, a man ran past, bumping into Xiao Zhen and causing the young girl to fall. Qi Jiao quickly caught her, sixth younger sister. "Someone bumped into my sister and didn't even apologize." At this moment, Xiao Zhen realized her jade pendant was missing and panicked. "Oh no, my jade pendant is gone. It must have been stolen by the person who bumped into us." Hearing this, she was shocked. "What?" Then she immediately pulled Xiao Zhen's hand and gave chase, shouting, "How dare you steal from my sister? See if I don't catch you and report you to the authorities." "Don't run." The maid behind them hurriedly followed. "Young Mississippi, wait for us." After chasing the thief for a while, Qi Jiao panted and said, "Let's see where you can run now." Xiao Zhen witnessed the scene inside and was surprised. "Here, why are there so many homeless children here?" "So many homeless children here?" The group of children saw the two girls and quickly stood in front of the boy, saying, "You two young ladies, you can't take brother A Shi." The boy named Shi quickly stood up and called out, "Young Mississippi." The little kids hugged him and said, "Brother A Shi, don't steal anymore. If you get caught, we can't live without you." Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhen said to Qi Jiao, "Sister-in-law, look, they are so pitiful." Qi Jiao nodded. She walked over, took out some silver from her pouch, and said, "How about this? That jade pendant is very important to my sister. I won't report you to the authorities. I'll use this silver to exchange for it. What do you think?" She took the pouch of silver and immediately knelt down. She thanks you two ladies. She will never forget the great kindness of you two ladies for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. Qi Jiao came forward to help Shi up and said, "It's nothing. It's nothing. Get up quickly. Where are you all from? Where are your parents?" As she recounted, "We are all refugees from Barua. Ever since Xiao Quan expelled the people of Barua from the capital, our parents were all assassinated. I brought these little ones with me, and it wasn't easy to escape." Qi Jiao was shocked and asked, "Xiao Quan did this?" She thought to herself, impossible. Could it be that Xiao Quan did this because of what happened with Princess Furong last time? But this doesn't seem like Xiao Quan's methods. She patted the boy's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will find someone to take care of your lives. You won't have to steal anymore. Furthermore, regarding the matter of the Barua people, I will find a way to investigate. I will definitely protect you all completely." Hearing this, she immediately replied, "She thanks you, benefactor." After leaving that place, Xiao Zhen said to her, "Sister-in-law, I feel that this wasn't done by royal brother." She nodded that I know. Xiao Quan would not indiscriminately kill commoners. There must be something wrong behind this, and it's very likely aimed against your Xiao family. Hearing that, Xiao Zhen thought worriedly, this is too much. Who on earth wants to frame royal brother? That evening, Fu Tanglan secretly went to meet Zhao Lianhou and reported, "Lord Zhao, the matter you instructed me to do has been arranged. I hope that what you promised me, you also won't. Go back on your word." Zhao Lianhou laughed and said, "Of course, but I didn't expect the princess to use this to set a trap for Xiao Quan. Decisive enough, cunning enough." She laughed as long as it can make it. So, Xiao Quan never has a chance to recover. What's the death of the few Barua people? At the Golden Chariot Hall of the Grand Audience in the Southern Jin Imperial Palace, the ministers in the inner hall were whispering, "What happened?" That's right. It was the same last time. The Empress Dowager, supported by a palace maid, came to sit on the dragon throne and spoke. "The Emperor's health is not good. Today, I can only temporarily preside over the court. All my ministers, you may rise." As soon as the censor saw her, he immediately stepped forward to reporting to the Empress Dowager. "News came from the border yesterday. The Barua people have suddenly brought soldiers to the border. I fear they want to provoke us." The Empress Dowager was surprised to hear this. "So there's such a thing?" Although the Prince Regent ordered the people of the Barua nation to be expelled from the capital a few days ago, and it's unavoidable that they would harbor resentment, such a reaction is too drastic. The censor glanced toward Shao Quan. At this moment, the Prime Minister stepped forward to report to the Empress Dowager. This subject has heard a rumor that the Prince Regent not only expelled the Barua people, but also secretly sent people to silence them. That is why all the Barua people became angry and raised their troops. After hearing this, everyone began to murmur amongst themselves. Lord Censor's words are very reasonable. That's right, the Prince Regent indeed. The Grand General who protects the nation, Chu Wei, immediately stepped forward to report. This old subject does not agree with the Prime Minister's words. For the Prince Regent to expel them and then silence them would be a redundant act. Why would the Prince Regent do such a useless thing? Besides, Lord Prime Minister, why are you so certain that the silencing was done by the Prince Regent? He replied, the Prince Regent's power is as clear as day. Killing people is truly as easy as turning over his hand. Besides, as the subject just said, it is only a rumor. Hearing this, Chu Wei snorted coldly. Knowing it's a rumor and still reporting it to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, I'm afraid Lord Prime Minister has other intentions. He became angry, At this moment, Shao Quan stepped forward and presented his military tally. A palace maid came down, took the tally, and said, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, the prince's military tally. The Empress Dowager was surprised. Quaner, what is this? He said in a serious tone, if Barua demands an explanation from Southern Jin, before the matter is clearly investigated, this prince voluntarily relinquishes all positions to prove my innocence. After the court session ended, Shao Quan got on his carriage and returned to the prince's residence. Bai Lin asked him, Your Highness, why did you voluntarily hand over the military authority today? Isn't that just fulfilling their wishes? He was reading a book, and upon hearing this, he closed it. Handing over the military authority is a pretense. Retreating in order to advance, to lure the snake out of its hole, is the real goal. That evening, after hearing the news, Jixia hurriedly ran to find her young miss, I heard that in court today, the prince was forced by the ministers to hand over his military authority. He is now drinking alone in the plum blossom forest to drown his sorrows. Qi Jiao was shocked and horrified. How could that be? Ji Xia continued. At this moment, the prince is suffering in his heart. If master could go and comfort him, the prince would be moved by master's kindness. Qi Jiao paced back and forth, thinking to herself, Shao Quan didn't even resist. Could he really be ashamed? She turned around and said, No, I have to go ask him myself. She hurriedly ran to the plum blossom forest. Panting as she ran, she saw Shao Quan, who was surprised. Princess Consort, why are you in such a rush? What's the matter? She ran to his side. Hey man, your military authority is gone. How can you act like nothing happened? You made me worry for nothing. She immediately took his wine cup and drank from it continuously. Hearing her words, Shao Quan raised an eyebrow and teased. Jiaoer is worried about this prince. She put the wine cup down and said, I'm not worried about you. I just want to know if you were the one who killed the Barua people. He shook his head that I was not. Hearing this, Qi Jiao thought that makes sense. Shao Quan is not the type to do something and not admit it. It seems this matter is not related to him. She stood up and said, If you didn't do it, then you should hurry and clear your name. Besides, I also want to quickly find the real culprit to clear your name soon. Suddenly, he pulled her, startling her. He lifted her chin and said, I didn't expect Jiaoer to be so concerned about this prince's affairs. She gently pushed him away. What are you doing? Let me go quickly. But he moved closer, pinning her against the wall and said, Don't move. This prince needs to punish the princess consort. She panicked. I was kind enough to help you come up with an idea. And you want to punish me? What kind of? Before she could finish, Shao Quan leaned down and kissed her on the lips. She punched him hard in anger. Shao Quan, you bastard. After saying that, she turned and left in a huff. At the same time, Bai Lin came to report and was surprised by the scene. Why is the princess consort so full of killing intent? He turned and ran to Shao Quan's side. Reporting to your highness, a spy reports that the Barua prince, Fu Yuji, has entered the capital disguised as a refugee, probably also to investigate the massacre of the Barua people. Suddenly, he was surprised. When he saw Shao Quan's bruised face, he immediately burst out laughing. Shao Quan radiated a murderous aura and asked, Is it that funny? Bai Lin quickly denied, Oh, not at all. Shao Quan ordered, In that case, go do a handstand for 2 hours for this prince. He cried out in alarm. Yes, as you command. After being forcibly kissed, Qi Jiao was furious. She went out for a walk on the street. While buying food, she thought, how could it be like this? He dared to take advantage of me. I was originally going to tell you that I found a witness who could clear your name. Just then, people on the street were talking to, oh my, I don't know what happened to that group. They suddenly ran. That's right. If there's anyone inside, they definitely can't be saved. At this moment, Chi Jiao was surprised. Huh? What's happening up ahead? As soon as she saw the burning place, she cried out, wait, isn't that where she and the others live? She quickly put down her food and rushed forward, calling out as she. Behind her, Inhu saw her about to run in and immediately pulled her back, saying, don't go there. Chi Jiao called out in surprise, Inhu. Inhu said to her, Princess Consort, follow me. Chi Jiao hurriedly followed Inhu to a building. As soon as she stepped inside and saw that the children were safe, she exclaimed happily, that's great, so everyone is all right. I thought I would never see you all again. The children were happy to see her and called out, Sister Chi Jiao. Chi Jiao looked around and asked, that's right, where is she? The two children looked at each other and replied, brother, ain't she? Just then, a she appeared and called to her, Miss Chi. As soon as Chi Jiao saw a she was surprised. Are you a she? Why are you wearing? He introduced himself. I am Fuyu Ji, the prince of the Barua nation. In order to investigate the assassination of my countrymen, I had no choice but to hide my true identity from you, miss. Please forgive me. Chi Jiao turned and asked, so, Inhu, you knew all of this? Inhu replied, I only found out yesterday when I ran into the real culprit who assassinated the Barua people. Chi Jiao was alarmed. What? You ran into the real culprit? A child ran to Inhu and gave him a pastry, saying, brother, have a pastry. Fuyu Ji patted the heads of the children at his feet and replied, that's right. The children and I almost died. Fortunately, Inhu came to our aid. After hiding our tracks, we had no choice but to set fire to our residence. Chi Jiao nodded. Oh, that's how it is. Then who is the real culprit? Inhu behind her spoke up that it's Fuyu Tanglan. I was ordered to monitor Zhao Lianho's movements and discovered that he and Fuyu Tanglan were frequently in contact. Chi Jiao was surprised. It's her again. She recalled being kidnapped last time and thought that Fuyu Tanglan wanted to kill me last time. It turns out she's Fuyu Ji's younger sister. At this moment, Fuyu Ji stepped forward and bowed. Thank you, Miss Chi and great hero Inhu, for helping me. We will deeply remember this kindness. No need to be so polite. Fuyu Ji continued. Now that the matter is clear, I should also bring the truth back to Barua to quickly resolve the dispute between our two countries. After leaving that building, on the way back, Chi Jiao asked Inhu, tell me, why would Princess Fuyu want to kill her own people? Inhu explained, because she wanted to take the opportunity to frame Shao Quan. If Shao Quan's power wavers, she can win the support of the pro-war faction in the Barua nation and thus seize the throne. Chi Jiao moved closer to Inhu and asked again to not hesitate to lose her own people for the sake of power. That's truly terrifying. Inhu turned his back and replied, who knows? Seeing this, Chi Jiao pouted, try to act all mysterious. At the same time, inside the Southern Jin Imperial Palace, a palace maid said to Wang Nanzhou, Nanzhou, thank you so much. You've been transferred to the Taishan Palace. I'm sorry to trouble you with delivering things to the Empress Dowager's main palace. Wang Nanzhou replied to her, it's nothing. We should all help each other. Just then, Xiao Lanqing walked in. Seeing her holding a tray of food, he immediately knocked the bowl of food away and grabbed her hand, scolding, Nanzhou, you have a lot of nerve. The other palace maid was frightened, while Wang Nanzhou asked in surprise, what is your highness talking about? Nanzhou doesn't understand. He pulled her away, saying, no need for more words. Follow this prince. After returning to the palace, he ordered, close the doors. Without this prince's permission, no one is to enter. The eunuch immediately replied, yes, and withdrew. In a room, Xiao Lanqing asked her, Nanzhou, what did you put in the Empress Dowager's soup just now? Hearing this, she was startled and thought he found out. If the matter is exposed, Lord Zhao Lianho cannot live. She immediately pulled a dagger from her sleeve, raised it, and charged, you forced me to do this. But Xiao Lanqing quickly subdued her. He squeezed her neck and asked, what did Zhao Lianho give you for you to be willing to risk your life for him like this? You are Wang Mingyi's younger sister. I know you want to avenge your older brother. Hearing this, Wang Nanzhou was startled and said, my skills are not as good as yours. Just kill me. But Xiao Lanqing let her go and asked, is what Zhao Lianho told you really the truth? Hearing this, Wang Nanzhou panicked. What do you mean? Xiao Lanqing turned around and said, let's go. I'll take you to meet someone. She asked defensively who. Xiao Lanqing smiled and replied, someone who can see your older brother. Fuyu Tanglan ran to Zhao Lianho's residence and asked, where's Lord Zhao? I want to see your Lord Zhao. The group of men inside were drinking. Seeing Fu Tanglon arrive, they put down their wine bowls. Your own brother doesn't care if you live or die anymore, and you still want to find Lord Zhao. Hearing this, Fu Tanglon asked, "What do you mean?" The two men stood up. "Lord Zhao was just using you from the beginning. Now that you're nothing, how could Lord Zhao possibly see you?" Hearing this, she quickly shouted, "I haven't failed. It's because my brother is meddling in other people's business. Go tell Lord Zhao to give me another chance." One of the men immediately closed the door and said, "You've made an enemy of Southern Jin and lost your power in Barua. The whole world knows what you've done. Princess Fuyu, you have no more chances." After speaking, he gave a perverted smile and approached her. She asked in panic, "What do you want to do?" He came forward and grabbed Fu Tanglon tightly, saying, "Since you're not going to live much longer anyway, why not let us two brothers?" She screamed in fear, "No, don't." Zhao Yinho was right behind the screen, ignoring her as she was captured by the two brothers. He smiled smugly. What a fool. The next day, Qi Jiao happily hummed a tune as she returned to her residence, Luoyu Pavilion. As soon as she opened the door, she was confused to see Xiao Quan sitting in her room. "Why is he in my room? I should probably slip away." Seeing her turn around, Xiao Quan put down his teacup. "Where are you running to?" "Jiaoer is hiding from this prince. Could it be that you've done something to feel guilty about?" She immediately turned around, smiled, and replied, "How could that be? I was just so happy to see your highness that for a moment I didn't know how to face you." Suddenly, he pulled her down, placing her on his lap. He smiled and asked, "Oh, so Jiaoer is shy?" She quickly denied it. I'm not." He continued to tease. This prince still remembers that Jiaoer once said she needed time to cultivate feelings. Why don't we cultivate them, well, right now? He leaned down and lifted her chin. The atmosphere was becoming extremely heated. Then suddenly, Bai Lin pushed open the door and called out, "Princess Consort, a letter from Duke Chiju." Seeing the embarrassing situation, Bai Lin broke out in a sweat. Xiao Quan, on the other hand, glared at Bai Lin with a murderous look. Bai Lin could only hastily throw the letter down and run away. This subordinate takes his leave. "I wish your highness and the princess consort a harmonious relationship, a happy marriage, and the early birth of a noble son." Qi Jiao gave a forced laugh and pushed Xiao Quan away. Why father wrote me a letter. Let me see." She opened the letter and read it. In the letter, Duke Chiju had written, "My dear daughter, your ninth uncle is coming to the capital from Weizhou today. Remember to go and pay him a visit then." After reading it, Qi Jiao was confused. Ninth uncle. At this moment, another servant ran in, reporting to your highness, Prince Zhao Shen has arrived. Xiao Quan then led Qi Jiao to the courtyard to receive him. As soon as Xiao Lanxing saw the two of them, he immediately stood up and said, "I came without prior notice. I hope nephew Quan is not bothered." Xiao Quan came forward and asked, "Royal uncle is being too formal. I wonder what brings you here this time." Qi Jiao glanced at Wang Nanzhou beside him. "Actually, the main reason for coming this time is to ask my niece-in-law to help me find someone." Qi Jiao turned to look at her and asked, "Find someone? Oh, is ninth royal uncle looking for Wang Mingyi?" Xiao Lanxing nodded. "I knew this matter wouldn't be difficult for my niece-in-law." Qi Jiao saw Wang Mingyi crying and muttering, "Save her, save her. I beg you to save my younger sister. I beg you, Miss Qi." She thought, he came along with them. How could I not know? Wang Nanzhou looked up, her face showing clear suspicion as she asked, "Does the princess consort really understand this matter?" Qi Jiao replied, "If you don't believe me, I'll have your brother explain it to you himself." Wang Nanzhou was stunned. How can he explain it himself? Qi Jiao raised her hand and said, "That would be through possession, of course." Immediately after, Wang Mingyi's soul entered her body. Wang Nanzhou held her breath, waiting for the result. Suddenly, she heard a voice call out, "Ashwan." Hearing this pet name, Wang Nanzhou was startled and asked, "Brother, this is a pet name only my brother would know. Are you really my brother?" Wang Mingyi, in Qi Jiao's body, ran over and said, "It's me." "Ashwan, there isn't much time. Listen carefully to what I have to say. You were deceived by Zhao Lianhou. That year, after consort Chu Han died from the poison, he was the one who insisted that there was a problem with my medicine, framing this subject for poisoning the princess consort. He recalled that day when he knelt in the middle of the Great Hall, and Zhao Lianhou reported to the late emperor. It must have been Wang Mingyi who tampered with the medicine." He continued, "Not only that, it was also Zhao Lianhou who hid the Tai Hei Tang in my room to frame me. That's how I was identified as the culprit. When you were killing people for Zhao Lianhou, I could only watch from the side. I couldn't stop you, and I had no way to tell you the truth. Wang Mingyi cried as he hugged his sister. After hearing the whole story, Wang Nanzhou cried and said, "Brother, Nanzhou is sorry. I couldn't avenge you." Wang Mingyi pushed his sister away and said, "No, I don't need you to avenge me. I just want you to live a peaceful and stable life. Because only if Ashuan is safe can I leave with peace of mind." After speaking, Wang Mingyi's soul gradually faded away. Seeing this, Wang Nanzhou cried out, "No, brother." Seeing that Wang Mingyi's soul had completely disappeared, Wang Nanzhou cried out in anguish, "Brother." After Wang Mingyi's soul left Qi Jiao's body, she clutched her head, feeling dizzy. Xiao Quan quickly ran over to support her. Jiao, are you all right? Wang Nanzhou also ran over worriedly. Princess Consort. Qi Jiao reached out her hand and said, "Nanzhou, don't cry. Your brother's wish has been fulfilled. He has gone to be reincarnated." Wang Nanzhou knelt down and bowed. "For the princess consort's great kindness, Nanzhou doesn't know how to repay you." Qi Jiao waved her hand. "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." Just then, Xiao Quan pulled her into his arms and ordered, "From now on, you are not allowed to let souls possess your body at will." Qi Jiao looked up in confusion. "Huh, why?" Xiao Quan held her tightly and said, "No, why? This is this prince's command." Hearing this, Qi Jiao thought to herself, wait, could this Xiao Quan guy be worried about me? The group of four, Xiao Quan, Qi Jiao, Xiao Lansheng, and Wang Nanzhou, went into Xiao Quan's study. Wang Nanzhou spoke up, "Actually, it's very simple to catch Zhao Lianhou. Find a member of the Xiao family to act as bait to lure him out." Qi Jiao asked, "But who would be suitable?" Wang Nanzhou replied, "The sixth princess is young and doesn't know martial arts. She is the most suitable person to be the bait." "That's good. Then it's decided that sixth sister will be the bait." Xiao Lansheng was worried, but Zhiner doesn't know the details. "I'm afraid it will be dangerous." Xiao Quan reassured him, "This prince will dispatch young General Chu to protect sixth sister in secret. Ninth royal uncle need not worry." Xiao Lansheng nodded. "S own nephew, Quan already has a plan. Then let's do it that way." After hearing them talk, Qi Jiao thought, "This is truly a brilliant plan. It will let sixth younger sister and her future brother-in-law cultivate their feelings." After hearing them, Wang Nanzhou said, "All right then, I will leak the sixth princess's intention to leave the palace in a carrier pigeon message to lure Zhao Lianhou out. The rest will be left to the Prince Regent and Prince Zhao Shun." Afterwards, Wang Nanzhou wrote a letter and sent it to Zhao Lianhou. After reading the letter, he smiled and said, "Oh, interesting." The next day, Qi Jiao took Xiao Zhan to a restaurant. Xiao Zhan asked worriedly, "Sister-in-law, do you really think I can lure out Zhao Lianhou? I'm a little scared." She waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. Nanzhou and Chu Fengxian are both secretly protecting you. Nothing will happen." At this moment, a waiter came over and asked, "What would you two ladies like to eat?" She asked him, "Do you have any specialties here?" The waiter immediately replied, "Special? Then it must be our Tianxiang Pavilion's most famous dish, the secret recipe Yuanyang hot pot with dipped meat." Qi Jiao was surprised. "Huh? You have Yuanyang pots now?" After looking at the drawing, Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up and she said, "Sister-in-law, I want to eat Yuanyang hot pot." After the dish was brought out, the aroma wafted everywhere. Qi Jiao looked at the hot pot, drooling. She never thought she'd be able to eat hot pot one day. This is too blissful. Xiao Zhan beside her also praised effusively, "It smells so good." Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Nie Xiaoming suddenly appeared, drooling, and said, "It smells so good." Qi Jiao was shocked. Nie Xiaoming. Nie Xiaoming came to her side and said, "Sister Jiao, so you're eating mutton?" Her stomach rumbled. "I want to eat." Qi Jiao gave an awkward laugh and said, "Sit with us." Xiao Zhan, beside her, asked sister-in-law, "Who is this? Where did she come from? You know her?" Qi Jiao explained, She ran away from home. Actually, she's a fellow countryman." Nie Xiaoming immediately stood up and introduced herself. "I am the daughter of Nie Guanyun, the governor of the southern Guangzhou prefecture." Xiao Zhan stood up, crossed her arms, and said, "What's there to show off? I'm a princess." Qi Jiao, sitting between them, was confused. Why did you all suddenly stand up? Then, a clattering sound was heard, which caught Nie Xiaoming's attention, and she asked, She waved her hand and said, "We'll talk later. I'll handle this." Hearing this, Xiao Zhan asked in confusion, "Sister-in-law, what is she going to do?" Qi Jiao, sitting next to her, broke out in a sweat and replied, "I don't know, but I have a bad feeling." As expected, a voice was heard from downstairs. "I-oh." Qi Jiao pulled Xiao Zhan's hand toward the window and said, "Come on, let's go see." Xiao Zhan looked down at the scene below and asked in shock, "Sister-in-law she?" Qi Jiao answered, "Is she faking being hit?" At that moment, Nie Xiaoming was lying on the road, pretending to have been hit, crying pitifully, "A carriage hit someone. My leg is broken. Pay up." After getting the money, Nie Xiaoming returned to the tavern. "All right, mission accomplished." Xiaojun scolded, "Aren't you just a fraudster?" Nie Xiaoming retorted, "So what? How else am I supposed to get money to eat? Once the turmoil of Prince Zhao Shun choosing a consort is over, I will definitely pay them back." Hearing this, Xiaojun stammered, Well, you'd better remember that. In short, scamming money is not good. Qi Jiao quickly stepped in to mediate. "Be good. Don't argue anymore." Nie Xiaoming continuously stuffed buns into her bag, nodding, Okay, I get it." Seeing that it was getting dark, Nie Xiaoming climbed onto the windowsill and said, "It's getting late. I should go now. Goodbye, Sister Jiao. Goodbye, Sixth Princess." Right after that, Nie Xiaoming jumped down from the upper floor. Seeing this, Xiao Zhun said angrily, "Sister-in-law, look at her." Qi Jiao gave a forced smile. "Sixth sister, we should be heading back too. You go wait for me in the carriage. I'll pay the bill, and then we'll leave." After paying the bill, Qi Jiao walked to the door and asked Sixth sister, "Strange, where is she?" She didn't notice a person in black hiding behind the door. Waiting for an opportunity, while she wasn't paying attention, he moved forward and knocked her unconscious. After a while, Qi Jiao woke up, slowly opening her eyes and wondering, Where is this? Have I been kidnapped again? The sixth sister has also been captured. Both she and Xiao Zhan were captured and tied up. She called out to the girl in a low voice, "Wake up." Just then, Marquis Zhao Lian appeared and said, "I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly." Qi Jiao thought in shock. Could he be Marquis Zhao Lian? It seems Nanzhou's plan succeeded. He was indeed lured out. She looked up. "What do you want?" "I don't know you. Why did you capture me?" Marquis Zhao Lian approached and asked, "Princess consort, no need to feign ignorance. Weren't you trying to lure Zhao Wu out?" Qi Jiao worriedly thought to herself, "I'm doomed. He knows about the plan. What should I do?" Marquis Zhao Lian massaged his wrist, approached, and said, "Since Xiao Quan wants to see me, I'll bring him the princess consort's head." He came forward and grabbed her neck tightly, making her startle and cry out. He gave a perverse smile and continued, "Let's go meet him then." Just as Marquis Zhao Lian was about to strike Qi Jiao, Xiao Quan burst in, shouting, "Let her go." Then, a series of needles flew towards him. Seeing this, he was startled and quickly let go of Qi Jiao. "You people." Qi Jiao coughed dryly and immediately ran to Xiao Quan. "You're finally here. Quickly, save the sixth sister." Marquis Zhao Lian gritted his teeth. "Nanzhou, you really did betray me." Wang Nanzhou held a needle and questioned, "You killed my older brother and deceived me. How dare you say I betrayed you? Today, I must avenge my brother." He laughed coldly. "I saw through your conspiracy long ago. Naturally, I've made all the preparations. But Xiao Quan, you only brought a few people to capture me. Isn't that a bit too careless?" "Man." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fengxian walked in and said, "Lord Zhao, are you calling them?" He was already holding the sixth princess, Xiao Zhen, while Marquis Zhao Lian's men were thrown to the ground, crying out, "My lord." Seeing this, Marquis Zhao Lian was stunned. How is this possible?" Chu Fengxian said in a stern voice, "No need to shout. The dozens of men you had in ambush outside have been executed on the spot." Xiao Quan also drew his sword, pointed it at his throat, and questioned, "Speak, where is the crown prince?" Marquis Zhao Lian laughed and replied, "Even if you kill me, I won't tell you." Xiao Quan nodded, "Fine." Lord Zhao isn't afraid, even when facing death, still so stubborn. "Men, escort Lord Zhao back to the capital to await trial." He sheathed his sword, and the servants immediately rushed forward, responding yes. On the way back, Xiao Quan asked Qi Jiao, "Princess consort, aren't you going to explain to this prince? Why didn't you follow the plan?" She replied, "Isn't this what they call man proposes, God disposes? Who knew I get caught right after eating hot pot?" Xiao Quan pushed her against a wall and said in a cold voice, "If this prince had been one step later, you would be a dead person." Seeing his anger, Qi Jiao quickly grabbed his hand. "Isn't it fine now? Besides, Lord Zhao has been captured. The plan was a great success." He hugged her tightly. "If you dare to act on your own again, this prince will not forgive you." In his arms, she thought to herself, although he says that every time, he's actually very worried about me. Seeing him lead her to an unfamiliar place, she asked worriedly, "Xiao Quan, where are we going? Aren't we going back to the residence?" He replied nonchalantly, "You'll know soon enough." Qi Jiao looked at the scene before her in astonishment. "Did you prepare this?" "We captured Marquis Zhao Lian this time." "Jiaoer, you've worked hard. Come on, I have a surprise for you." Qi Jiao looked around and exclaimed, "Look, they're Kongming lanterns." Xiao Quan waved her over. "Don't get too close to the water." Qi Jiao looked down at the lake and was even more surprised. There are water lanterns too. She turned back and said happily to him, "Xiao Quan, thank you. I love it." On the other side, seeing that his princess consort liked it, Bai Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Mobilizing so many people from the prince's residence, we finally finished releasing the lanterns. Jixia cupped her face and sighed. "It's so beautiful. I hope the master likes what His Highness prepared." Another servant came over and said, "Miss Jixia, rest assured, with His Highness being so sincere, the princess consort will definitely be overjoyed and moved." Jixia asked, "And you are?" The young man replied, I'm Qin Xiaodang from the kitchen. The shredded potatoes that His Highness likes best are made by me." Hearing this, Jixia exclaimed, "So, it's you? Your skills are truly amazing." Qin Xiaodang blushed and said, "Miss Jixia, you flatter me." Just then, Nie Xiaoming walked by and asked, "Strange, why is everyone here releasing lanterns today? Isn't that Sister Jiao over there?" Sister Jiao. Just as Nie Xiaoming was about to shout for Qi Jiao, her mouth was covered. Bai Lin gestured to her, "Shh, my master and mistress are having a moment. Don't disturb them." She angrily bit Bai Lin's hand. "Make Bai Lin angry, why? Why would you bite someone?" Nie Xiaoming said angrily, "I'm Sister Jiao's friend. You bullied me. I'll tell on you to her tomorrow." Bai Lin placated her. All right, my mistake. Out of respect for the princess consort, tell me where you live and I'll take you home." Nie Xiaoming turned away angrily and said, "In your dreams. But I want you to take me home." Bai Lin chased after her, asking, "Then what do you want?" Nie Xiaoming thought for a moment and said, "Treat me to a drink." Inside the tavern, both Bai Lin and Nie Xiaoming were dead drunk. Nie Xiaoming said, "Your alcohol tolerance is even worse than mine." Bai Lin, lying on the bed, immediately reacted, "You dare doubt my tolerance? Help me up, I can still drink." Nie Xiaoming reached out, covered Bai Lin's mouth, and said, "All right, be quiet. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep." With that, Nie Xiaoming lay down on top of Bai Lin, and they both fell asleep. The next day when they woke up, a scream immediately rang out. Bai Lin pulled his legs in and curled up on one side. Nie Xiaoming woke up, rubbed her eyes, and yelled, "What's with all the noise?" Nothing happened between us last night. But Bai Lin thought worriedly, an unmarried man and woman in the same room. If word gets out, her reputation will be ruined. Therefore, Bai Lin spoke up, Miss Nie, although nothing happened last night, I think I must take responsibility for you." Nie Xiaoming came over and touched Bai Lin's forehead. "Responsibility? What responsibility? Do you have a fever? Why is your face so red?" Bai Lin quickly jumped off the bed, stammering, No fever. Bai Mao will take his leave. Miss Nie, take care." Bai Lin jumped onto the windowsill, intending to climb down. Seeing this, Nie Xiaoming quickly shouted, "Wait, don't jump from the window, that's..." Before she could finish, Bai Lin had already fallen flat on his face on the street below. Nie Xiaoming broke out in a sweat and said, "This is the 4th floor." Inside Liu Pavilion, Qi Jiao sat before the mirror, thinking to herself, "I can't believe Xiao Quan gave me a gift." She recalled yesterday when he put a hairpin on her hair and said, "It suits you very well." Qi Jiao looked at the hairpin in her hand. "But if Xiao Quan keeps treating me this well, I won't have the heart to leave." Just then, the door to the room opened. Jixia walked inside and called out, "Master, young Master Lian Wan is here. He is waiting for you in the front hall." Hearing this, Qi Jiao was startled and asked, "Lian Wan?" She broke out in a sweat. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten about Qi Jiao's uncle coming to the capital?" She walked to the front hall. As soon as the maid saw her, she immediately bowed. "Princess consort, please." As she walked, she prayed in her heart, "Heavens, please don't let him bring up the past with me. If I get exposed, it will be a disaster." As soon as she stepped inside, Lian Wan bowed. Lian Wan pays his respects to the princess consort. Qi Jiao went to help Lian Wan up. "Uncle, there's no need for formalities. Please get up quickly. I heard from father long ago that you were coming to the capital. I was planning to visit, but you came first." Lian Wan looked at her, stunned, and exclaimed, "After a few years of not seeing you, Qi Jiao has grown up quite a bit. You're much more obedient than when you were a child. I wonder if A Jiao has received any news from her master in recent years." Qi Jiao was startled and thought, "Master? Could it be the one Nie Xiaoming mentioned?" She scratched her head and said, I've heard. Master, that old man, he is living very well on Suifeng Mountain." Xiao Quan put down his teacup and said, "Suifeng Mountain?" This prince didn't know Jiao had a master. Lian Wan bowed. "Your Highness, A Jiao was frail since she was young. It was that great master who treated her, which is why she took him as her master. Back then, A Jiao caused a lot of trouble, giving my brother-in-law headaches every few days." Hearing this, Qi Jiao broke out in a sweat, thinking to herself, so the original owner of this body was so frail. No wonder she didn't dare to run away from home. Qi Jiao turned and said with a smile, "Uncle, those things are all in the past. I'm not like that anymore." Li Yanwan replied, "That's right. A Jiao has become much tougher. You used to call your uncle by his full name." Hearing this, Qi Jiao's heart skipped a beat as she thought, "I'm doomed." She quickly waved her hand and said, "Uncle, that's because I was young and didn't know any better. Please don't mention the past anymore." All right, Uncle won't mention it again." Qi Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I got through that." Xiao Quan glanced at her reaction and remained silent. Inside the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the master of the 100 Flowers Pavilion spoke up. "They all say Hanbei is strong and Nanjin's prefecture is powerful, but it turns out even the first prince of Zheng needs help from his Hanbei informant. Speak, what do you want my help with?" Xiao Quan crossed his arms. "Find someone," the pavilion master asked angrily. "Who?" Xiao Quan replied, "Qi Jiao." Hearing this, the pavilion master was stunned and asked, "Find Qi Jiao? Did I hear you right? Isn't the princess consort in your residence? Could she be a fake?" "She is indeed a fake. Since you already know, why not expose her directly? Impersonating the princess consort is a capital crime." Xiao Quan turned to ask him, "Why should this prince convict her?" He reached out and pushed away the pavilion master's fan, saying, "Dongli Jian, listen carefully. What this prince wants you to do is find the real Qi Jiao and then make her disappear from this world." Hearing this, Dongli Jian was shocked. "Xiao Quan, this is no joke. The current one in your residence is an imposter with an unknown background. I don't care. No matter who she is, this prince's wife can only be her." Dongli Jian opened his fan and continued, "Your Highness, in doing this, have you ever considered that her feelings might not be the same as yours?" Hearing this, Xiao Quan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Dongli Jian explained, "My spies report that the princess consort has frequently visited Prince Yi's residence. It said that she asked Prince Yi to help her leave the capital." Xiao Quan was shocked. "What? Leave the capital?" Seeing Xiao Quan turn to leave, Dongli Jian was surprised. Leaving just like that? He thought to himself, "Xiao Quan, oh, Xiao Quan, I never thought you'd see the day you'd be in such a predicament." Back at Luoyu Pavilion, Qi Jiao was holding a bronze mirror. Seeing Xiao Quan return, she asked, Xiao Quan, why are you back so early today?" Xiao Quan looked at her with a furious expression. He reached out, pulled her close, and asked, "What's wrong? Is the princess consort afraid that this prince will interfere with your escape plan?" Qi Jiao was stunned. "What are you talking about? What escape?" "I'm just trying on the clothes Ji Xia just made." She held up her clothes for him to see. Hearing this, Xiao Quan was startled. New clothes? She also handed him a set. "Here, I had a set made for you too. Hurry up and try it on." Xiao Quan took the set of clothes. "This is for this prince." After Xiao Quan changed, Qi Jiao helped him fasten his attire and said, "There, all done. You have all your usual clothes, but look, this color is much nicer." Xiao Quan looked at her and thought to himself, she doesn't look like she's about to run away. Could Dongli Jian be mistaken? He leaned down and asked her, why did Jiao suddenly want to make new clothes for this prince? She explained, "Are we going back to the Qi residence for the festival? Of course, we have to dress up in a new look to see father, right?" Xiao Quan stood up and asked, "The festival?" She continued, "The Mid-Autumn Festival. It's a day for family reunions. You didn't forget, did you?" Hearing this, Xiao Quan blushed slightly and thought, family. He took her hand and said, "All right, we'll go back together." She exclaimed joyfully, "That's great. I knew you would agree." Then she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. He shyly touched his blushing cheek. "Jiao, why so suddenly?" She turned around, leaning against the door to hide her steaming, flushed face, and replied, "It's nothing. I just think you look very handsome today." At the residence of Duke Qi, Li Yanwan sat at the dining table and asked with a smile, "Coming home for the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Jiao, you didn't bring His Highness back." She snorted coldly, "Don't mention it. He was originally getting into the carriage with me, but a eunuch from the palace suddenly summoned him. So I came alone." Hearing this, Duke Qi said, "If Jiao regrets it, you can still go to the palace with His Highness after coming back here." "Father, what are you talking about? I'm not like spilled water, spending all the holidays at my husband's home." Hearing this, the Duke nodded. "Father is happy wherever Jiao celebrates the festival." "That's right. At the Mid-Autumn Festival night market, there will be moon gazing and releasing of water lanterns. Eldest uncle, after we eat, you should take Jiao for a stroll to see the night scenery." Li Yanwan nodded in response. "All right." The moment Jiao heard stroll, she immediately jumped up and asked, "A stroll?" "Thank you, father." After eating, both Lien Wan and Jiao went out to have fun and see the city streets. Chu Hanfei suddenly appeared and called out, "Hey Jiao, it seems there's a lantern competition up ahead. Let's go take a look." She was startled. Why did this old man suddenly appear? Lien Wan asked suspiciously, "Hey Jiao, who are you talking to?" She waved her hands "Oh, no one, uncle. Let's go solve the lantern riddles." Hearing this, Lien Wan was surprised. "Hey Jiao even knows how to solve riddles." She smiled and replied, "It's the participation that counts." Chu Hanfei pulled her hand and said, "It's right over there. Let's go, let's go." In front of the venue, the host announced, "Honored guests, the answers to the riddles are on these lanterns. Whoever catches the most answers will go upstairs to receive the prize. 1,000 li, a horizontal mountain, a flock of geese, a single character. What is it?" Chu Hanfei analyzed. 1,000 li, Tei Qian, a horizontal mountain. Shan is horizontal, making it Chu. A flock of geese. Wild geese fly in a run formation. The run in Li combines to make ping. Daughter-in-law, quickly answer, "It's ping da." Qi Jiao was stunned. "We both received a standard education. How are you so outstanding?" Qi Jiao gave the answer. The host clapped. "This young lady is no ordinary person. The answer is completely correct." Seeing this, the crowd started to murmur. "I didn't realize this young lady was so formidable." Indeed. After several rounds, Qi Jiao won. She was led upstairs by the host. "The young lady is exceptionally intelligent and has won first place. Please come forward to receive your prize." The owner of this tavern, a young man, asked with interest, "Qi Jiao, so you are the winner of the lantern riddle contest?" She replied, That's me. I heard this contest has a prize." He pushed a box forward. "This is the prize." Qi Jiao picked up the box and marveled inwardly. What an exquisite box. She accepted it and said, "Thank you, then I'll take my leave." The owner replied, "As you wish." He watched Qi Jiao leave and thought, "Princess Quan, don't be in such a hurry. We will meet again very soon." At the same time, in the Nanjing Imperial Palace, the Mid-Autumn Festival Royal Banquet was underway. On the stage, musicians were dancing. Xiao Quan sat alone, drinking wine and thinking. Tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival with a full moon. I wonder what Jiao is doing right now. Just then, Marquis Luo approached to talk to him, in Weizhou, "I have long heard of your highness's fame. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. I wonder if your highness would do me the honor of sharing a drink." He stood up and said, "Since Marquis Luo has invited me, how could I dare to refuse?" He stood to one side and introduced his daughter. "This is my daughter, Luo Jiao." Jiao quickly toast his highness. Luo Jiao replied with a yes. Then she stepped forward. "Your humble daughter, Luo Jiao, pays her respects to your highness. This cup is to wish your highness blessings, joy, and success in all things." Xiaozhen, sitting on the side, was surprised to see this. Why is Luo Yuan's daughter toasting my third imperial brother? Could it be that she wants to take advantage of my imperial sister-in-law's absence to seduce my imperial brother? She should first ask if her sister-in-law's husband allows it. Seeing Luo Jiao about to offer a toast to Xiao Quan, Xiaozhen immediately ran over and called out, "Imperial brother." Luo Jiao bowed. Luo Jiao pays her respects to the princess. Xiaozhen pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, so you are Luo Jiao. What a coincidence. My imperial sister-in-law's name also has the character Jiao. She's a very good person. You have no idea how much my imperial brother dotes on her. Isn't that right, imperial brother?" Xiaozhen deliberately nudged Xiao Quan. After hearing this, Luo Jiao immediately bowed and said, "How could Luo Jiao dare to compare with the princess consort? My father is calling for me. Luo Jiao will not disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave." Hearing this, Xiaozhen snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and glanced at her, thinking, at least she knows her place. That night, at the residence of Duke Qi Jiao lay on her bed, signed, "I wonder how Xiao Quan is doing in the imperial palace." Just then, his voice rang out. "It's only been a day, and Jiao already misses this prince this much." Qi Jiao sat up abruptly and said, "Xiao Quan, why is it you? How did you get in? Does my father know?" He replied nonchalantly, "As for Duke Qi, this prince has already sent someone to inform him that this prince is taking you somewhere." With that, he immediately picked her up, carried her outside, and said, "Let's go." She asked him curiously, Go where? You'll know when we get there." Qi Jiao struggled with her feet. "Wait, I haven't put on my shoes yet." Xiao Quan said, "Get on the horse. This prince will carry them for you." The two of them rode off on the horse, not noticing that Duke Qi was standing behind them. He stroked his beard and nodded, It seems Jiao and His Highness have a good relationship. This father can rest assured. At the Lantern City of Nanjing, Qi Jiao sat in the carriage, looking outside, and said, "What time is it already? Why is it still so lively on the streets?" Xiao Quan turned to her and said, "Every year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the capital holds a lantern festival. The entire capital stays up all night to celebrate. Does Jiao want to join?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, I want to go see." The carriage stopped. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into Xiao Yi and Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen said happily, "Imperial brother, Imperial sister-in-law, you're finally here. Fifth Imperial brother, and I have been waiting for a long time." Qi Jiao was surprised. "Why are you all here?" He pointed at Xiao Quan. "Imperial brother called us here." Qi Jiao looked at him happily and thought, "Xiao Quan arranged this. It seems he's been very considerate of me lately. All right. You see Imperial brother every day. Haven't you seen enough?" Xiao Zhen quickly grabbed Qi Jiao's hand and ran off. "Imperial sister-in-law, hurry and follow me. The fire jumping is about to start." Seeing his wife being pulled away, Xiao Quan was extremely annoyed. The three of them, Xiao Yi, Xiao Zhen, and Qi Jiao, joined the group of people dancing by the bonfire. Xiao Quan stood off to one side. Seeing this, Qi Jiao was surprised. Why is Xiao Quan standing there all by himself? She quickly pushed him into the circle, saying, "Come on, let's dance together." Xiao Quan was flustered, but this prince doesn't know how to dance. He smiled faintly and thought to himself, "Imperial brother cares a lot about Qi Jiao. If one day she really leaves, what will you do?" The next day, Qi Jiao and Xiao Quan went to the palace to see the Empress Dowager. The two of them entered and bowed. "Your grandson and granddaughter-in-law, pay our respects to the Empress Dowager." She smiled and said, "We're all family. No need for formalities. Quickly sit." Xiao Zhen said happily, "Imperial sister-in-law, come here quickly. Imperial grandmother has prepared a lot of delicious food." The Empress Dowager smiled and said to Qi Jiao, "I didn't know what a Jiao likes to eat, so I told the eunuchs to prepare a little of everything." Qi Jiao picked up her chopsticks, looking happy. I like it all. Your granddaughter-in-law is not a picky eater." Just then, someone came in to announce, "Empress Dowager, Marquis Luo Xiang has arrived." Luo Yuan led Luo Jiao forward to bow. "Your subject and my humble daughter, Luo Jiao, pay our respects to the Empress Dowager." "We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager waved her hand and said with a smile, "Dispense with the ceremony. Quickly sit." Then she introduced A Jiao. "This is my nephew-in-law, Marquis Luo Xiang of Weizhou. Beside him is his daughter, Luo Jiao. The Jiao in her name is the same as yours. I think you two are quite fated." Luo Jiao bowed. For Luo Jiao to be able to meet the princess consort today is a true honor. Qi Jiao smiled and replied, "Hello." Luo Jiao smiled and said, "The princess consort is exceptionally talented. In Guangzhou, Luo Jiao had the honor of reading your poetry. The words were so exquisite, I still haven't forgotten them to this day." Hearing this, Qi Jiao was stunned. "Poetry? I even know how to write poetry." The Empress Dowager heard this and nodded. Since that's the case, why don't A Jiao recite a piece for me to appreciate your talent?" Hearing this, she froze. "I don't even know a single poem by heart. How can I compose one?" Luo Jiao, sitting to the side, smiled faintly. "Perhaps the princess consort is not yet prepared. In that case, let Luo Jiao try first." Qi Jiao looked at her in confusion. She began to recite a poem. Guanju's paths intertwine, a mid-autumn feast, raising cups and changing goblets, amidst laughter and talk. The moment I saw you, my heart was already given a piece of longing. Would you pity it? As she recited the poem, she blushed and looked toward Xiao Quan, but he remained unmoved. He picked up a chicken leg for Qi Jiao and said, "Jiaoer, eat the chicken leg." She immediately held up her bowl. "Bowl's here." Seeing this, Luo Jiao was extremely disappointed. The Empress Dowager spoke up. "All right, everyone, let's eat. It will get cold if we wait any longer." After the meal, as Qi Jiao was taking a stroll outside, Luo Jiao approached and asked Princess Consort, "May I take a walk with you?" She replied, "Ma'am, all right." As soon as she led her near the lake, she suddenly knelt down, grabbing onto Te Jiao's skirt and said, "Luo Jiao begs the princess consort." Te Jiao said in alarm, "What are you doing? Get up quickly," she said with tears in her eyes. This humble daughter has long had deep feelings for the prince. Today, I do not ask for a title, only to be by the prince's side to serve him every day. Please grant my wish, princess consort," Te Jiao said in alarm. If you want to be a servant or a concubine for Xiao Quan, go ask him. What are you looking for me for? Don't pull on my sleeve. Tei Jiao was trying to pull her sleeve back. Luo Jiao saw the Empress Dowager, her father, and Xiao Quan approaching and gave a cold smile. She immediately stood up, grabbed Tei Jiao's hand, and said, "It is Luo Jiao's fault. Luo Jiao should not have fantasized about getting close to the prince. Please spare Luo Jiao's life, princess consort." Hearing this, Tei Jiao was stunned and asked, What are you talking about?" Then she intentionally let go of Tei Jiao's hand, leaned backward, and screamed, "Princess consort, why did you push me?" And then she immediately fell into the lake. As soon as Marquis Luo saw this, he cried out in fear, "Jiao!" Then he ran over. The Empress Dowager rushed over and asked, "What happened?" Luo Jiao coughed for a moment and then said, "It was Luo Jiao's fault. Don't blame the princess consort. The princess consort was just too angry. She didn't do it on purpose." Marquis Luo immediately pointed at Tei Jiao and scolded, "Princess consort, no matter what my humble daughter did wrong, you should not have pushed her into the water. Jiao doesn't know how to swim. By doing this, you wanted to take her life." She cried out, "I didn't push her, she let go of my hand herself and intentionally fell into the water." Xiao Quan spoke up at this moment. "All right, stop making a scene. This prince will handle this matter." Hearing this, Tei Jiao said to him, "Xiao Quan is still the best." But he flung her hand away and picked up Luo Jiao, causing her to ask in shock, "Xiao Quan?" Tei Jiao thought to herself, "Why? Could it be that even you don't believe me?" Xiao Quan turned and carried Luo Jiao away. Everyone left, leaving Tei Jiao all alone and helpless. She ran to another place and cried with her face in her hands. Xiao Yi was passing by and saw this, so he approached and said, "I heard everything. I believe you. You did not push Luo Jiao. I think my imperial brother believes you too." Tei Jiao replied, "It's fine. Right now, everyone thinks I pushed her. It doesn't matter." Xiao Yi sat down and asked, "So you still want to leave this place? I mean, leave him. Answer me. I don't know either. Maybe Xiao Quan did this to help me, but seeing him and Luo Jiao, my heart feels very uncomfortable." Xiao Yi reached out and patted her head, saying, There, don't be sad anymore." Xiao Yi sighed and thought, why wasn't I the first person she met? Inside the Khan Wu Tian Palace, Luo Jiao was placed on a chair by Xiao Quan. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for staying to take care of me. Luo Jiao is very grateful. It's just that I've dirtied Your Highness's clothes. Luo Jiao is truly sorry." Xiao Quan wiped the water from his clothes. He put the cloth down and said, "This prince did not stay for you." Hearing this, Luo Jiao was stunned. "Luo Jiao does not understand Your Highness's meaning." He told her coldly, "Do you really think this prince can't see through your and Luo Vine's purpose? To make this prince take you as a secondary consort, Luo Vine has truly exhausted all his efforts." Hearing that, she quickly stood up and said, "Luo Jiao truly and sincerely loves Your Highness. Why won't Your Highness believe my feelings? Can't Jiao or even be an ornament in the manor?" She hugged Xiao Quan's arm. He immediately pushed her away and said, "Luo Jiao, please have some self-respect." Seeing that she had failed, she laughed and asked, "The princess consort is jealous, drowning the daughter of Marquis Luo. Even if the Empress Dowager wants to protect her, she will face criticism from the court officials and will have no choice but to punish the princess consort. If Your Highness takes Luo Jiao as a secondary consort, Luo Jiao will come forward to explain. How about it?" After hearing this, Xiao Quan was silent for a moment, then turned his head. "Let this prince think about it." After a while, Tei Jiao was summoned to the Empress Dowager's palace. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, "Jiao, Quanah has clearly investigated the matter of Luo Jiao falling into the water. It was just a misunderstanding. You have been wronged." Hearing this, Tei Jiao was surprised. "Investigated clearly, just like that?" The Empress Dowager said, "Actually, I called you here also to talk to you about Xiao Quan and Luo Jiao. Quanah wants to make Luo Jiao a secondary consort. Jiao doesn't have any objections, right?" Tei Jiao was stunned and asked, "Secondary consort?" She glanced at him and thought to herself, "So that's how it is." She gave a bitter smile. "How could I have any objections? That's just great." After that, the three of them returned together. As soon as Bai Lin saw Xiao Quan return, he immediately ran over and said, "Your Highness has returned." Who is this?" Xiao Quan said, "From today onwards, she is the secondary consort of the manor. Take her to the Thin Vu Hien Pavilion. Without this prince's permission, no one is to go near." Tei Jiao quietly turned and ran away. Hearing this, Bai Lin asked in surprise, Secondary consort?" Luo Jiao gave a gentle smile and replied, "Yes." Bai Lin led her to the thin Wuhian pavilion and introduced, "We're here. This will be your residence from now on." Luo Jiao was startled. "This?" She looked at the dilapidated and cold residence in front of her and thought in disbelief, "It's so old and cold." Bai Lin smiled and said, "It's all right. You stay here. Bai Lin will send people to clean it up." She replied, "If that's the case, Luo Jiao will return to her room to rest first. I'll be troubling guard Bai." He nodded and replied, "Ah, yes." She went inside, thinking to herself, "It's fine. As long as I've entered the prince's manor, sooner or later I will replace Kai Jiao and become the female master of the manor." Meanwhile, Te Jiao was sitting in her room, opening the box she was given. She covered her face and cried. While crying, she cursed, "Xiao Quan, you big jerk." Her tears fell into the ring. Instantly, a stream of power emanated from the ring. A figure appeared behind her. Seeing her crying like that, it called out, "Hey." Te Jiao was startled and turned her head to ask, "Who?" The spirit that had just appeared introduced itself. "This empress is Empress Murong Zhaoshan." Hearing this, Te Jiao was surprised. "Murong Zhaoshan? Empress Murong." She nodded. "I have long heard of the reputation of Prince Quan's consort. Today, I finally get to meet you." Te Jiao asked her, "Why is your spirit in the ring?" Just then, Chu Hanfei suddenly appeared, opening the door and calling out, "Murong Zhaoshan." The empress was also surprised. "Chu Hanfei." The two of them frowned at each other. Te Jiao said worriedly, "The atmosphere has become tense. That is, do you two have some business?" Then both of them immediately changed their expressions and ran to call out to each other, "Younger sister Hanfei, older sister Empress." Seeing this, Te Jiao was extremely confused. The Empress hugged Chu Hanfei and said happily, "I didn't expect that we sisters would have a chance to reunite." Chu Hanfei happily agreed. "That's right, older sister. I missed you so much." Seeing the two of them getting along so well, Te Jiao was curious. "Wait, don't the rumors say your relationship was very bad?" Chu Hanfei crossed her arms and pouted, saying, "Listen to their nonsense. The Empress and I are not sisters who are friendly on the surface, but not in their hearts." Te Jiao asked further, "So the story about the Empress and the Crown Prince plotting to usurp the throne is also a rumor?" Chu Hanfei frowned. "Of course. Older sister Morong's family is not that kind of people." The Empress said, "This Empress only wanted to save my child. Otherwise, he would have been framed by Murong Tak." Hearing the new name, Te Jiao frowned and asked, "Wait, may I ask who Murong Tak is?" Murong Zhaoshan recounted, "Murong Tak is my father's illegitimate son. Because of his status, he was always looked down upon by others. He was constantly resentful and often bullied by people in the clan." She recalled, "That time, Murong Tak was kicked out the door by someone who cursed. Don't you look at your own status? You still want to imitate others and study? Take these tattered things of yours and get out of the Murong family." Zhaoshan continued. Over time, resentment grew in his heart. He even developed the idea of destroying the Murong family. Therefore, he changed his appearance, used the fake name Zhao Lianho, disguised himself as a eunuch, and infiltrated the palace. No one saw through him. Because he was a smooth talker with clever mannerisms, he was very quickly promoted to chief steward. She recalled, "That time when Xiao Quan was little, he was pulled by his two younger brothers, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yi, who cried, she. Third older brother said he wanted to go boating with Jinner. No, imperial brother promised to go dig for bird nests with a. Xiao Quan stood in the middle and shouted, 'No, I never said that.' Zhao Lianho stepped forward, bowed, and said, 'The three highnesses need not argue. This servant has a game for your highnesses to play.' After hearing this story, Te Jiao was startled. What? Zhao Lianho. Murong Tak is Zhao Lianho. The empress nodded. That's right, it's him. To take revenge on the Murong family, he first poisoned younger sister Chu Hanfei, framing Jun'er. Then he bribed the court official to accuse this empress and Jun'er of colluding with court officials to plot a rebellion. The late emperor was furious, stripped Crown Prince Jun'er of his title, and turned the Murong family into a family of criminals. Recalling that day, after the emperor finished looking at the evidence, he threw it on the ground and cursed, "Rebellious son, pass the decree. From today, demote the crown prince to the East Palace. We do not want to see him again." Remembering this, the empress finished her story. In the end, this empress's heart was dead and cold, and I committed suicide by drinking poison. After hearing this, Te Jiao was shocked. I can't believe the truth of that year was like this. After hearing this, Chu Hanfei sat down to one side. The empress turned to her and said, "Although Zhao Lianho is now imprisoned, he will absolutely not wait obediently to be captured." Chu Hanfei nodded. That's right, he still refuses to reveal the crown prince's whereabouts. He must still have other schemes. The Empress hurriedly grabbed Te Jiao's hand. Princess consort, Prince Quan is currently in danger from all sides. This Empress can only place my hopes in you. Te Jiao stammered. But what can I do? Chu Hanfei pushed the ring box forward and said, the person who gave you this ring, his name is Shi Xingshan. For this person to intentionally give you this ring as a lantern riddle prize, he must have a purpose. Moreover, he is very familiar with the heavenly secret mystic jade. He might be able to help you return to the modern era. She was surprised. Return to the modern era? The next day, while Te Jiao was sitting in the manor, she received a letter. She opened it and was surprised. A letter from Xiao Yi. The letter said, in a few days, I will be leaving the capital. Let this cup of plain wine be my farewell. I hope Miss Kai will do me the honor of coming to gathering. After reading it, Te Jiao was startled and thought, he wants to leave the capital? She ran to Prince Yi's manor and asked, Xiao Yi, you want to leave the capital? Where are you going? While pouring wine, Xiao Yi replied, me? Of course, I'm going to roam the martial world and find a place of immortals. You came to ask about this? Want to go with me? She sat down and asked again, go together. She recalled the day before when Xiao Quan had picked up Luo Jiao, ignoring her there, and thought, Te Jiao, what are you still hesitating for at this point? She accepted the cup of wine Xiao Yi handed her and replied, all right, I've decided to leave this place. But before I go, I have to meet someone. I'm afraid I can't travel with you. Xiao Yi was surprised. Oh, that's fine. He took out a jade pendant and gave it to her. This is my personal jade pendant. You take it. After you leave the capital, just take it to any Bai Lai courier house. I will immediately receive the news and meet up with you. After speaking, Xiao Yi turned to leave. Te Jiao was silent for a moment, then held his hand and said, but this jade pendant is very important to you. Why are you so good to me? He smiled and replied, because you're the friend I care about the most. That night, Te Jiao wandered the streets thinking, transportation in ancient times is not well developed. If I want to leave the capital and go elsewhere, I'll need a detailed map. That person was Nie Xiaoming. After a chat on the bamboo forest path, she returned to Prince Quan's manor. Te Jiao put the map in her sleeve and thought. As expected, asking Nie Xiaoming for help to escape was the right move. With this map, I feel more at ease. As she was walking, the Empress suddenly pulled her back and possessed her. Empress Morogne, she said, Princess Consort, my apologies. This Empress will borrow the Princess Consort's body for a moment. Inside the imperial prison, where Zhao Lianhou was being held, the Empress in Te Jiao's body walked up to him and said, I finally get to meet you, third younger brother. Zhao Lianhou raised his head and asked, Regent Princess Consort, so late at night, what brings the Princess Consort here? The Empress approached step by step and asked, you don't even recognize me, third younger brother? That year, I fell into the river, and third younger brother saved me. Zhao Lianhou was stunned to hear this story. You are not the Regent Princess Consort. Who are you? The Empress immediately grabbed him by the collar and asked, who am I? Murong Tak, take a good look at who I am. Zhao Lianhou saw the image of the Empress in Te Jiao's body and cried out in shock. Murong family Zhaoshan. I didn't expect the Regent Princess Consort to be able to communicate with ghosts. No wonder Xiao Quan values her so much. The Empress shoved him down and said, cut the nonsense. Speak, where is this Empress's Junior? Where on earth did you take him? He laughed and asked, you want to know the whereabouts of that piece of trash? Then you'd better beg me not to die in this heavenly prison. Otherwise, if the news gets out, not only will Xiao Jun and the Murong family be buried with me, but the entire Xiao family's empire will also be shattered. You just obediently wait and see the great gift I have for the Xiao family. It will be presented one by one, by one by one. He suddenly lunged forward, causing the Empress to step back and curse. You madman. Seeing her fear, Zhao Lianhou burst into gleeful laughter. The Empress left the prison, and on her way back, she passed through the plum blossom forest. She thought to herself, I must quickly return the body to the Princess Consort and find younger sister Hanfei to discuss a countermeasure. Just as Xiao Quan saw Te Jiao, not knowing the Empress was possessing her body, he hurriedly ran over, grabbed her wrist, and called out, Jiaoer, I've found you. Why haven't you been willing to see me these past few days, as if you were intentionally avoiding me? The Empress was startled and thought, the two kids are fighting. How should this Empress answer? All right, let these two kids resolve it themselves. This Empress will leave first. Then she immediately left her body, causing her to fall. Xiao Quan was startled and asked, Jiaoer, are you all right? A scroll fell out from her sleeve. Xiao Quan saw it, bent down to pick it up and wondered, what is this? After opening it, he was shocked. A map. The next day, Te Jiao woke up in her room with a headache. Shiha entered and called out, Mistress, you're awake. Quickly get up, get dressed, and wash your face. The sun is already high. Are you and the prince having a quarrel? Last night, the prince carried you back. You two must have made up. Te Jiao was startled and asked, Shao Quan carry me back? She hurriedly checked and thought. The map, he couldn't have discovered it, right? Thank goodness it's still here. She waved her hand at Chi-Ha. Don't say any more. It's time for me to leave this place. Hearing this, Chi-Ha was stunned. Mistress, where are you going? Could it be you're still angry with the prince? She shook her head. No, my desire to leave has nothing to do with Shao Quan. Chi-Ha was worried. Then why? Te Jiao clenched her trembling hands and replied, It's because I am not the real Kai Jiao. The real Kai Jiao, or rather, when I came to this world, Kai Jiao was already dead. As soon as Chi-Ha heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, and she dropped the tray on the floor. That evening, Te Jiao had finished packing her things. She looked up at the sky outside and thought, it's finally dark. I'll take this opportunity to escape in the dark. I probably haven't forgotten anything. Ah, that's right. There's also the peach blossom hairpin Shao Quan gave me and the handkerchief Chi-Ha made for me. She remembered this morning, after learning that she was not Kai Jiao. Chi-Ha had taken her hand and said, No, mistress, even if my young lady is dead, you're like a sister to me. Whether eating or playing, you always think of Chi-Ha. So no matter who mistress is, Chi-Ha will always be mistress's servant. Te Jiao picked up the silk handkerchief. Chi-Ha. At this moment, Shao Quan walked inside. Seeing the bag she had prepared, he spoke up. So you got the map because you really wanted to leave. Could it be that from beginning to end, you haven't had the slightest feeling for this prince? Te Jiao slung the bag over her shoulder and said, Since you already know, I'll be honest with you. We made an agreement before. I help you investigate the truth of Chu Hanfei's death, and you will let me leave. Now you should fulfill your promise. Shao Quan silently walked over, knocked the bag from her hand, and said, But this prince regrets it. He bent down and forced a kiss on her. She quickly pushed him away, blocking him and asking, Shao Quan, how could you do this? Shao Quan was stunned and asked her, Do you really want to leave that much? She nodded yes. Let me go. She thought to herself, I don't want to continue being upset because of you. Shao Quan stepped forward and said, All right, this prince agrees. As long as you serve this prince in bed tonight, I will let you leave. The next morning, Te Jiao woke up in bed. She let out a soft cry and mumbled, Last night. She remembered yesterday, Shao Quan pinning her on the bed. She asked him, Shao Quan, remember your promise. As long as I agree, you have to let me go. He bent down and kissed her lightly. As he kissed her, he thought, Jiao, I'm sorry. Don't blame this prince, because no matter what, I will not let you go. He bent down to kiss her lips, holding her hand tightly. Back to the present, behind the prince's manners kitchen. Luo Jiao was passing by when she heard the maids gossiping. Sister Chi-Ha, I heard that last night our prince and princess consort consummated their marriage. Really? Chi-Ha smiled and said, Of course it's true. Last night the prince and mistress were busy all night. Aren't I stewing chicken soup to replenish their bodies? The maid smiled and replied after hearing this, Right, to replenish their bodies. But after Luo Jiao heard this, she thought angrily, consummated their marriage. She snorted coldly and turned to leave, then hurried to find her father, Marquis Luo Vien. She tattled, Father, I followed your instructions and forced Shao Quan to give me a title, but he doesn't like me at all. I haven't even seen his face these past few days. Marquis Luo Vien said, Jiao, you are still too impatient. She asked, Why do you want your daughter to marry Shao Quan? He closed his eyes and replied, Because he will be the one to inherit the throne in the future. Hearing this, Luo Jiao was surprised. The throne? Your daughter doesn't understand. He explained His Majesty's body is weak and sickly. He doesn't have much time left. Moreover, he is without an heir. Once he passes away, the throne will immediately fall into Shao Quan's hands. Therefore, as long as you gain Shao Quan's favor, you can easily become the main empress of Namtan. Hearing this, she was stunned. Main empress. Marquis Luo Vien nodded. That's right. A moment of forbearance in exchange for a lifetime of glory and splendor, and the family will enjoy endless wealth and honor. At that time, you'll be dressed in splendid colored silks, your feet adorned with treasures, sitting still and with a wave of your hand. Everyone will be beneath you. Jiao, do you understand? She nodded and replied, Father, rest assured, your daughter understands. On Te Jiao's side, she hurried out of the manor, running to Te Jiao's city to find Shi Xingshan. Before I leave, I must find Shi Xingshan and ask clearly about the green jade pendant. She went inside, thinking to herself, I just asked around on the street. The boss who organized the Lantern Festival last time lives here. Why is there no one to be seen? Shi Xingshan was currently sitting leaning against a branch of a peach tree. As soon as he saw Te Jiao, he spoke up, Te Jiao, looking for me? When she heard him call her real name, she was startled and asked, "Shi Xingxin, you know me?" He jumped down and replied, "You don't recognize me either?" She was startled. He turned and went inside, then spoke. "The princess consort must have a favor to ask. Follow me." Inside the antique workshop, Shi Xingxin pointed towards the table and said, "Princess consort, this way please." Te Jiao observed her surroundings and sighed in her heart. So many antiques. The two sat down. Shi Xingxin asked, "I will be bold and guess. It must be Consort Hanfei who told the princess consort to find me." Hearing that, she was even more surprised. "You even know about this?" Shi Xingxin smiled and said, "When I gave the ring to the princess consort, I naturally guessed that this day would come." Te Jiao thought, "Being able to guess that I would come here is not surprising. I must test him further." Te Jiao nodded. So amazing. What else do you know?" Shi Xingxin replied, "I know the princess consort is not the daughter of Duke Kai, and moreover, you yourself have the power of spirit communication." Seeing this, Te Jiao was shocked. He knows everything. Shi Xingxin continued, "This matter is related to the heavenly, secret mystic Jade." Hearing that, Te Jiao immediately shot up and replied, Right, that's right. Tell me, what heavenly secret does that piece of jade hold?" Shi Xingxin said, "Princess consort, don't be hasty. The matter concerns the secret of the heavenly secret mystic jade. Listen to me." Shi Xingxin asked her, "Has the princess consort ever heard of the dragon vein?" Te Jiao looked at the map and said, "Isn't the dragon vein a type of structure in feng shui? What does it have to do with the heavenly secret mystic jade?" Shi Xingxin nodded. "That's right. The dragon vein is the convergence of the spiritual energy of feng shui and the earth's veins. And Nam Tan has such a dragon vein." Te Jiao was surprised. No wonder Nam Tan's destiny is so prosperous. "So where is the dragon vein?" Shi Xingxin pointed at the map and replied, "At Tui Fong Mountain." Te Jiao raised a doubt. "Isn't that where Kai Jiao's master lives?" "After I transmigrated, both Nie Xiaoming and Kai Jiao's ninth uncle mentioned this Tui Fong Mountain." Shi Xingxin continued to narrate. "To protect the dragon vein, the Nuoc Bak Monastery has guarded Tui Fong Mountain for generations. The annual sacrificial ceremony is actually the emperor's ritual to worship the dragon vein. And the heavenly secret mystic jade is born from the dragon vein, a special sacred object that protects the imperial family. This is the secret of the heavenly secret mystic jade." After hearing this, Te Jiao thought to herself, "I never expected the heavenly secret mystic jade to be like this." She was curious. "So where is it now?" Shi Xingxin replied, I don't know either, but it is in a very safe place." Hearing that, Te Jiao said angrily, "How? Is that any different for not saying anything?" She clasped her hands and said, "Big boss, you must know. Help me out. Tell me where it is. I'm still waiting for it to take me home." Shi Xingxin smiled and said, No. This is a heavenly secret. When the time is right, you will meet it." On the road, Xiao Quan was continuously spurring his horse on. Bai Lin hurriedly chased after him. He said, "Your Highness, the princess consort just took a carriage to Te Jiao City for a stroll. You don't need to be so tense." He hurriedly said, "All right, enough talk. Have you found her yet?" Bai Lin replied. According to the report, the princess consort hired a carriage on the road ahead. He shouted, "Go." The carriage ahead was moving. Seeing two people blocking the road, the driver immediately reined in the horse. Xiao Quan got out of the vehicle holding a box. Bai Lin approached the carriage driver and said, "The young lady in the carriage is my master's wife. The master ordered me to come and pick you up. Just hand her over to me." The carriage driver said, "This isn't very appropriate." Bai Lin tossed him a gold ingot and asked, "Is this okay?" He immediately smiled and said, Okay, thank you, master, for the reward. The esteemed lady is yours." Bai Lin pulled open the carriage curtain and said, "Princess consort, the prince is here." But at this moment, she was fast asleep. He said to Bai Lin, "Shu, you drive the horse." Bai Lin immediately replied, "Yes." Xiao Quan got into the carriage and picked Te Jiao up. He held her in his arms, then suddenly noticed something and his expression changed, thinking, "Xiao Quan, you consider yourself a gentleman. How could you in broad daylight?" Just then, she snuggled into his arms and mumbled, "Xiao Quan, don't take Luo Jiao as a concubine, okay?" Hearing this, he leaned closer to her and thought, "Jiaoer, this prince is only doing this to protect you. Just then, Te Jiao's eyes flew open. She pushed him away. Xiao Quan, what are you doing in my carriage? He cleared his throat and said, nothing. This prince came to take you home. He took the food container beside him and said, that's right, Jiaoer hasn't had breakfast yet. This prince brought your favorite dish from the manor for you. It's still hot. Eat it quickly. But this prince was in a hurry on the way, so it's a little. Te Jiao looked at the plate of food in front of her. She smiled and called out Xiao Quan. Hug. She came forward and hugged him tightly, startling him as he asked, Jiaoer, what's wrong? Nothing. In her heart, she thought, Xiao Quan, I really can't bear to, but in the end, I still have to leave. And Xiao Quan, hugging her, unaware of her thoughts, happily thought to himself, Jiaoer, as long as you don't leave. We have a long future ahead of us. Qi Jiao was currently secretly groping him. Xiao Quan gave a pained smile. Jiaoer, can you not grope around randomly? Upon hearing this, Qi Jiao was startled, then shouted angrily that what's wrong with groping you a couple of times? Last time you hugged Luo Jiao, I haven't even settled the score with you for that. Bai Lin, who was driving the carriage outside, was startled when he heard this. Qi Jiao angrily pinched Xiao Quan's face that if you don't explain clearly, you're not getting away with this. Xiao Quan hurriedly said, this prince has his own difficulties. Qi Jiao angrily scolded, I think you just covet Luo Jiao's beauty and want to marry her. You're a scumbag, a philanderer, a womanizer, a two-timer. Seeing that she wasn't giving him a chance to explain, Xiao Quan quickly pulled her into his arms and kissed her on the lips. You're jealous. She shouted, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Quan still said, you are. Qi Jiao argued back, I'm not. Where are you touching? No more kissing. Bai Lin, driving the carriage outside, blushed and thought, Your Highness, have you forgotten that Bai Lin is still outside? That evening in the back courtyard of the prince's manor, Xia was sitting and eating pastries with the cook, Qian Xiaotang. The little girl said, Brother Xiaotang, thank you for making me a late-night snack. It's delicious. Xiaotang smiled and said, I saw you had a poor appetite recently, so I just casually made some snacks for you. I'm glad you like them. Xia was silent for a moment, then said, It's not that I have a poor appetite, it's that I have something troubling me. Xiaotang said, in that case, if Ms. Xia doesn't mind, tell me what's troubling you. You'll feel better in your heart. Xia put down the food, nodded, and agreed. Xiaotang, I'll tell you, but you must keep it a secret. Xiaotang nodded and replied, They didn't notice Luo Jiao hiding behind a wall, spying on them. She stood there eavesdropping on the two of them, just passing by this place. She ran into two servants and overheard what they were talking about. After hearing it, she was stunned. What? Qi Jiao is not the young miss of the Qi Manor. In another corner, Qi Jiao, wearing a cloak, stepped outside, thinking heartbrokenly, I have to leave tonight. I'll go find Xiao Quan to say goodbye. As soon as she turned her head, she came face to face with Luo Jiao. She spoke up and asked, Princess Consort's sister. Qi Jiao was startled and asked Luo Jiao. She thought angrily, I can't believe I ran into her as soon as I stepped out. Such bad luck. Qi Jiao turned and said, I have other matters. Please excuse me. Luo Jiao came forward and asked, Princess Consort's sister is leaving just like that? In 2 days, we have to enter the palace together to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. I wonder if sister is prepared. Qi Jiao stopped and said, The Empress is very good to me. Paying respects is just a matter of some daily inquiries. What is there to prepare? On the contrary, you should prepare well. After saying that, Qi Jiao left happily, leaving Luo Jiao standing there fuming. She gave a cold smile and thought to herself, when we go to the palace to visit the Empress Dowager, I will expose your identity as a fake princess consort. Let's see how long you can be so smug. Qi Jiao walked to the plum blossom forest. She looked up at the flower garden here and thought, without realizing it, I've been in this world for half a year. The prince's manor is so big, and although it's not my home, it has brought me a lot of warmth. Xia, Bai Lin, and him, she thought of Xiao Quan. Her footsteps suddenly stopped. But Xiao Quan usually loves coming to the plum blossom forest. Why can't I find him? Xiao Quan was standing behind her, writing something. As soon as he saw her, he immediately put down his paper and brush, ran over, and wrapped his arms around her waist, calling Jiaoer. What is Jiaoer thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought? As soon as Qi Jiao heard his voice, she turned around and called out, Xiao Quan, I came to find you. Hearing that, he asked happily, what does Jiaoer want with this prince? She lowered her head and said, the carriage is waiting outside. I have to leave tonight. leave this place. Hearing this, Xiao Quan was stunned. Leave. Qi Jiao continued, so I came to say goodbye to you. She raised her head to look at him. Xiao Quan didn't answer, but coughed lightly. She ran over and asked, You already promised me. You're not going back on your word, are you? Xiao Quan leaned against a tree and replied, No, this prince is not going back on his word. Then he continued to cough. Qi Jiao was worried. Wait, why are you coughing so much? She reached out and touched his forehead, then worriedly said, Your head is so hot. Xiao Quan hugged her and said, I probably caught a chill. It's nothing. Hearing that, she immediately pointed at the pavilion and asked, A chill? You caught a chill, and you're sitting here dressed like this, reviewing official documents. She immediately took off her own cloak and draped it over him, saying, Here, put this on. Xiao Quan took her hand and said, Jiaoer, the carriage is waiting for you outside the manor. She let out an ah and replied, Right, that's right, I forgot. Then you take care. I'm leaving now. He smiled and replied, Seeing this, Qi Jiao was a little confused. Why is he reacting like this? She turned her head again and said, I'm really leaving now. He caressed her face, smiled, and said, Go on. Qi Jiao stepped forward and said, Will you miss me later? Xiao Quan leaned down and kissed her on the lips. What do you think? Qi Jiao was startled. My heart is suddenly beating so fast. No, I can't. She hurriedly pushed him away and thought, Qi Jiao, you are not from this world. You can't fall in love. You have to leave. But why does my heart hurt so much at this moment? She turned and ran away in a hurry. Xiao Quan followed behind her, reminding her, Be careful on the road. Qi Jiao turned her head to look at him and thought, Xiao Quan. Suddenly, she threw herself into his chest, calling, Xiao Quan. In her heart, she thought, I really can't bear to leave you. He hugged her, stroking her head, and said, All right, this prince will miss you. Go quickly. She cried and said, Okay, goodbye. He watched her retreating figure and thought, Jiaoer, we will meet again very soon. At the head of Donchuan Street, Shuo Feng, Xiao Yi's guard, held a portrait, looked at it, and thought, although it doesn't look like her, she's wearing the young master's jade pendant. It's probably her. At this moment, Qi Jiao was angrily exclaiming, That's Xiao. He said he would send someone to Donchuan to pick me up. Seeing her angry, Shuo Feng quickly ran closer to her. Miss Qi, my young master told me to come pick you up. Qi Jiao was startled and asked, You are. Shuo Feng pointed to himself and introduced, I am young master Yi's guard. My name is Shuo Feng. Qi Jiao smiled and said, So you're Shuo Feng. I've heard Xiao Yi mention you. She whispered to herself, You're a blockhead. Hearing this, Shuo Feng asked happily, Really? My young master mentioned me. Just then, Shuo Feng's stomach rumbled, and he blushed, clutching his stomach. Seeing this, Qi Jiao laughed and said, Shuo Feng, you're hungry. Come on, I'll treat you to some steamed buns. As soon as Shuo Feng heard this, he immediately held up 5 fingers and asked excitedly, Steamed buns? Can I have 5 then? As many as you want. Big sister has money. Behind them, 2 people were observing them. As soon as the young man saw Qi Jiao, he immediately asked the person next to him, Master, isn't that senior sister Xiao Jiao? The master looked at that person for a while, then shook his head. No, their figures are not the same. At the Regent Prince's manor, Bai Lin ran into the study to report, Your Highness, the spy reports that the princess consort has arrived in Donchuan. Xiao Yi's guard, Shuo Feng, is by her side to protect her, and they are sightseeing everywhere. Xiao Quan, who was reading official documents, heard this and asked, Is she having fun? Bai Lin took out a secret letter and read, Allow me to read this. Your Highness, the letter says the princess consort is eating, drinking, and playing, having a very good time. Yesterday, she even wanted to go to the brothel for entertainment. She was stopped by Shuo Feng. Shuo Feng has also had a very tiring time protecting Qi Jiao all the way. He was carrying a full load of bags from her shopping and even holding a stick full of candy haws. Meanwhile, Qi Jiao was happily humming, eating candied haws in front. Arriving in front of the brothel, Qi Jiao was extremely excited and wanted to go in, but Shuo Feng used all his strength to stop her. You can't go in. When Xiao Quan heard that Qi Jiao wanted to go to a brothel, his whole body radiated a murderous aura. Seeing this, Bai Lin called out worriedly, Your Highness, are you all right? Xiao Quan folded the document, forced an ugly smile, and replied, I'm fine. In a few days, this prince will personally go and bring her back. On the day of the meeting with the Empress Dowager, inside the Koang Chu Palace, the Empress Dowager asked Marquis Luo in her room, Today is just a simple greeting from the younger generation. Why did you want me to summon so many ministers? Marquis Luo stepped forward, glanced briefly at Shao Quan, and said, "Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, you will know the reason shortly. Right now, I have a question for the prince. Your Highness, today is the day to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Why hasn't the princess consort arrived yet?" Duke Qi, who was beside him, also came forward and asked, "That's right, why hasn't my precious daughter arrived?" Shao Quan put down his teacup and said, "Jiao, she has been pregnant these past few days. This prince doesn't want her to travel too much to avoid disturbing the pregnancy. I ask for everyone's forgiveness." As soon as she heard this, Luo Jiao immediately shot up, thinking in shock, "Pregnant? How is that possible? They clearly only consummated their marriage a few days ago." The ministers, upon hearing that Qi Jiao was pregnant, immediately started congratulating him. "Congratulations, Your Highness. When I return, I must prepare a gift for my wife." The Empress Dowager was overjoyed upon hearing this. Quaner, "A Jiao is pregnant? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Seeing everyone congratulating him, Luo Jiao clenched her fists in anger. She stood up and said, "Everyone, Luo Jiao personally heard the princess consort's close mate admit that the princess consort is not the young miss of the Qi family." As soon as he heard this, Duke Qi stood up in shock and asked, "Side consort Luo, what are you saying? A Jiao is clearly my precious daughter. How could she be a fake? You can't make baseless accusations." Luo Jiao looked toward Shao Quan and said, "Luo Jiao is not speaking without reason. I am just thinking on behalf of the prince. If the princess consort's identity is suspicious, I'm afraid it would be disadvantageous to the imperial family." The Empress Dowager frowned upon hearing this. "Side consort Luo, your words have no proof. If you insist that a Jiao's identity is fake, you should present some evidence." She immediately said, "Evidence? Then I asked the prince to bring Princess Consort's sister here for a blood paternity test with Duke Qi. The whole truth will be revealed." As soon as Shao Quan heard this, he was stunned, no? At this moment, the Empress Dowager stood up and waved her hand. "There's no need to bring a Jiao here. A Jiao is currently pregnant. Let me and all of you go to the prince's manor to investigate this matter." Clearly, on the way from Kangxi Palace, Shao Quan was extremely anxious, sweating, and thinking, a Jiao is not in the prince's manor right now. How should this prince deal with this? Just then, Qi Jiao ran over and called out, "Father, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager." As soon as Shao Quan heard this, he thought in astonishment, "Jiaoer's voice is strange. How can Jiaoer be here?" As soon as the Empress Dowager saw her, she turned and asked, "Why did a Jiao come alone?" As soon as Duke Qi saw her, he immediately surrounded her and said, "My precious daughter has arrived." Qi Jiao stepped forward to curtsy. "A Jiao is late. I beg Your Majesty the Empress Dowager's forgiveness. I just heard from a servant in the inner hall that all of you had left. May I ask, where are you all going?" As soon as Luo Jiao saw her, she immediately stepped forward and said, "Princess Consort's sister, we were on our way to the manor to find you." Qi Jiao said coldly, "Stay away from me. Are we that close?" Duke Qi, standing beside her, said to her, "Besides, my precious daughter is pregnant and should rest more. Why did you come all this way?" She was startled when she heard that. Pregnant. She thought deeply, "I came to the capital a few days ago." She recalled that day. She was following Qi Jiao outside and heard Shuo Feng advising, "Her master, it's late. Let's go back to the prince's manor." Qi Jiao replied, "What's the hurry? Let's talk after I finish this plate." Qi Jiao continued to think, "The young lady who married into the prince's manor in my place doesn't seem to be pregnant. But right now Qi Jiao is in a difficult situation. I'll just go with the flow." She crossed her arms and glanced at Luo Jiao, saying, "Father, if I hadn't come, some people might have turned your daughter into an imposter." Hearing this, Duke Qi snorted coldly. He said angrily, "What imposter? They even want to do a blood paternity test. As if I wouldn't know my own precious child." Qi Jiao feigned fear. "Humph, a blood paternity test. I'm so scared." Shao Quan glanced at the girl before him. He immediately realized something was wrong. This tone is not Jiaoer's. At this moment, Qi Jiao returned to the main point and nodded. "All right, let's do it. Don't you want to do a blood paternity test? Then let everyone see whether I, Qi Jiao, am real or fake." Then both Duke Qi and Qi Jiao simultaneously took out knives. They cut their fingertips and dripped the blood into a bowl of water. Immediately the blood in the bowl of water merged. The eunuch took the bowl of water and presented it to the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, the princess consort is indeed the daughter of Duke Qi." The Empress Dowager snorted upon hearing this. Luo Jiao, on the side, couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What? How is that possible? I clearly heard." The Empress Dowager smiled and turned to say to Qi Jiao, "A Jiao is pregnant. Go to the side hall to rest first." Qi Jiao curtsied and replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager." Luo Jiao hurriedly chased after her. "Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, you're just letting sister go like that," she said angrily. Side consort Luo, "The results of the test are already out. A Jiao is truly the biological daughter of Duke Qi. There should be a limit to your troublemaking." She stammered, I don't believe it. Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, although the one before you is the real princess consort. But there's still a fake princess consort in the prince's manor." Xiao Quan approached her and shouted, "Enough." She was startled and looked up, calling, "Your Highness." Xiao Quan looked at her and said, "Side consort Luo is still so insistent. Then send people to this prince's manor to investigate thoroughly." She was surprised to hear that and thought, why is the prince so calm? Could it be that there really is no fake princess consort? The Empress Dowager left helplessly, saying, "All right, I am tired. Eunuch Xiao, you go to the prince's manor on my behalf and investigate this matter thoroughly." Eunuch Xiao immediately replied, "Yes." An hour later, at the audience hall of Kangxi Palace, Eunuch Xiao returned to reporting to the Empress Dowager. "This servant has searched the entire prince's manor. There is no second princess consort." Luo Jiao was stunned to hear this. "What? How is that possible?" The Empress Dowager angrily glanced at her and scolded, "Side consort Luo, if you still insist on causing trouble, I think you won't be able to keep this title of side consort." Qi Jiao on the side smiled happily and thought, since that young lady left a few days ago, let's see how you clean this up. Marquis Luo, seeing the situation was not good, his head full of sweat, stepped forward to bow. "Please calm your anger, Empress Dowager. My young daughter was reckless today. This subject is willing to take the punishment on her behalf." Hearing this, she immediately called out, "Father." Duke Qi, on the side, came forward and said, "Well, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, I think we should just let it go. If it weren't for side consort Luo's fuss, I wouldn't have known I was about to become a maternal grandfather." The Empress Dowager happily hugged Qi Jiao and nodded, Right. In-law Qi is right. Let's consider this matter settled this time, as a blessing for my precious grandchild." Qi Jiao, in the middle, broke out in a sweat, thinking, oh my god, the regent prince dug this hole for himself. But to dare to tell such a lie, it seems he really likes that young lady. On the way from Kangxi Palace, Xiao Quan chased after Qi Jiao, calling, "Miss Qi, please wait." Qi Jiao thought to herself, this form of address, he recognizes me. Xiao Quan approached and asked, this prince finds it very strange. Why did Miss Qi suddenly appear here? Qi Jiao turned her head to explain, someone wants to harm my Qi family. I absolutely will not stand by and do nothing. Moreover, if your princess consort's identity is exposed, it would not be beneficial for me either. Xiao Quan asked her, "It seems you know about her, but you appeared right after she left. What is your intention?" Qi Jiao hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I did not come back to be the princess consort. It's just that I was outside the prince's manor that night and overheard the Luo father and daughter scheme. I only revealed myself to help because they were causing trouble for my chief family." She recalled, yesterday, she had caught Luo Jiao running to her father to tattle. "Father, the Qi family dared to pull off a substitute marriage. Why don't we have them do a blood paternity test?" After hearing this, Xiao Quan immediately smiled. "Oh, so that's how it is. This prince thanks you on behalf of my wife. No need to be polite." She thought to herself, this prince is also very handsome, but unfortunately, he's not my type. Xiao Quan continued to ask, "But that's right, before my wife returns, to avoid letting the Luo family find out, I can only trouble Miss Qi to stay at the prince's manor." Qi Jiao nodded. "All right, it seems that's the only way for now." Xiao Quan turned and said, "Follow this prince." Qi Jiao immediately nodded. All right. In her heart, she thought, Master Jianqing, junior brother, you must wait for me. A few days later in Guangzhou City, Shuafeng followed Qi Jiao and asked, after several days on a boat, it wasn't easy to get to Guangzhou. Can't we stay at an inn? What are we doing at the Nan residence? Qi Jiao waved her hand. Don't be noisy. I'm taking you to eat. As she was walking forward, she suddenly froze. When she saw Chu Feng Xian walking out from inside, she immediately pulled Shuafeng into a corner to hide. She wondered to herself, that damn Chu Feng Xian, why is he here? Shuafeng asked her in a low voice, "But what's wrong?" What's wrong? She tilted her head to look towards Chu Fengxian and answered in a low voice that I was originally going to take you to my little sister's house for a meal. Luckily, he didn't spot us. Shu Feng asked her, isn't that young General Chu who is by Prince Quan's side? You know him. Could it be that you are also from the imperial family? Hearing this, Qi Jiao thought to herself, so Xiao, you didn't tell Shu Feng my real identity. She quickly pulled Shu Feng to one side and said, little friend, you don't need to know so much. After Chu Fengxian leaves, let's go back to the inn first. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Bailey Bank to find Xiao Yi. Shu Feng, being pulled from behind, hurriedly exclaimed, let go of me first. The next day, Qi Jiao dragged a bag of local specialties. While dragging it, she shouted. After arriving, she put the bag down in one spot, angry. She thought, that's Shu Feng. He was gone first thing in the morning. Said something about Xiao Yi having a task for him, leaving me to come to the bank alone. Truly no sense of loyalty at all. She pointed at the building in front of her and muttered, Bailey Bank. This must be the place. She was about to go forward when two palace maids immediately stopped her. Hey, wait, who are you? Qi Jiao thought, it really is Xiao Yi. Even opening a bank, he has to use beautiful women. She cleared her throat and took out a jade pendant, showing it to the two palace maids and introducing herself. This is Xiao Yi's jade pendant. I'm his friend. You two ladies, please let me in. The two of them scrutinized the jade pendant and said, why would the young master's personal jade pendant be given to a girl like you? I think this is a fake. What is this jade pendant of yours? Qi Jiao was surprised to hear that. The two young ladies continued. Ever since my young master returned from Guangzhou, there have been women coming to the door every day saying they want to see him. I advise you, miss, not to use this fake item to get my young master's attention. Qi Jiao was stunned. This fake item. You all take a closer look. This is the jade pendant from Xiao Yi's person. She held the jade pendant forward. The two young ladies didn't believe her and pushed her away, scolding. All right, don't be ungrateful. Hurry up and leave. Qi Jiao shouted. Hey. She was pushed down and let out a cry of surprise. The bag in her hand also fell, spilling everything out. She thought worriedly, oh no, the sweet potatoes I brought for Xiao Yi have all fallen out. Just then, Xiao Yi ran out of the gate. The two girls were startled when they saw him and called out, young master. Seeing her fall, Xiao Yi hurriedly ran over to help her up. Don't pick them up. Does it hurt? Qi Jiao was surprised. Xiao Yi, you're here. Xiao Yi was still worriedly asking, does your hand hurt? She pulled her hand back and replied, IT doesn't hurt much. In her heart, she wondered, strange, why is Xiao Yi looking at me like that? Xiao Yi turned to the two girls with a dark face and asked, who pushed her? The two girls stammered, young master. We thought. Xiao Yi said coldly, go to the warehouse and get your month's wages. You don't need to come tomorrow. Seeing his expression, Qi Jiao was stunned. It's the first time I've seen Xiao Yi's gloomy side. Could it be that he's angry? She quickly pushed the bag of sweet potatoes toward Xiao Yi and said, Xiao Yi, here you go. He was surprised. This is, she smiled and introduced. Shu Feng said you especially like to eat sweet potatoes when you were little. This is a local specialty I bought for you on the way. Xiao Yi picked up a sweet potato and thought happily. She gave me a gift. Qi Jiao smiled. What? Are you happy? Xiao Yi hugged the bag of sweet potatoes and replied, happy, very happy. Seeing his expression, Qi Jiao scratched her head in confusion. Wait a minute, I feel like something isn't right. That night, Xiao Yi lay on the roof, hugging the bag of sweet potatoes, and laughed with joy. In his heart, he thought to himself, a Jiao definitely doesn't like my imperial brother. A young lady standing next to Shu Feng saw that Xiao Yi was not acting normally and asked, Lord Shu Feng, what is the young master muttering about? Shu Feng said, I think the young master is probably moved by the scene. He's using this moment to express the great ambitions in his heart. Hearing this, the young lady immediately exclaimed with wide as expected of the young master. So profound. The next day in the prince's manor, Ji Xiao was drying Qi Jiao's hair and asked, Master, didn't you leave a few days ago? Why are you back? Is it because you couldn't bear to leave the prince? Qi Jiao turned her head and said, Ji Xia, you've changed to a new master. Have you forgotten this old master of yours? Ji Xiao was stunned after hearing this. New, old, you're the real young miss. But master said she borrowed a body through soul transmigration. And besides, the real young miss is already dead. Qi Jiao sighed after hearing this. She turned around and flicked Ji Xia's forehead. You silly girl. I was just out playing for a few months. I'm living very well. Ji Xia asked happily, but is that so? As Qi Jiao walked, She said, "It's just that I'm still grateful to that young lady for marrying into the prince's manor in my place. Otherwise, my master and I." Thinking of her master, she clenched her fist and thought, "It really is not fated in this lifetime." At night, in Guangzhou City, Qi Jiao stood on the upper floor, looking at the streets. Tomorrow I have to set off for Jizhou. I wonder what Xiao Quan is doing right now. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She looked up and asked, "Who is it?" She opened the door, but saw no one and was surprised. That's strange. It seemed like someone just knocked on the door. Suddenly, she noticed a box on the floor and wondered, why is there a box? She picked up the box. Inside was a jade bracelet with a letter that had the words, "For you, Xiao Yi." She held the box and wondered, it's a gift from Xiao Yi. So this is the return gift for the sweet potatoes. It looks very precious. This Xiao Yi person is quite generous. Just then, Consort Han appeared and came over to say to her, "Hey, my good daughter-in-law, don't let this little bracelet change your love for my son." She was stunned and asked, "Your Highness Consort Han, why have you come here? What do you mean by changing my feelings?" Consort Han smiled and asked me, "Can't you see? That child Xiao, he likes you." Qi Jiao was astonished. How is that possible? Doesn't he still see me as a friend? Consort Han asked back, "Friend? If you were really just friends, why would he risk taking you away without permission? Why would he be happy all night over the bag of sweet potatoes you gave him? And today he even gave you this. And he was too shy to meet you." She looked at the box with the bracelet and stammered, "But I have no feelings for Xiao Yi." Consort Han came closer to tease her. "Then who do you have feelings for? Is it my son? These past few days, I've heard you calling his name every day." She blushed and turned away without answering. Consort Han still wouldn't let her off. "Stop pretending. I saw everything when you two were hugging and kissing." Not knowing where she got them, she started acting out a scene with two dolls. Xiao Quan, hug hug. Jiao, kiss kiss. She held her head and sighed, thinking, "It seems I'll have to keep my distance from Xiao Yi from now on. After all, I have to leave this place. I can't hold others back." The next day, on a mountain road, Qi Jiao was happily riding a horse by herself. Behind her, Xiao Yi and Shuo Feng were riding one horse. The two men were silent for a while. Xiao Yi said, "Shuo Feng, I feel that this situation of ours is not very good." Shuo Feng, sitting behind him, nodded. "Young master, I think so too." Xiao Yi looked at Qi Jiao ahead and thought, "I originally thought I could ride one horse with a Jiao. I even specially prepared two horses. I still miscalculated." Shuo Feng blushed behind him. "Young master, if you want, you can pretend Shuo Feng is Miss Qi." As soon as he heard that, Xiao Yi's face darkened. He hit Shuo Feng on the head and replied angrily, "No need. Turn around and sit properly for me." Shuo Feng could only obey. He sat with his back against his and said yes. "That's right, young master. I heard people say there are mountain bandits around here. We must be careful." Xiao Yi asked in return, "Mountain bandits? Our Nanjing is peaceful and prosperous these days. How could there be mountain bandits?" As soon as he finished speaking, a group of mountain bandits suddenly rushed out, causing Shuo Feng to let out a startled cry. He hastily drew his sword and shouted, "Young master, Miss Qi, there are mountain bandits." The mountain bandits had already surrounded them, pointing at them and laughing. "Brothers, get them. There are only these 3 fat sheep." Shuo Feng frowned and said, "Young master, the other side has more than 10 people. I'm afraid we can't fight them off." Xiao Yi drew his sword and shouted, "Find a chance to escape, I'll protect a Jiao." Just then, Qi Jiao's voice rang out. "Xiao Yi." He was startled and looked up, calling a Jiao. It turned out Qi Jiao had been captured by a mountain bandit. She cried out, "Xiao Yi, save me." Seeing her captured, Xiao Yi trembled with anger. The leader, still oblivious, held her jade pendant and said, "Little lady, you even have a jade pendant. Come back with me and be the lady of my stronghold." Xiao Yi angrily charged forward with his sword. "Don't touch her." Seeing him, she called out happily, "Xiao Yi." He slashed at the leader's hand, but immediately after, the others rushed forward to surround them, asking, Boss, are you all right?" Qi Jiao swung her arm, pushing them away and scolding, "Let go of me." She hid behind him and called, "Xiao Yi." He smiled reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." The leader cursed angrily. "Damn it, you dare to injure me. Brothers, charge for me. Chop this brat into 1,000 pieces for me." The whole group immediately answered yes and rushed forward. Qi Jiao, hiding behind Xiao Yi, called out worriedly, "Xiao Yi, be careful." He calmly replied, then turned to fight them. Qi Jiao thought worriedly, "What should I do?" Although Xiao Yi and Shuo Feng both know martial arts, The enemy has the advantage in numbers. Fighting on won't be good. Damn it. If only I could help them. That would be great. Why can't I do anything? She didn't notice someone rushing towards her, raising a blade to strike her. Seeing this, Xiao, he was alarmed and quickly turned to protect her. Jiao, be careful. Because of that, he was slashed on the shoulder by them. Seeing this, Qi Jiao was stunned and called out, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was seriously injured by the group. Qi Jiao hugged him and cried out, Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Hearing this, Shuo Feng also called out in alarm. Young master. At this moment, the leader approached and said, Little lady, this brat probably won't make it. I, Chu Lao San, am also well known around here. Why don't you come with me? Before he could finish speaking, a throwing dart struck his throat. Seeing this, the others called out in shock, Boss. Qi Jiao also thought in astonishment. What? After that, a series of throwing darts rained down, striking the arteries of the mountain bandits, killing them all. Qi Jiao thought in surprise. It's hidden weapons. Shuo Feng rushed to his side, calling, Young master, are you all right? She looked up and called, Shuo Feng. Xiao Yi isn't seriously injured. Shuo Feng, help him up first. Shuo Feng nodded in agreement and then asked, That's right. Whose hidden weapons were those just now? Not a single miss. Every shot was a hit. Qi Jiao said, Someone with such high skill, I guess it must be him. Forget it. Let's not worry about these things. Let's quickly take Xiao Yi back to the city for treatment first. Shuo Feng replied, Right. Saving the young master is urgent. It turned out the one who acted was Yin Hu. He was sitting on a nearby tree branch. At Prince Yi Zhang's manor, two servants were standing in front of the manor gate, discussing with each other. Why haven't you gone to report yet? I don't dare to go. Xiao Quan was cleaning his sword and noticed them talking. One of them said, What on earth is going on? The other one held his head and said, Just now, a scout came to report that the princess consort was intimate with Prince Yi at Bailey Bank. Now she has eloped with Prince Yi to Ji Prefecture. Lord Bailin isn't here today. Who would dare to tell His Highness about this? Why don't he go report it? After hearing the story, the other one was terrified. No, I don't dare either. Just then, Xiao Quan walked toward them and asked, What did you just say? As soon as the two saw Xiao Quan, they were startled. Your Highness. Xiao Quan, radiating killing intent, asked, The princess consort eloped with Prince Yi. Xiao Yi was currently unconscious. In his dream, he and Qi Jiao were sitting on a bridge, and he said, Jiao, I've already tilled all our family's fields. I'm waiting to plant the sweet potato seeds. An annual yield of 8,000 will be no problem. Qi Jiao took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and said, Yilang, you've worked hard. Here, let me wipe your sweat for you. Xiao Yi smiled and said, Thank you. Jiao, did you know when I was young, all the lords surrounded my imperial brother? From the beginning, no one remembered or cared about me. However, now that I have a Jiao, I will definitely treat you with all my heart, until our hair turns white. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't see Qi Jiao anywhere. He was stunned and called out, Jiao, where did you go, Jiao? At that moment, he startled awake. Seeing this, Shuo Feng said happily, The young master is awake. Qi Jiao also ran over and called, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi fell back onto the bed in pain, calling out, Jiao, don't go. Seeing this, Shuo Feng said worriedly, The young master has fainted again. Qi Jiao ran over, touched Xiao Yi's forehead, and said, It's all right, Shuo Feng. Xiao Yi's fever has gone down. He just needs to rest quietly for a few days to recover. Hearing this, Shuo Feng was delighted. Really? That's great. At this moment, they both heard Xiao Yi mumbling, Jiao, I like you. Don't go. Hearing this confession, Shuo Feng clapped his hands. That's great. The young master finally said it. But Qi Jiao thought worriedly, Likes me? You ended up like this because of me. How can I harm you again? Suddenly, Shuo Feng called her, Miss Qi. It seems the young master hopes you will stay with him. Shuo Feng will take his leave first. Qi Jiao shook her head. No, you stay. Then wait for your young master to wake up and give this bracelet to him. At the courtyard of Bailey Bank, it was raining outside. Qi Jiao, holding an umbrella, stepped into the courtyard. She looked up at the rain and thought, I wonder if Xiao Yi is awake yet? Should I go find him and make things clear? Just as she was thinking of Xiao Yi ran over calling Jiao. This startled her, and she exclaimed, Xiao Yi. She hurried over to give him the umbrella. Xiao Yi, don't you know you're injured? What are you doing running out in the rain? He called her, Jiao, this bracelet. She looked down and saw the bracelet he had given her. Why are you returning it? Don't you like it? Qi Jiao replied, Xiao Yi. He smiled and said, It seems it wasn't made very well. How about this? Tomorrow I'll go out and buy a new one. I'm sure you'll like it. She quickly refused. I don't like it. You don't need to give me any more gifts. Hearing this, Xiao Yi was stunned and asked, Why? Qi Jiao replied, No reason. Take the umbrella and go back. She handed him the umbrella and turned to leave. He called out, Jiao. But Qi Jiao said coldly, "Don't follow me anymore." Xiao, he stood behind, just watching her retreating figure. Qi Jiao hurried into a pavilion. She was panting as she ran and leaned against a pillar. "I'm sorry, Xiao Yi, I didn't mean to speak to you like that." In, who was standing behind a pillar, painting a mask. Seeing Qi Jiao, he was puzzled. She was muttering to herself. Qi Jiao, still unaware, continued to speak. "Forget it, I'll just leave tomorrow." Inhu approached and said, "You can't escape." Seeing him, Qi Jiao was startled and asked, "Inhu, why are you here?" Inhu put the mask on her. "Muronku ordered me to protect you. Have you forgotten?" Qi Jiao was surprised. "Hey, what is this?" Inhu replied, "This is a mask I painted." Qi Jiao said, "Oh," and then, "So it was you who saved us that day." "Not bad. Masthead, you truly are a little genius of hidden weapons." Inhu was a bit puzzled upon hearing the nickname Little Genius of Hidden Weapons, then turned to her and said, "It's nothing." Inhu was just following orders. Qi Jiao asked him, "That's right. What did you mean just now when you said I can't escape?" Inhu explained, "You can't escape from Shao Quan's grasp either. He hasn't let you go." Hearing this, Qi Jiao was stunned. "Huh? Why?" Inhu explained, "You've been monitored by Shao Quan's secret agents the whole way. Didn't you feel it?" Qi Jiao stammered, "Secret agents monitoring me?" She frowned. "No wonder. The day I parted with Shao Quan was like that. It turns out he intended to deceive me all along." She turned around angrily. "Inhu, good night. I'm sleepy." Inhu stood behind her and said, "Shao Quan has already moved to Guan Prefecture. I guess it won't be 3 days before he finds you." She clenched her fists and said angrily, "You can rest assured, I will not go back with him. Absolutely not." Inhu doubted in his heart. "Oh, is that so?" 3 days later at the Guan Prefecture port, the boat owner said to Qi Jiao, "It looks like it's going to rain today. Does the young lady insist on going out to sea?" Qi Jiao replied, "Oh, is that so? I need to get to G Prefecture urgently. I must go today. Owner, do you have a suitable boat for me to rent?" The owner smiled and said, "That's unfortunate. All the boats at the port have been rented out. Young lady, please come back another day." Qi Jiao pointed to a boat and asked, "Is that so? I see there's still a large boat over there. Isn't there?" The owner said, "A noble person already bought it early this morning." At this moment, Xiao Yi arrived and asked, "How much silver?" "This young master will pay double." Seeing him, Qi Jiao was startled. Xiao Yi, why aren't you at the bank recuperating? Why did you come here?" Xiao Yi approached her and replied, "Wherever a Jiao goes, I go." At this moment, another servant ran over, calling, "Owner, owner." The noble person on the boat said. After hearing, the owner nodded. All right, you may leave first." He turned to Qi Jiao and Xiao Yi and said, "My apologies, this humble one was blind. I delayed you just now, young lady. That noble person invites you both aboard. Please follow me." Hearing this, Qi Jiao was puzzled. A noble person, do you know them? But Xiao Yi just shrugged, confused. At the sea of G Prefecture, it started to rain at night. The boatman shouted, "The wind is picking up. The wind is picking up. Hoist the sails. Pull with all your might." Xiao Yi went outside the boat, looking at the surroundings and wondering, really, since they invited us on board, why won't they show themselves? Could it be? As he was thinking, he heard a cough. He looked up and was surprised to see it was Qi Jiao. "A Jiao, why is she alone in the rain?" "That's great. It seems it's my turn to show off." Qi Jiao was drinking wine at that moment. Xiao Yi immediately grabbed an umbrella and ran over, calling her Jiao. She mistook him for Shao Quan and threw the wine gourd down, wrapping her arms around his neck. Xiao Yi thought in surprise, such a strong smell of alcohol. "She's drunk." Qi Jiao sulkily let go and turned around to ask, "Why did you only come now?" Xiao Yi was surprised. That I had something to do just now, so." Qi Jiao asked, Is it that you don't like me anymore?" Hearing this, Xiao Yi was silent for a moment, then smiled. "How could that be? Didn't you notice? Just by getting close to you, my heart beats fast." After saying that, Xiao Yi reached out and pulled Qi Jiao into his arms. Qi Jiao asked again, "Really?" He replied, "Of course it's true." Qi Jiao leaned against Xiao Yi's chest and said, "Actually, I also, Shao Quan." Hearing that, Xiao Yi was startled. "So she thought I was my imperial brother. It's fine. Even if a Jiao can't forget my imperial brother, I won't let a Jiao go back." He had noticed Shao Quan approaching, so he held Qi Jiao even tighter. As soon as Shao Quan saw the two of them embracing, his face darkened. He drew his sword, pointed it at Xiao Yi, and said, "Let her go." Xiao Yi turned his head in surprise and asked, "Imperial brother, it really is you. Have you been well?" Shao Quan said angrily, "This prince will say it one more time. Let her go." Xiao Yi laid Qi Jiao down on a pile of straw and said, "I'm sorry, Imperial brother. I cannot follow your order." Xiao Quan frowned. What do you mean? Xiao Yi stood up and asked, don't you understand, Imperial brother? Whether it's power or status, I can yield them to you. Because I don't care, so I have never competed with you. Hearing that, Xiao Quan asked, confused, what on earth are you trying to say? Xiao Yi reached out and grabbed the blade, saying, I want to say a Jiao I will absolutely not yield. With that, Xiao Yi forcefully pulled the sword, stabbing it into his own chest, which stunned Xiao Quan. You. After stabbing himself with the sword, Xiao Yi let out a groan. Xiao Quan frowned and asked, what are you doing? At this moment, Qi Jiao also slowly woke up. Seeing him, she asked in surprise, Xiao Quan. He was also stunned, thinking Jiao, seeing Xiao Yi injured, and the person holding the sword being Xiao Quan. She immediately stood up to protect Xiao Yi behind her. Why are you here? Do you know that Xiao Yi is injured? What are you doing bullying him? Xiao Quan quickly explained, no, Jiaoer, he did it himself. Xiao Yi behind her collapsed and coughed a few times. Seeing this, Qi Jiao ran over and asked worriedly, Xiao Yi, what's wrong? Are you alright? He replied, Jiao, you're so good to me. Qi Jiao turned again to blame Xiao Quan. You've gone too far. He still explained, Jiaoer, it wasn't this prince. But she no longer wanted to hear him and said, that's enough, Xiao Quan. Don't explain anymore. I trust my own eyes. What on earth did you come here for? Xiao Quan said, this prince came to take you back to the manor. She pushed his hand away and scolded, liar, I'm not going back with you, you should go. Seeing this, Xiao Quan hurriedly chased after her. Jiaoer, do you really want to leave me? She thought silently to herself. We are people from two different worlds. It's better for each of us to return to our own place. Therefore, she looked at him. Yes, I want to leave you. Hearing this, Xiao Quan was extremely shocked. Then he clenched his fist and replied, fine, this prince will grant your wish. After saying that, he turned to leave. Just then, thunder and lightning rumbled. The boat began to sway, startling Qi Jiao. What's happening? Why is the boat shaking so much? At this moment, the servants on the boat shouted, not good. The wind is rising. A storm is coming. Lower the sails. Quickly lower the sails on that side. Qi Jiao asked in surprise, what storm? A rainstorm? Xiao Yi, sitting behind, quickly shouted, Jiao, be careful of the mast. At that moment, the mast above suddenly broke. Hearing Xiao Yi's voice, Qi Jiao asked, Xiao Yi, what did you say? Xiao Quan noticed the mast was about to fall on. Qi Jiao. He rushed over to embrace her and said, Jiao, move aside. He held her protectively. The mast hit him, causing him to cry out in pain. A sound. Seeing this, Qi Jiao asked in surprise, Xiao Quan, you. At this moment, the servants were also worried. The three noble ones, quickly get on the small boat. It's not far from Ji Prefecture Port. Getting on the boat can avoid danger. Qi Jiao quickly replied, all right. Just then, the boat was pulled away by the waves. The servant saw this and was stunned. No, it's no good. The boat has capsized. Qi Jiao opened her eyes and mumbled, my head hurts so much. Where is this? She slowly opened her eyes and wondered, where is Xiao Quan? She sat up abruptly. Seeing Xiao Quan leaning against a rock beside her, she hurried over worriedly. Xiao Quan, how are you? Wake up. As soon as she touched his face and felt how cold his whole body was, she was horrified and thought, oh my God, why is he so cold? It can't be that. She immediately hugged him and cried loudly, Xiao Quan, don't die, wake up, don't die. Xiao Quan was silent and let out a faint smile. Jiaoer, so you care about me this much? Just then, Xiao Yi returned with a lot of fruit, calling her, Jiao, are you awake? Look what I picked for you. She immediately pushed Xiao Quan to the ground and ran over, calling, Xiao Yi, where have you been brought to? Xiao Yi sat down beside her, handed her a wild fruit, and replied, if I'm not mistaken, this place is some island in Qi Prefecture. Xiao Quan, having been pushed to the ground and not helped up, could only sit up by himself in anger. Qi Jiao took the wild fruit and asked in shock, what is this? Am I not supposed to meet a tragic end? Xiao Yi waved his hand. No. Last night, after the storm, I woke up and fired the distress signal from the Imperial brothers waist on the shore. It probably won't be long before we get a response from the opposite shore. He recalled that after firing the signal yesterday, he had handled it perfectly. Xiao Yi comforted her, a boat will probably come to rescue us tonight, so there's no need to worry. Qi Jiao replied, that's good. As soon as she bit into the wild fruit, she immediately spat it all out and cried. So sour. She wiped her sweat, stood up, and said, forget it, I'll go find some food. You're injured, so just stay here. Call me when Xiao Quan wakes up. Xiao Yi smiled and replied, all right. After she left, Xiao Yi placed a pile of fruit on the sand and said, all right, stop pretending. Imperial brother, I know you're awake. Xiao Quan sat with his head leaning to one side, looking at him with extreme anger. Xiao Yi sat down and sighed. It's true that Imperial Brother is ignoring me. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Quan immediately grabbed a wild fruit and threw it at him, scolding, "Despicable." Xiao Yi pointed at himself angrily and asked, "I'm despicable? Didn't Imperial Brother also lie to her? You went back on your word and even sent people to monitor her." Being criticized, Xiao Quan broke out in a sweat, but then he immediately grabbed wild fruits and threw them continuously at Xiao Yi, scolding, "Devious, shameless, vile." Xiao Yi said angrily, "Hey, Imperial Brother, I'm the injured one." Xiao Quan clutched his neck and sighed, "So is this prince." Just then, Qi Jiao ran back holding a rabbit, shouting, "Xiao Yi, look what I caught." Seeing the rabbit, Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise, "A rabbit." Seeing that Xiao Quan was awake, she said happily, "That's great, Xiao Quan, you're awake." He reached out his hand and called to her, "Jiaoer." Beside them, Xiao Yi started to act, coughing and wheezing. Seeing this, Qi Jiao worriedly threw the rabbit in her hand and ran over to ask, "Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Yi quickly squeezed juice from a wild fruit and smeared it on his lips, then coughed continuously. Seeing something red on the corner of his mouth, she said worriedly, "Ah, you're vomiting blood." Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Jiao, I'm fine. You don't need to worry." Xiao Quan, with the rabbit climbing on his head, was extremely angry to see Xiao Yi getting all of Qi Jiao's attention. He also pretended to clutch his chest and let out a groan. Seeing this, Qi Jiao was startled and ran over to ask Xiao Quan. He clutched his chest and cried, "Jiao, this prince is in so much pain." She asked worriedly, "Pain? What does it hurt? Is it from hitting the sail yesterday?" Xiao Quan replied, "It's this prince's old wound. Yesterday's strenuous movement and the impact aggravated it. I'm afraid I don't have long to live." Hearing this, Qi Jiao was stunned. What? How can that be? On the side, Xiao Yi was extremely confused by what he heard. Xiao Quan took the opportunity to grab her hand and said, "Before I go, can Jiaoer promise this prince one thing?" She immediately threw herself into his arms and agreed. "You say it. Just say it. I'll agree to anything you want." He hugged her and replied, This prince wants to take Jiaoer home. Is that all right?" Hearing this, she was stunned. Xiao Quan, she thought to herself, "He is such a proud person, yet he can use this tone to beg me." Seeing her lack of reaction, Xiao Quan quickly asked, "Jiaoer, you don't agree?" She looked at him and thought to herself, "Not only that, he was injured because of me, and now he's in danger. Forget it, I'll just agree with him." So she took his hand, causing him to call out in surprise, "Jiaoer?" She replied, "All right, Xiao Quan, when the rescue boat arrives tonight, I will go home with you." Hearing this, he was stunned. Then he immediately pulled her closer and kissed her on the lips. On the side, Xiao Yi was startled by the sight. He bit the blade of grass in his mouth and thought angrily, "When it comes to being despicable, your humble brother is far inferior to you, Imperial Brother." That evening on the deserted island, Qi Jiao crossed her arms and said angrily, "You lied to me again." Xiao Quan sat beside her and admitted his fault. "This prince was wrong. I was truly wrong." He pulled her into his arms. She blushed slightly and pushed him away, then jumped off the stone step and said, "No, pouting won't work either. I already know about that." Hearing that, Xiao Quan stood up and said, "This prince shouldn't stay here. It only makes Jiaoer unhappy. This prince will leave now." Hearing that, she was startled and quickly ran to pull his sleeve, calling, Hey, you can't go." Xiao Quan turned back happily and asked, "Why?" She wrapped her arms around his waist and replied, "In short, you just can't go. But don't think I'm not angry anymore. I haven't agreed to go back with you." Hearing that, Xiao Quan fell silent. He started walking again. Then Jiaoer, "Let go of this prince." Qi Jiao quickly chased after him and said, All right, give me a reason, and I'll consider going back with you." She thought, "Anyway, there's no news of the heavenly jade right now. It's better to go back and plan carefully." Xiao Quan pulled her into his arms and said, "Because this prince can't bear to be apart from you. I can't let you go. No matter how things change or the world turns, this prince wants to be with you." Hearing this, Qi Jiao thought happily. So that's what Xiao Quan thinks in his heart. Suddenly, a wave of sleepiness washed over her. Xiao Quan continued to speak, "But if you still want to leave, there's nothing this prince can do." In response, he heard Qi Jiao's soft breathing. She had fallen asleep in his arms, which surprised him, and he thought, "She's asleep." Just then, Xiao Yi ran over and called, "Imperial Brother." He quickly covered her and asked back, "What is it?" Xiao Yi said, "I'm fine, but it seems a boat has come pick us up." "Oh, it looks like it's Han Bei's boat." At this time on the boat, Dongli Jian was waving and calling, "Brother Xiao, I've come to pick you up." Inside the boat, Dongli Jian ordered, "Xiaoing, take the second brother to the West House to rest." Xiaoing immediately bowed and replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Thank you, Tower Master Dongli." Xiao Quan was about to carry Qi Jiao into the room when Dongli Jian ran after him, calling, Hey, your highness, don't be in such a hurry. I still have something to ask you." Xiao Quan said coldly, "Speak." Dongli Jian leaned on Xiao Quan's shoulder and teased, "I heard the people in your manor say that you and your wife had a fight." Xiao Quan asked back, "Did Bai Lin say that?" Dongli Jian replied, "Don't mind who said it." He took out a book, The Secret Guide for Boys in Love, and gave it to him. The introduction said, "Here is a book, a secret guide for boys in love that I've kept for many years. Here, let me check for you what to do when the other person is angry." Page 442. Xiao Quan looked at him with a cold face and went into the room. He slammed the door shut and said, "Not needed." This startled Dongli Jian, so they really did have a fight. "Oh, Brother Xiao, although you won't accept this gesture for the sake of your happiness, I will still help you out tomorrow." Before leaving, Dongli Jian even stuffed the book into the door crack. The next day, Qi Jiao woke up. She immediately went to look for Xiao Quan. She ran out and asked, "Xiao Quan, where did Xiao Quan go? Tell him to come out and explain things clearly to me." Xiao Ying said in a panic, This servant is a maid beside the tower master. I don't know where his highness is." Dongli Jian approached, fanning himself, and asked, "Does the princess consort want to find a prince?" She nodded. "Yes, that guy dared to take advantage of me while I was sleeping to try and take me back. You are." Behind her, Xiao Ying bowed and called, "Tower Master." Dongli Jian smiled. "Princess consort, don't worry. The prince is in the east guest room. I'll take you there." At this time in the east house, Xiao Quan was soaking in the bathtub. He reached for the towel beside him, and when he lifted it, he exclaimed in surprise. He took the towel to dry his head, thinking angrily, "That Dongli Jian, he told me to come take a bath but didn't even prepare any clothes." Just then, the bathroom door opened. Qi Jiao peeked inside and called out, "Xiao Quan Yu." As soon as she saw his back, she blushed and mumbled, "What are you doing bathing in broad daylight?" Xiao Quan quickly hid down in the tub, covering his body. He blushed and asked, "Jiao, why are you here?" She wiped her nosebleed and said, "Forget it, I'll come find you later." She thought to herself, "What a pity. I only saw his back just now." As soon as she turned around, she found the room door had been shut tight. She immediately banged on the door and cried, "Hey, it won't open." Dongli Jian took the key, turned, and walked away, saying, "The beautiful night is short." The two of them were talking slowly inside the room. Xiao Quan and Qi Jiao were both sitting on the bed. At this moment, he was only wearing an outer robe. Qi Jiao blushed and asked, "Xiao Quan, can you get dressed first?" He replied shyly, "This prince's clothes are not here." Hearing this, she immediately started searching. "What? How can that be? I'll find them for you." Xiao Quan was fuming, thinking to himself, "Dongli Jian, just wait until this prince gets out. I will definitely not spare you." When Qi Jiao lifted the blanket, she discovered a book. She picked it up and asked, "Then what is this?" Xiao Quan's face turned bright red as he snatched the book from Qi Jiao's hand, saying, "You are not allowed to look at this." She cried out, "Give it back." Then she crossed her arms and said angrily, "You won't let me see it, but you secretly read it yourself, right? You probably study it secretly under the covers every night." He blushed with embarrassment and said, "This prince has long known about these matters of romance. Why? Why would I need to study them?" Hearing that, she became even angrier and nodded. "Oh, that's right, a master of love like your highness. I'm afraid you have female confidants all over the capital." Hearing that, he panicked and hurriedly hugged her to explain. "How could that be? You're the first woman this prince has been close to. There is no one else." Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, no wonder you wanted to read that book. It turns out you don't know." Realizing he had fallen into her trap, he could only blush and admit, "That's right, this prince does not know." Seeing him suddenly lie down, she was startled. What are you doing?" He called her Jiao. "Teach this prince." Hearing this, Qi Jiao thought to herself. However, it was too dark to see clearly last time. Xiao Quan really is. She climbed on top of him, causing him to call out in surprise, "Jiao." She said softly, "You asked for it, so I won't be polite." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately leaned down and kissed him on the lips. Seeing her being so proactive, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on her, prolonging the kiss and making it deeper. Seeing this, she was startled and thought to herself, "Didn't he say I was supposed to do it?" Xiao Quan immediately turned the tables, pinning her down on the bed, which frightened her. What's happening?" His hand reached up and pulled down her robe. She hurriedly grabbed his hand and said, Okay, all right, you've learned it, don't take off my clothes." He blushed and asked her, "Jiao, do we have to stop at this moment?" She followed his gaze downwards and was startled, exclaiming, I don't know," when Xiao Quan had already pitched a tent. He moved closer and said to her, "Besides, Jiao's lesson for this prince just now was not enough." She took off her outer robe and agreed. All right, come on. You always use this soft approach. Seeing her pull the blanket over both of them, he asked, confused, "Why did Jiao take off her clothes only to cover us with a blanket?" She replied, "I'm afraid Dongli Jian will unlock the door and come in, and then scare you while you're doing bad things to the point of impotence." Hearing this, Xiao Quan was so angry he was speechless. He hurriedly sat up and asked, "You heartless thing, can't you think something good about people for once?" She quickly said, Hey, don't be angry. Think about it. We're doing that in broad daylight. What if Dongli Jian sees? Where would your face as the Prince Regent be?" Hearing this, he smiled, pushed her down, and asked, "He'd dare?" Outside the door, Dongli Jian, who was locking the door, suddenly sneezed. He turned and left, thinking, Forget it. I'll wait until we get to the capital to unlock the door and go back to put on more clothes." After some time, Qi Jiao finally returned. To the capital, she walked cheerfully down the street, thinking happily. Familiar sunlight, familiar people on the street, capital city, Qi Jiao is back again. A street vendor waved and called out to her, "Buy some buns. Sheng's buns are delicious." Hearing this, Qi Jiao thought in surprise, "Sheng's buns?" Xiao Quan left in a hurry just now. I wonder if he's had breakfast. She recalled what happened half a shurchen ago at the capital's port. As soon as they got off the boat, Xiao Quan said to her, "Jiao, this prince hasn't handled court affairs for many days. This time the emperor has summoned me, so I must go first." Hearing this, Xiao Yi immediately ran over and said, "Then I'll take A Jiao home." Xiao Quan slightly drew his sword from its sheath, frightening Xiao Yi, who turned, waved his hand, and said, "Goodbye, A Jiao. Next time, I'll invite you to Chui Chun Pavilion to have fun." As soon as she heard this place, Qi Jiao immediately became excited and said, "Chui Chun Pavilion. No need for next time. Let's go now." Seeing this, Xiao Quan was startled and quickly held her back. "Humph, Jiao, why are you so greedy? Could it be that this prince is not enough for you to play with?" She was surprised, and her face turned bright red as she said, That's enough." Seeing this, Xiao Quan was satisfied and turned around. "Be good, this prince is leaving." Remembering this, she immediately slapped her head and muttered, "Why do I keep thinking about Xiao Quan?" She walked on hurriedly, not noticing a woman opposite her who was also holding a book and muttering, "Follow this road. After leaving the city, head southwest." The two girls didn't notice each other and thus bumped into one another. The person opposite her was none other than Ji Jiao. She hurriedly helped Qi Jiao up, calling out, "Miss, be careful." As soon as Qi Jiao saw that face, she asked in astonishment, You are?" Inside the inn, Qi Jiao said in amazement, "So you really are Ji Jiao? I thought you were dead. That's why I came to this place." So it wasn't like that. Ji Jiao patted Qi Jiao's shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry, I won't fight with you for the prince. I already have someone." Hearing this, Qi Jiao was even more delighted. "Really?" Ji Jiao nodded. "Of course it's true. To be honest, I came to Dahan to go to Ruobai Temple to find the person I love." Qi Jiao muttered, "Ruobai Temple." In her heart, she thought, Nie Xiaoming said it's a very powerful sect. Maybe there will be news of the jade pendant. So she immediately turned and said, "Miss Ji, I have something to ask you." Ji Jiao nodded while drinking tea. "Okay, go ahead." Qi Jiao immediately asked, "Do you know about the heavenly secret black jade?" Ji Jiao's tea-drinking motion immediately stopped. She was silent for a moment, put down the teacup, stood up, and replied, "No, I've never heard of it." Qi Jiao sighed. "Is that so?" Ji Jiao picked up her veiled hat, put on, and said, "It's getting late. I'm leaving." Qi Jiao was surprised. "You're leaving already?" Ji Jiao nodded and bid farewell. "Farewell, Miss Qi. We will meet again." Ji Jiao used her lightness skill to jump onto the roof of the inn. She held the jade pendant in her hand and thought to herself, "How strange. Why does she want to ask me about the heavenly secret black jade? Whatever, I'll find Master first." She put away the jade pendant and immediately jumped across the rooftops, beginning her journey to find her master. At the same time, in the room at the inn, two men in black were signaling to each other, "We can get in from here, big brother." Qi Jiao didn't notice. She was lying on the table, tired and with a headache. What on earth do I have to do to get news of the heavenly secret black jade? Suddenly, the two men in black ran over and covered her mouth, startling her into asking, One man in black walked in holding a bottle of medicine and said, "Sorry, miss. We're just doing this for money. Drink up." Qi Jiao was horrified. "What is this? I won't drink it." The man turned and called out, "Big brother, let's just pour it down her throat." Qi Jiao hurriedly escaped from the grasp of one of the men in black and shouted, "Let me go." The man in black gripped his wrist. "Strong, aren't you? Want me to play with you?" Qi Jiao backed away, pointing at them and threatening. Don't you dare come over here. If you do, my husband will definitely chop you into 100 pieces. The man in black crossed his arms and asked, "Oh, chop into 100 pieces. Who is your husband?" Just then, the room door was kicked open and Xiao Quan stepped inside, saying, "This prince," startling the group of people. Xiao Quan introduced himself. "Her husband is here." As soon as Qi Jiao saw him, she called out happily, "Xiao Quan." The men in black asked, startled, "The Prince Regent." Qi Jiao hurriedly threw herself into his arms and complained, "Xiao Quan, they bullied me, and they wanted me to drink poison." Hearing this, Xiao Quan angrily gave a signal, Bai Lin. Bai Lin immediately stepped forward. Yes, this subordinate understands. The two men hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging, "Your Highness, spare our lives." Xiao Quan was still holding Qi Jiao and comforting her. "Jiaoer, don't be afraid." By the way, what did Jiaoer call this prince just now? Husband. Qi Jiao's face turned bright red as she hurriedly reached out to cover his mouth and shook her head. "No, you misheard." Behind them, Bai Lin was currently rushing in to give the men a beating. Xiao Quan helped Qi Jiao up and sat her down by the bed. After a while, Bai Lin came to report, "Your Highness, it's done." Xiao Quan said coldly, "Speak, who instructed you?" The leader immediately answered, "Reporting to your Highness, it was Marquis Luo's daughter who bribed us two brothers, telling us to make the princess consort drink safflower." Hearing this, Qi Jiao was confused. "Wait, isn't safflower used for abortion? I'm not pregnant. Why would I drink that?" Bai Lin came forward to explain to her, "Princess consort, when the Empress Dowager summoned you before, you were not at the prince's manor, so we had no choice but to say you were pregnant and couldn't come." Qi Jiao crossed her arms, glanced at him, and called out, "Xiao Quan." He broke into a sweat, coughed, and signaled for the man to continue speaking. The leader, prostrated on the ground, recounted. Marquis Luo's daughter said that after the princess consort's miscarriage, we were to arrange for her disfigurement. And finally, at this point, he trembled and wouldn't continue. Xiao Quan then asked, "Finally what?" The man, breaking out in a cold sweat, replied, "Finally, to take the princess consort to a brothel for men to amuse themselves with for a night." Hearing this, Xiao Quan's face darkened with anger. He immediately drew his sword and said, "This prince must kill that woman." Qi Jiao hurriedly ran over and grabbed his arm to stop him. "Xiao Quan, don't be rash." Realizing this, Xiao Quan nodded. "Fine, if Jiaoer won't let this prince kill her, then we must give her a taste of her own medicine." She shook her head. No. Although Luo Jiao did such a vicious thing, if we use her own methods to deal with her, then how are we any different from her? Xiao Quan leaned against the door and asked, "Then what does Jiaoer want?" She replied, "Aren't we going to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager tomorrow? I think I have a way to deal with her." But Xiao Quan, when the time comes, can you act in a play with me? He asked back, "Act in a play?" Then he came closer, leaned down, and said, "All right, call this prince husband one time, and this prince will agree." Qi Jiao blushed, grabbed his hand, and replied, "All right, husband." As soon as Xiao Quan heard this title, he blushed with embarrassment. The next day, inside the Imperial Garden, Xiao Quan led Qi Jiao and Luo Jiao into the palace to visit the Empress Dowager. As soon as the palace maid saw them, she immediately led the way. "Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, is waiting for the three of you in the side hall. Please follow this servant." Qi Jiao whispered to Xiao Quan, "By the way, Xiao Quan, have you memorized your lines?" He put his arm around her shoulder and replied, "Jiaoer personally recited every word. This prince remembers them all." Hearing this, Qi Jiao smiled and said, "I've also prepared the tomato juice." Luo Jiao followed behind them. Seeing Qi Jiao laughing and talking happily without a scratch, she thought angrily, "Damn it, seeing her like this, they must have failed the other day. I have to think of another way." Just then, Xiao Quan called her, "Side consort Luo." Hearing this, she thought happily, "The prince is calling me." He said to her, "His Majesty and this prince have matters to discuss." Xiao Quan turned and left. Luo Jiao came forward, took Qi Jiao's hand, and said, "Princess consort sister, let Luo Jiao help you walk." Qi Jiao smiled and said, "Younger sister is so kind." Suddenly, Qi Jiao lost her balance and fell. She let out a terrified scream, startling both the palace maid and Xiao Quan. The palace maid hurriedly shouted, the princess consort has fallen." And Xiao Quan ran to support her, calling out, "Jiaoer." He angrily pushed Luo Jiao away and scolded, "Get out of the way." Then he took her into his arms and asked worriedly, "Jiaoer, how are you?" Qi Jiao gripped his hand tightly and moaned, "Xiao Quan, it hurts so much, I think I'm about to die." At this moment, the palace maid looked down at Qi Jiao's dress and was startled startled and horrified. Blood. The princess consort is bleeding. Hearing this, Luo Jiao muttered in fear. Blood. At the side hall of Kongning Palace, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager asked worriedly, Imperial Physician, how is Ajiao? The Imperial Physician came forward, bowed, and reporting to the Empress Dowager, the princess consort's life is not in danger, but the child in her womb is gone. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager was startled. What? How could this be? Luo Jiao hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, Please, Empress Dowager, be my witness. This matter has nothing to do with Luo Jiao. The princess consort fell on purpose. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager questioned angrily. Fell on purpose? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? I have long heard that you do not respect the primary wife. Today, you have killed an imperial grandchild. Guards, take Luo Jiao and imprison her. The eunuch beside her hurriedly came over and whispered, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, you cannot. The court needs people. The side consort is the daughter of Marquis Luo. You cannot be so heartless. Hearing this, she was silent for a moment, then decided, then confine side consort Luo for 3 months. Hearing this, she cried out in panic, Empress Dowager, I really did not intentionally harm the princess consort. Xiao Quan came forward and called out, Imperial Grandmother, your grandson has something to say. The Empress Dowager asked back, Quana? Xiao Quan said to her, Jiao once took a sword for your grandson, suffering a serious injury. Her feelings for your grandson are deep and profound. Your grandson also wonders if he will ever meet an ordinary woman like her in this life. After my mother passed away, it was her care and companionship that made your grandson open his heart again. Xiao Quan pulled Qi Jiao into his arms. Hearing these words from him, she thought in surprise, What is Xiao Quan doing? This part isn't in the script. Xiao Quan then glanced towards Luo Jiao and spoke up. Jiao has done so much for me. Today the culprit who harmed mother and child is right before our eyes. Your grandson only wants to seek justice for her. I ask Imperial Grandmother to allow your grandson to depose the Sai consort. Hearing this, Luo Jiao cried out in panic. No, Your Highness, you can't. Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, please plead with the prince for Luo Jiao. She reached out and pulled on her sleeve, begging. Seeing this, she was startled and said, This. Then she glanced to the side, seeing Qi Jiao moaning in Xiao Quan's arms. I'm in so much pain. She was silent for a moment, then pulled her hand away and said, Let it be as Quaner wishes. This startled Luo Jiao, who asked, What? The Empress Dowager turned and said, I am tired. You all take care of the princess consort. Luo Jiao hurriedly called out, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, you can't be so cruel. Just then, the palace maids passing by, having witnessed the scene, mocked her. Look, Marquis Luo's daughter was deposed by the prince in front of everyone. She's completely disgraced the Luo family's name. Let's see how she can live in this place now. Hearing this, she trembled and muttered, I, Luo Jiao, have shamed my family. She pulled out a hairpin and shouted, Then it's better for Luo Jiao to die. Qi Jiao was startled when she saw this. Qi Jiao rushed over and knocked the hairpin out of Luo Jiao's hand. Luo Jiao gritted her teeth and said, Qi Jiao, you are the one who harmed me. She retorted, You plotted to harm me in the same way that day. I, Qi Jiao, am one who repays my grudges, but I don't want to take your life. Why do you take your own life so lightly? Luo Jiao gritted her teeth and pulled her hand back. Qi Jiao continued to ask her, Is the family's face more important than a person's life? At this moment, Xiao Quan came over, draped a cloak over her, and said, Jiao, let's go home. With that, he took her hand and left. Qi Jiao was surprised. Luo Jiao knelt in the hall, thinking angrily, I don't need your false kindness. I hate you, Qi Jiao. On the way back, Xiao Quan carried Qi Jiao on his back. She asked, You were holding me so tightly just now, I couldn't breathe. Besides, we were just acting. It wasn't real. What were you so nervous about? He asked back, Was this Prince? She nodded, Of course you were. She immediately imitated his tone from earlier. Jiao's feelings for your grandson are deep and profound. Your grandson also wonders if he will ever meet an ordinary woman like her in this life. My Jiao. After hearing this, Xiao Quan blushed with embarrassment and told her, Get down. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and replied, Not getting down, not getting down, I'm not getting down. I just want you to carry me. Tell me, why were you so nervous? Xiao Quan thought to himself, why? It was probably just seeing you covered in blood that scared me a little. Qi Jiao was oblivious, and seeing a leaf fall, she immediately reached out and cheered, Catch it. A day later, at the Prince Regent's manor, as Qi Jiao stepped into the courtyard, she saw Bai Lin directing servants to carry things and was startled. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you taking my things? Bai Lin replied, Princess consort, the prince said that from now on, you will stay in his room. He wants to sleep with you at night. Hearing this, Qi Jiao was startled. What? We're living together just like that. Isn't it too soon? I still want to have my own secrets. Just then, the Empress's soul appeared. She came over, patted her shoulder, and called, Little Princess Consort, Little Princess Consort. Qi Jiao turned her head in surprise and asked her, Your Majesty the Empress, what are you doing appearing in broad daylight? The Empress held an umbrella to block the sunlight and replied, Actually, this one wants to ask for your help at the Baiwa Pavilion. Dong Li Jian's subordinate announced, Pavilion Master, you have a guest. Dong Li Jian turned, saw the guest was Qi Jiao, and asked, Princess Consort, what can this one do for you? She ran over and asked, I heard the Baiwa Pavilion specializes in collecting intelligence. Can I ask you for a favor? Dong Li Jian replied, Of course, but has the princess consort brought enough silver? Hearing this, she asked angrily, Isn't Xiao Quan your good brother, and you're still charging money? Dong Li Jian replied, Even blood brothers must settle accounts clearly. Qi Jiao immediately took out a pile of jewels, threw them on the table, and said, For you, for you. As soon as Dong Li Jian saw the pile of jewels on the table, he immediately sat down and poured her tea. Whatever the princess consort wants, this one will not hide a single word if I know it. Qi Jiao pondered for a moment, then spoke. I want to ask where the Dishing sect is. As soon as he heard this, Dong Li Jian was startled. Huh? Forgive this one for not being able to answer. Qi Jiao was surprised. Not enough money? This is all for you. Dong Li Jian pushed the pile of jewels aside, coughed, and explained, It's not a matter of money. That Dishing sect is an assassin organization from Hanbei. They were once very close to the Morong family. Getting involved with them makes it hard to keep your friends, so this one advises the princess consort to not inquire further. On the way back, Qi Jiao thought to herself, Empress Murong asked me to inquire about the remaining partisans of Marquis Zhao Lian and then find the whereabouts of the crown prince. I agreed because this matter could help Xiao Quan. But right now, there's no progress at all. She pushed open the door to the room, and seeing the room was dark, she asked, Xiao Quan, are you back? Why aren't the lights on? Xiao Quan was sitting pensively in the room, and hearing her call him Xiao Quan, he thought in surprise, Jiaoer? He rushed over, hugged her, and said, So you didn't leave? Qi Jiao asked blankly. Leave? Xiao Quan replied, You left the manor alone and returned late at night. This prince thought you had left again. No matter what, this prince just hopes to be with you forever. Is that okay? Qi Jiao asked again, Be together forever? Qi Jiao thought to herself. That day in the side hall, Xiao Quan also looked at me with those eyes. I could clearly feel his tension and fear. Even if it was pretending or acting, he foolishly took it seriously. But I transmigrated here, and I might suddenly disappear one day. With this unknown future, what can I promise him? She turned and pulled him along. Let's talk about that next time. Let's go to sleep. Hearing this, Xiao Quan fell silent. After following her to bed, he also remained silent. Seeing this, Qi Jiao thought, Strange, he suddenly becomes so quiet. She turned over and asked, Xiao Quan, can you hold me? He replied angrily, No. Hearing that, Qi Jiao turned over, then good night. Seeing her fall asleep just like that, Xiao Quan became even angrier. This fool, can't she see at all that this prince is angry? Although he was angry with her, he still reached out and pulled her into his arms. The next day, Qi Jiao brought snacks to his study. She called out, Xiao Quan, today Xiang Mu and Bai Lin said you haven't eaten yet. Are you asleep? Seeing he was fast asleep, she moved closer, looked at the official document on his desk, and let out a soft sound. This is a document on how to wipe out the remaining partisans of Marquis Zhao Lian. She picked it up, read it, and thought, so he's been worried about this these past few days. After a while, Bai Lin entered again and called out, Your Highness, you should have lunch. Xiao Quan woke up, looked at Bai Lin, and asked, Where's the princess consort? This prince wants to eat with her. Bai Lin scratched his head and replied, It seems the princess consort has been very busy with something recently. She went out early this morning. Hearing this, Xiao Quan was startled and asked back, Left the manor? He wondered worriedly, why didn't she say anything to this prince? Meanwhile, Qi Jiao was at the river embankment on the capital's outskirts, talking with Nie Xiaoming. Xiaoming, you're knowledgeable. Do you know any place where I can inquire about news from the martial world? Nie Xiaoming asked back, News from the martial world? Sister Jiao, what do you want to know? She said, I promised someone something, to help find the whereabouts of an assassin organization, but I have no leads. Hearing this, Nie Xiaoming frowned slightly. Huh? Why does that person want to inquire about an assassin organization? Sister Jiao isn't being used. Is she? Chi Jiao quickly explained. No, she just wants to find a lost relative. Besides, I'm asking about this to help ease Xiao Quan's worries. Nie Xiaoming nodded. So that's how it is. How about this? I'll take you to Mount Sanqing in the outskirts. I heard there's a nameless master in the mountains. He knows everything very clearly. Nie Xiaoming immediately grabbed Chi Jiao's arm and pulled her to the foot of Mount Sanqing. Nie Xiaoming looked up at the mountain ahead. Sister Jiao, maybe we should go back. This mountain is so high and steep, and I can't see a path up. Chi Jiao shook her head. No, a person must keep their word. A promise made must be kept, and besides, if this succeeds, Xiao Quan won't have to worry about the Zhao clan's partisans anymore. He'll surely be very happy. With that, she immediately grabbed a vine and started climbing. Seeing her determination, Nie Xiaoming immediately replied, all right. Usually, Sister Jiao pampers Xiaoming, so Xiaoming will climb with you. Hearing this, Chi Jiao happily replied, As Nie Xiaoming climbed, she said to her, by the way, Sister Jiao, I heard that nameless master is very strange. If we just show up like this, he might not see us. It's fine, if necessary. We could just tie him up and take him away. Nie Xiaoming laughed. As expected of Sister Jiao. Seeing the sun setting, Chi Jiao thought to herself, the sun is setting so fast, I didn't say a word when I left. Xiao Quan will probably be angry when I get back. She wasn't paying attention, stepped into an empty space, and immediately fell, causing Nie Xiaoming to scream in fear. Sister Jiao. Outside the Prince Regent's manor, the palace maids cheered upon seeing the snow. It's snowing, it's snowing. Everyone come out and see. Hearing the noisy commotion, Xiao Quan immediately put down his brush and asked, is Jiao back? Bai Lin bowed and replied, reporting to your highness, the princess consort has not yet returned. It's just that it's snowing outside and the maids are playing. Hearing this, Xiao Quan muttered, is that so? At the same time, outside on Mount Sanqing, Chi Jiao was being helped along by Nie Xiaoming. She panted as she said, we finally reached the summit. Nie Xiaoming was worried. Sister Jiao, is your foot okay? She shook her head. It's fine, just a sprain. Luckily you pulled me up in time just now. Otherwise, I would have surely fallen and become a pile of meat. She recalled how, as she was falling, Nie Xiaoming had quickly grabbed her hand and called out tremblingly, Sister Jiao, grab my hand. Returning to the present, Nie Xiaoming discovered a house. She pointed at it and said, Sister Jiao, look, there's a room over there that's still lit. She looked in the direction Nie Xiaoming was pointing and said, it seems that's the residence of the nameless master. Let's go over there. Chi Jiao knocked on the door and bowed. This little girl, a Jiao, has something to ask of you, master. I hope you will grace us with your presence. Nie Xiaoming beside her also shouted, grace us with your presence. Suddenly, a crane flew towards them, startling the two of them. Attached to the crane was a letter. Not seeing you, I have to go to sleep. Chi Jiao took the crane and said, Xiaoming, it seems. Nie Xiaoming rolled up her sleeves and said, let's do it, I'm ready. Then, Nie Xiaoming immediately kicked the door open. The nameless master, who was lying on the bed, saw this and was shocked. My door. Nie Xiaoming quickly fixed the door for the master. Chi Jiao approached and said, that is, nameless master, I came this time because I have something to ask you. The nameless master said, I know what you want to ask, young lady, but I'm not free. I have to sleep. After saying that, he immediately lay down. Chi Jiao gave a cold smile, took a torch and walked toward his calligraphy painting, asking, is that so? You want to sleep? Do you want to reconsider? The nameless master sat up with a start, suddenly remembering he still had some scriptures to finish copying. Hearing this, Chi Jiao immediately ran over and said, as long as you agree, master, I will copy the scriptures. Chi Jiao went to the table and began copying the scriptures. Seeing the pile of scriptures surrounding her, she asked, master, don't you think there are a few too many scriptures? The nameless master, lying on the bed, replied, how can you be impatient when you're asking for a favor? I have to sleep. Chi Jiao gripped her brush tightly, thinking angrily, if it weren't for helping Xiao Quan investigate, I wouldn't have this much patience. Half an hour later, Chi Jiao was still copying scriptures for the master by lamplight, sighing to herself. At this time, Xiao Quan was also reviewing official documents under a lamp. Xiao Quan, she imagined pinning Xiao Quan down on the desk and asking, what official documents are you looking at? Xiao Quan asked in surprise. Jiaoer. She pressed down on him and said, look at me. Hearing this, Xiao Quan fell silent, then smiled and replied, all right, I'll look at you and only you. After saying that, he immediately pulled her down and kissed her on the lips. As Qi Jiao imagined this, she immediately smiled happily, drooling and murmuring, "Continue, continue." As for the nameless master, he lay with his back to her. He wasn't asleep, but was smiling to himself, thinking, "Fated one, don't be impatient. Your trial has only just begun." The next day at the Tan Mountain Coal Pond, Qi Jiao dived into the water. After a while, she resurfaced, sat on the bank hugging her freezing body and thought, "The water here is so cold. Luckily, my constitution is special. I've never been afraid of the cold since I was young. Otherwise, I would have really frozen to death." She recalled that this morning, she had brought the scriptures to the master and said, "I have finished copying the 100 volumes of scriptures." The master just said, "Oh," and then told her, "Go swim in the cold pond outside and help me find a flower." She clenched her fists in anger. "I just hope this white-haired man keeps his word, that if I help him find that flower, he will tell me the crown prince's whereabouts." She once again jumped into the pond and said, "Let's keep looking." Meanwhile, Inhu was standing on a nearby tree. Seeing Qi Jiao continuously diving into the water, he wondered to himself, what on earth is she looking for? At night, at the Prince Regent's manor, Xiao Quan was still standing at the manor gate, waiting for someone. Bai Lin asked the palace maid, "How long has His Highness been standing there? Has he had dinner?" The palace maid replied, reporting to Lord Bai Lin, "His Highness returned after court adjourned. First, he searched around the manor. Then he stood at the gate until now without having dinner." Hearing this, Bai Lin frowned, then approached and asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing? Why are you standing here?" Xiao Quan was silent for a moment, then replied, "I'm waiting for her to return." "Has she returned yet?" Bai Lin didn't know. "Please return to your room to avoid the snow, Your Highness." Xiao Quan said with disappointment. "Understood, you may leave." Bai Lin hurriedly knelt down and pleaded, "Please do not trifle with your health, Your Highness. Even if the princess consort does not return, you cannot afford to fall. The court is currently in turmoil. Southern Jin needs you. His Majesty needs you. The people of the realm also need you. Please value your life and return to your room to avoid the snow. Bai Lin has prepared hot soup for dinner to warm Your Highness up." Hearing this, Xiao Quan said nothing. He recalled a memory from when he was 5 years old. He carried a sword to his mother and said, "Mother consort, I don't want to eat. I want to go play with the AI brothers." Chu Han Fei immediately took the sword from his back and said, "No, Xiao Quan, you must eat obediently." Seeing this, Xiao Quan shouted, "My sword." Chu Han Fei fed him a spoonful of rice and said, "You must be healthy and strong so you can protect the kingdom for your father when you grow up." At that time, he had replied yes. Remembering this, he turned and walked towards his manor, thinking, "Mother consort's wish, the kingdom of Southern Jin, peace in the realm. This is what I should risk my life to protect." Seeing that he had turned around, Bai Lin immediately stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, please." While walking, he suddenly stopped, looked up at the snowy sky, and wondered, "But Jiao, when Southern Jin is at peace, will you still be by my side?" At the same time, at the Tan Mountain Coal Pond, Qi Jiao had been searching in the water all day without finding anything and shouted in frustration, "Still nothing. Where on earth is the flower?" Seeing her search fruitlessly, Inhu jumped down from the tree branch, approached her and thought, "This pond is frigid and bone-chilling at night. If she keeps searching like this, she'll freeze sooner or later." Qi Jiao once again went under the water, murmuring, "Let's search again, it's so cold." She dived deeper, thinking, "Why is it even colder than before? My limbs feel like they're about to freeze." At this moment, Inhu also followed her down. As soon as she saw him, she thought with a start, "Inhu, why is he here too?" Inhu came forward and took her hand, diving deeper with her, and picked a flower. Seeing this, she thought happily, "I got it." After getting ashore, Qi Jiao said to Inhu, "Thank you for helping me find it. Next time, I'll treat you to sweet and sour pork ribs at Zue Xian Lu." Inhu asked back, "Huh, sweet and sour pork ribs?" Qi Jiao explained, "It's a dish made with ribs. It tastes sour and sweet. Don't tell me you've never eaten it." Inhu replied, "I rarely eat. I have not tasted the sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors of the world." Qi Jiao exclaimed, "Heavens, that's so tragic." She took a piece of candy from her pocket and gave it to Inhu, saying, "I have this candy, it's for you." She put the candy in Inhu's mouth and asked, "Is it sweet?" Inhu replied. In his heart, he exclaimed, "Very sweet." Suddenly, Qi Jiao, beside him, hugged herself, shivered and moaned. "So cold." Then she collapsed. This shocked Inhu. "What's wrong?" Qi Jiao fell to the ground and asked, Why is it so cold?" At the nameless residence on Tan Mountain, Nia Xiao Meng cheered from inside the manor. "That's great. Sister Jiao is finally awake." Qi Jiao sat up in bed, holding her head and asking, "What happened to me?" Nie Xiaomeng replied. Early this morning, I found you unconscious at the door, shivering uncontrollably, so I quickly brought you in. She nodded. So that's what happened. Right. Where's the flower I brought back? She checked around her, but couldn't find her flower and became frantic. Nie Xiaomeng handed her a map and a letter, saying, the master brewed the lotus flower into medicine for you to drink. He said you passed the test, then left this and departed. She looked over and asked, what is it? She took the letter and the map and murmured, Guanshan Ridge, Jinmen Inn, a map. She thought to herself, he means for me to go to Jinmen Inn to find the remaining earthly life gate. At the Prince Regent's manor, a palace maid ran up and called out, Your Highness, the princess consort is back. Hearing this, Xiaoquan immediately asked excitedly, She's back? Overjoyed, he immediately ran off. Seeing this, Bai Lin hurriedly ran over and called out, Your Highness, wait. There is a council meeting with the ministers today. You cannot be absent. He waved his hand. This prince will be right back after seeing her. With that, he ran off. Seeing this, Bai Lin thought, fine. His Highness has been like a pining husband these past few days. I can wait a little longer. On another side of the manor, Nie Xiaomeng asked her, Sister Jiao, didn't you get the map? Why haven't you given it to your brother-in-law? She nodded. That's right. I have to give it to him. Just then, the jade pendant that Xiao Yi had given her fell out her pocket. Nie Xiaomeng bent down, picked up the jade pendant, and gave it to her, saying, You dropped your jade pendant. This jade pendant is so beautiful. Did brother-in-law give it to you? Xiaoquan arrived just at that moment. Seeing the jade pendant in Qi Jiao's hand, he was startled. Isn't that Xiao Yi's jade? Jiao actually accepted his Ming jade. He remembered the time on the boat when she had hugged Xiao Yi, and upon seeing him, had asked, Why are you here? Then when he was misunderstood by her for hurting Xiao Yi, she had asked angrily, Do you know that Xiao Yi was already injured and you still bullied him? And then when Xiao Yi pretended to be injured, she had immediately run to him and asked, How are you? Are you okay? He hid behind the wall, looking at her retreating figure and thought, No wonder she left without a word and returned after 3 days. It turns out her heart never had me in it. So he turned back angrily. As soon as Bai Lin saw him, he immediately ran up and called, Your Highness, you're back. Xiao Quan's face darkened as he said, Bai Lin, have someone move the princess consort's belongings back to Luo Yu Pavilion. Hearing this, Bai Lin was startled. Why? Xiao Quan said, This prince does not wish to see the princess consort for the next few days. Seeing this, Bai Lin was extremely confused and asked, Your Highness, why? Xiao Quan just left the manor, saying, Prepare a horse for the palace. Inside the imperial garden, Qi Jiao held a food box and asked, Xiaomeng, I haven't been back for a few days. Xiao Quan won't be angry with me, will he? Nie Xiaomeng, waiting beside her, reassured her, No. You specially waited for your brother-in-law to finish court and even made so many delicious dishes. Even if brother-in-law is angry, it will all disappear. It's time for the meal in the palace. Sister Jiao, hurry and bring it over. She immediately sat up happily and replied, Okay. Inside the council pavilion, Bai Lin brought the food box that Qi Jiao had prepared and gave it to Xiao Quan, saying, Your Highness, the princess consort has prepared a box of food for you. Hearing this, Xiao Quan asked in surprise, Food she made? He paused for a moment, then turned his head and gestured, Take it away. Someone will bring lunch later. Bai Lin continued, But this was personally made by the princess consort. Xiao Quan just gave a cold command, Take it away. Bai Lin returned the food box to Qi Jiao. Seeing this, she asked, confused, Is Xiao Quan really angry with me? Bai Lin spoke up, Princess consort, don't blame Bai Lin for being talkative, but you were really in the wrong this time. For the past few days, His Highness couldn't find you, and every time court adjourned, he would ask, Are you back yet? He even stood foolishly at the gate in the heavy snow waiting for you, his hands frozen solid, but he refused to go inside, just wanted to wait for you to return. At this point, Bai Lin sighed. Qi Jiao lowered her head. I was wrong about this. At this moment, Xiao Quan came out from inside. A eunuch saw him and hurriedly ran over to advise. His Majesty is probably not going to make it. It is only natural for you to succeed the throne. For the sake of the imperial family's lineage, I hope you will choose a consort soon. Xiao Quan nodded and said, This prince knows. Minister Chao, please see yourself out. As soon as Qi Jiao heard this, she asked, stunned, What? Choose a consort? She ran over and grabbed him, calling, Xiao Quan, why did you agree to choose a consort? Xiao Quan shook Qi Jiao's hand off and said, the princess consort need not ask about this prince's affairs. Hearing this, she was stunned. What? You don't be angry. I admit that leaving without a word was wrong. I saw you sleeping that day and couldn't bear to wake you, so I didn't say anything. Xiao Quan, still misunderstanding her, turned his head away, frowned, and said, the princess consort can go wherever she pleases. What does it have to do with this prince? Qi Jiao hurriedly chased after him, calling, Xiao Quan, don't go. Can you just listen to me? I have something to give you, Xiao Quan. She suddenly tripped on a stone, fell to the ground, and cried out. Hearing the sound, Xiao Quan immediately turned back worriedly and called, Jiaoer. Qi Jiao clutched her wound. It hurt so much. She pulled up her skirt to reveal the wound from her fall while climbing Tamton Mountain. Seeing the wound, Xiao Quan immediately ran over and asked, why are you always so reckless? You even fall while walking? She said angrily, isn't it because you were walking so fast and didn't wait for me? Xiao Quan looked down at the wound and asked again, where did you get this wound? Why weren't you careful? She replied, I'm fine. I was just a little careless. Why were you ignoring me just now? And now you're concerned about me. He dared to sigh and then asked, when did this prince ever ignore you? He thought to himself, I clearly care a lot. Xiao Quan helped Qi Jiao up. Nie Xiaoming ran over at this moment and called, Sister Jiao, your leg is bleeding again. Qi Jiao asked in surprise, Xiaoming? Nie Xiaoming immediately ran over to shield Qi Jiao behind her, looking warily at Xiao Quan and asking, Sister Jiao, come over here. Did he bully you? She glared at him and replied, yes, it was him. Nie Xiaoming was furious and stepped forward to question Xiao Quan. Do you know how much hardship Sister Jiao has gone through these past few days to help you investigate the Zhao faction? Hearing this, Xiao Quan asked with a start. What? Nie Xiaoming recounted. She copied scriptures and soaked in cold water. She almost froze to death. The wound on her leg is also from almost falling off a cliff. She's so good to you, yet you bully her. That's too much. After hearing this, Xiao Quan was shocked. Wait, so you're saying? Nie Xiaoming didn't listen and pulled Qi Jiao away, saying, let Sister Jiao tell you herself. Let's go. Xiao Quan understood everything. He broke into a smile and said, so this prince misunderstood her. I even thought she wanted to find Xiao Yi these past few days. He ran over and called her Jiao or wait. She frowned and asked, what for? Aren't you going to choose your consort? If you want to apologize, there's no need. After all, what do my affairs have to do with the Prince Regent? He held her hand and said, that was just out of anger. He turned and pulled her away. She asked, startled, where are you taking me? He smiled and said, follow this prince. Inside the council pavilion, Xiao Quan said to the ministers, His Majesty is gravely ill. I don't know why you all hope for this prince to succeed the throne, but today this prince must make it clear. This prince has no intention for the throne. I hope you all will not mention this matter again. Hearing this, Qi Jiao was extremely confused. Immediately, a minister ran up and said, Your Highness is of royal blood. Succession is ordained by heaven. Xiao Quan didn't listen and continued. Furthermore, regarding the matter of choosing a consort, forget that idea. This prince's household is very strict. If my beloved consort becomes jealous and throws a tantrum at this prince's daily life would be difficult to keep peaceful, and my heart would ache endlessly. The outside world would also be affected. Xiao Quan stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, causing her to be startled. The minister immediately said, Your Highness, this. Xiao Quan looked at the man and said, The censor-in-chief's household is filled with earnest imperial teachings. You would not understand this prince's suffering. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, saying, This prince's beloved consort is very hard to appease. After leaving the council pavilion, Qi Jiao said to him, Xiao Quan, I'm sorry. Next time I go out, I'll tell you. I won't hide it from you anymore. This prince was also in the wrong. Xiao Quan glanced at Qi Jiao beside him and thought, because I've never liked anyone before, handling this matter was inevitably a bit clumsy. Every time I get angry, I'm like a porcupine pricking the person who cares about me. Qi Jiao reached out and caught a falling flower, then turned to ask, But Xiao Quan, was it worth it for you to give up the throne for me? He asked back, What is there to be worth it or not? She spoke up, that is. Suddenly, Xiao Quan bent down and rested his forehead against hers, saying, For you, I am willing. Inside by Hua Tower, Qi Jiao pulled Xiao Quan upstairs. Xiao Quan called out, Jiao, this prince said I would only stroll with you tonight. I did not agree to let you come in here. Downstairs, pairs of men and women were playing chase with each other. The noisy clamor echoed. Qi is so handsome today. Young lady, you're hurting me. Qi Jiao went upstairs and said to him, Your Highness can just wait for me outside. Xiao Quan replied unhappily, no. Just then, a man ran up, squeezed between the two of them, lifted Qi Jiao's chin and said, "This young lady is truly beautiful. Please come to our Baihua Tower often in the future." Seeing this, Xiao Quan immediately pulled Qi Jiao close to him, then drew his sword and pointed it at the man, asking coldly, "Are you looking to die? Tower for fun." The young man immediately slipped away. "We are clearly so intimate, and Jiao still doesn't know what kind of relationship it is." She hurriedly used her sleeve to cover her blushing face and said, "I already said, don't be like this outside." The two continued forward. Xiao Quan asked, "Jiao came here to look at other men?" "Of course not." "Hey, this is what I wanted to give you before." He looked at the map and asked back, "A map?" She asked him, "Isn't Dong Li Jian your good brother? I found a clue about the earthly life gate, but I don't know where this place is, so I want to ask him. I originally intended to give it to you, but you're usually very busy with court affairs, so I'll take on the task of finding the earthly life gate for you." Hearing this, he immediately pinned her against the wall, lifted her chin, and asked, "You're so good to this prince. How do you want this prince to reward you?" Her face flushed red. "What do you want to do? There's so many people here." He kissed her on the lips and replied, "Isn't it more exciting this way?" At this moment, Dong Li Jian appeared behind the two of them, cleared his throat, and asked, "Do you two need to get a room to continue?" Qi Jiao hurriedly hugged Xiao Quan to hide and let out a scream. Xiao Quan turned to Dong Li Jian and said, "Come here. This prince's beloved consort has something to ask you." Dong Li Jian replied, "All right, I will tell you everything I know." Half an hour later, on a street in the capital of southern Jin, Qi Jiao entered a shop and said, look here, look here." The old woman approached and asked, "Young lady, this is the newest style in our shop. Please try it." She pointed at a hairpin. "Madam, I want to try that one." She smiled faintly. "This is the treasure of our shop. The price is not cheap." Qi Jiao picked it up, her eyes sparkling as she looked toward her husband, and called, "Xiao Quan." He looked up and smiled gently. "Buy it." He thought to himself, as long as she's happy. Afterwards, the two of them strolled through the streets together. Qi Jiao bought a stick of tanghulu and offered it to him. Xiao Quan, this prince has never eaten these things. But Qi Jiao had already put a piece in his mouth. "Try it. How is it delicious?" He coughed and replied, "Not bad." On the street at this time, someone exclaimed, look here, 1 coin for 1 arrow. Hit the target and win a doll and a prize worth 10 gold. Qi Jiao immediately pointed at it and said, "Xiao Quan, I want to play." He smiled and asked, "Which one do you want?" She pointed in a direction, "That one." Xiao Quan drew his bow and arrow and replied, "All right." After they finished, Xiao Quan carried the bag of items and followed Qi Jiao back. He asked, "Jiao, what did you buy all these things for?" She walked and replied, "The hairpin is for Xiao Meng. The clothes are for Jin'er. I bought a box of Fuji for Jixia and a dagger for Bai Lin." Hearing this, Xiao Quan was stunned. He dropped the bag of items to the ground and asked angrily, "This prince gets nothing." Hearing this, Qi Jiao burst out laughing, reached out and took his hand, saying, all right, next time for sure. Don't be angry on such a happy day." Hearing this, Xiao Quan picked up the bag again and said, "Then you'd better remember next time." Qi Jiao smiled and replied, "Let's go home." The two of them continued walking down the street, not noticing that behind them, Luo Jiao was hiding behind a wall, observing them. She gritted her teeth and thought, on what grounds can you be so happy, Qi Jiao? One day, I will make you die." Inside the Prince Regent's manor, Xiao Quan handed her a box of items and said, "Jiao, these are walnut pastries. Take them with you to eat on the road." Qi Jiao took it, nodded, and replied, "Okay, Bai Lin and I are leaving now." Xiao Quan called her, "Wait." She turned her head and asked, "Huh?" Xiao Quan stuffed a pile of bags into her arms and said, "There's also pickled chili chicken feet, green tea, Buddha cakes, shrimp dumplings, and melon seeds." Qi Jiao hugged them and said, "All right, Xiao Quan, I'm going to Guanshan Ridge, not on a spring outing." Bai Lin stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will definitely protect the princess consort's safety." Xiao Quan nodded and replied, "You come here. This prince has something to entrust to you." Bai Lin approached. He whispered, "After court adjourns today, I will come to Guanshan Ridge to find you, and we will all return to the manor together." Hearing this, Bai Lin asked, confused, Your Highness plans not to attend court tomorrow?" He replied, "This prince wants to neglect my duties." Qi Jiao called him from behind. "Are you two done talking? It's getting late." Before leaving, she waved goodbye to him, Xiao Quan, goodbye. He nodded and replied, goodbye. He thought to himself, I don't know why, but seeing her leave makes me feel uneasy, as if something is about to happen. At this moment, Qi Jiao was still excitedly calling out, Bai Lin, charge for me. Bai Lin replied shyly, charge. At Huidu County, Guanshan Ridge. Qi Jiao and Bai Lin entered a tea house. She lay on the table and sighed. I'm dead tired. Bai Lin looked at the map and said, after asking around, it seems no one here knows where Jean Menon is. Princess Consort, could you be mistaken? She immediately said, no way. Dong Li Jian said that Jean Menon is nearby, but the locals don't know of its existence. Perhaps it's in some secret place. Just then, a customer ran over and said, I've seen Jean Menon. Hearing this, Qi Jiao was surprised. Where have you seen it? Tell me quickly. The man hugged his wine jar. Thank you both for buying me a drink. It's like this. To the west of our town, there's a place called the Lost Forest. Because someone once saw a ghost there, everyone is afraid to enter. One day, I was drunk and afraid my wife at home would scold me. So I wanted to take a walk to sober up before going back. As a result, I somehow ended up in the forest. I stopped and looked around. Suddenly, I saw a child standing under a bamboo tree, running and giggling, as if playing with someone, but besides me, there was clearly no one else around. He recalled that day. The child was running and saying, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, I'm about to catch you. Remembering this, he continued, I was so scared the alcohol wore off completely, and I immediately ran away. I don't know how long I ran. My legs couldn't move anymore. When I looked around, I had unexpectedly run to the end of the bamboo forest. At the end of the bamboo forest, I saw a house. It was midnight, so I couldn't see its shape clearly. I only saw 4 lanterns hanging on the door, with Jean Menon written on them. After hearing this, Qi Jiao immediately asked, Big brother, what happened after that? How did you get back? The man replied, I dazedly retraced my steps and unexpectedly got out of the bamboo forest. After hearing this, Qi Jiao held her head and sighed, thinking, I don't know if this big brother is telling the truth or not, but for now, there are no other clues. Bai Lin approached the man and asked, Big brother, where is the specific location of the Lost Forest? He replied, you leave the inn, head southwest for half a mile, cross a river, and go another half a mile. Bai Lin and Qi Jiao followed the man's directions. They finally reached the Lost Forest. Bai Lin held a lantern and asked worriedly, Princess Consort, how are you not scared at all? She asked back now, what's there to be scared of? Bai Lin shivered and looked around, saying, I heard that big brother say this forest seems to have ghosts. Qi Jiao held up the lantern to play ghost and said, That's right, Bai Lin, I am the ghost. How can I take your life? Bai Lin screamed in fear, help, and then he ran away. Seeing this, Qi Jiao shouted, Hey, I was just scaring you, don't run. What's so scary about ghosts? I wish I could meet Ghost. After a while, Bai Lin had lost Qi Jiao. He kept calling, Princess Consort, where are you? Bai Lin sighed and thought, I ran in such a hurry just now. Where do I find the Princess Consort now? A dark figure appeared behind Bai Lin, startling him into thinking, someone's here. A familiar voice called out to him, Bai Lin. Bai Lin was surprised. Your Highness, you followed your subordinates' markings here. Xiao Quan appeared and replied, Yes. Where's the Princess Consort? Bai Lin broke into a sweat. The Princess Consort. He hurriedly knelt to apologize. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Just now, Bai Lin and the Princess Consort were taking a walk. The Princess Consort is now alone in the bamboo forest. Hearing this, Xiao Quan was stunned and turned, saying, Enough useless talk. Quickly go find her. Bai Lin immediately replied, Yes. Qi Jiao was now walking alone inside the forest. That big brother said the Jinmen Inn is at the end of the bamboo forest. But I've been walking for half an hour. Why haven't I gotten out of this forest yet? Wait, something's not right. I've been walking for so long. Why does the scenery around me keep repeating? Could it be that I've run into a ghost-built wall? Or is there a mechanism here? Suddenly, a rock hit her, making her cry out, What threw that at me? She angrily turned around and saw 2 little ghosts holding rocks, laughing and saying, I hit her on the head. Then I'll hit her on the leg. Qi Jiao walked over, grabbed both of them, and asked, Was it you who threw rocks at me? They were startled. You, how can you see us? Are you a ghost too? Qi Jiao moved closer to threaten them. Me? That's right. I'm the beautiful underworld messenger from the netherworld. I'm here tonight to capture you 2 naughty little ghosts, to be thrown into the boiling cauldron of the 18th level of hell. The 2 children screamed in fear. We don't want to. Just then, a voice called out, Don't take little 5 and little 6. The 2 children quickly escaped from Qi Jiao's grasp, running towards the source of the sound, calling, Little Highness. The other child ran over and said to the 2 little ghosts, Little 5, little 6, come hide behind me. The 2 children cried as they called out to the boy, Little Highness. Highness. The boy was startled when he saw Qi Jiao. You are. Suddenly, the boy ran over, hugged her, and called out, Mother. This startled her, huh? Mother. She brought the boy into the house. After the boy heard what she said, he said, I'm sorry, Sister Qi Jiao. You look so much like my mother, so I mistook you for her just now. Qi Jiao asked, Your mother? The child nodded. She passed away when I was little. Hearing that, Qi Jiao scratched her head awkwardly and said, I'm sorry. What's your name? What is your relationship with those two little ghosts? The boy replied, Sister, you can call me a Qing. Since I was young, I've been able to see things others can't. Little 5 and little 6 are my friends. Sister, you can see them too, right? She laughed. That's right. In that case, we really get along. She looked at the boy and thought to herself, this child seems reliable. He might know about the Jin Min. I might as well ask him. So she said to the boy, Qing, do you know how to get out of the bamboo forest? Your sister has something urgent to do. Qing frowned slightly. I don't remember the way either. If sister wants to get out, you'll have to wait for my father to come back and take you. Just then, the door opened and the boy's father walked in. He called Qing. As soon as he saw the man, the boy excitedly ran over, calling father. The man asked, and this young lady is? The boy introduced, this is Sister Qi Jiao, whom I just met. The man stroked the boy's hair. Sister, oh, thank you, young lady, for taking care of Qing for me. I am Tuoba Yin. This is the first time Qing has actively been friendly with someone else. If it's possible, Qi Jiao asked her. She hurried over and said, Wait, I still have something urgent to do. I'd like to ask young master Tuoba for the way out of this bewildering forest. Tuoba Yin replied, Since the young lady has asked, I will naturally help. It's just that Qing is very fond of you. If you don't mind my son and me, you could live with us. He picked up the child and held him. After hearing this, she was stunned and scratched her head. What? Live together? Tuoba Yin replied, Tomorrow, I will take you to handle your urgent matter and conveniently visit your home to present the betrothal gifts. Qi Jiao froze upon hearing this. What kind of joke is this? Betrothal gifts? A stream of thoughts flowed through her mind. What the hell kind of development is this? Why would a 30-year-old widower with a child actually propose to me right after we met? Although I am as beautiful as a flower, gentle and lovely, I'm already a married woman. She hurriedly waved her hands, intending to explain, Young master, oh no, big brother. To be honest with you, I already have. Just then, the door opened and Xiao Quan walked in, saying, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, sir, because this young lady already has a husband. As soon as Qi Jiao saw Xiao Quan, she immediately ran to hug his waist and called out, Xiao Quan, that's right, why are you here? Don't you have to attend court tomorrow? He said, with those few conservative old men around, it's fine for this prince to neglect my duties for a few days. Besides, without you by my side for half a day, this prince missed you very much. Tuoba Yin witnessed this scene. He put Qing down and said, My apologies. It was I who was being difficult. Qi Jiao waved her hand. It's all right, young master Tuoba. You don't need to apologize. You only said that for Qing's sake. When Xiao Quan heard the surname Tuoba, he was surprised. Tuoba, isn't that the surname of the former Hanbei dynasty? Could this person be? Tuoba Yin smiled at her. If Miss Qi wants to get out of the bamboo forest, go straight east for half a mile. No matter what you encounter, do not turn back or take a detour. There are mechanisms in the bewildering forest. As long as you go straight east from here, they won't be triggered. It's dark, so you two should be careful. Xiao Quan's group, Qi Jiao and Bai Lin left together in the direction Tuoba Yin had indicated. After a while, Bai Lin spoke up, Your Highness, Princess Consort, it seems we've arrived. Qi Jiao cheered. It's the Jin Min. Xiao Quan, let's hurry inside and find that master. Xiao Quan stopped her wait. He took out a signal flare and gave it to Bai Lin. Bai Lin asked, Your Highness, why are you giving me the Baihua Pavilion's signal flare? He explained, We don't know what dangers lie ahead this time. You stay here and stand by for one watch. If this prince and Jiaoer do not return, immediately light the flare to contact Dongli Jian for help. Bai Lin said, Oh, then bowed and replied, Yes, Bai Lin obeys. After making the arrangements, Xiao Quan then pulled Qi Jiao along. Let's go. He opened the door and stepped inside. Qi Jiao immediately hid behind him and said, It's so dark in here. It looks so gloomy. I'm scared. Hearing that, he asked, This prince heard from Bai Lin that the princess consort is very brave. Not afraid of ghosts, but afraid of the dark. Could it be that you want this prince to protect you? Hearing that, Qi Jiao angrily pinched him. You saw through it. but you didn't have to say it. We could have let it pass. Startled by the pinch, he asked, "Why did you pinch this prince? If you say another word, I'll pinch you again." Just then, a figure appeared and called out, "Young lady, you've arrived." This startled Qi Jiao. Why did someone suddenly appear? The person, holding a lantern, approached and said, "Our master has been waiting for you for a long time." "Please." Xiao Quan was suspicious. "Wait, how did your master know she was coming?" The servant bowed. "The master has only invited the young lady. Please, sir, stop here and wait outside." Hearing this, Qi Jiao immediately told him, "Be good and wait for me outside. With you here, I'll be fine." Xiao Quan was about to say something, but Qi Jiao smiled. She hummed and looked at him. He could only reply, "All right," and let her follow the person. Qi Jiao stepped into the room and asked, "Are you Master Jin?" "Hello, it was Tuoba and a Qing who showed me the way here." The Master Jin nodded at "Oh, so it was the Sixth Highness who showed you the way. It seems the young lady is someone the Sixth Highness trusts. What business do you have seeking this old tiger?" Qi Jiao got straight to the point. "I came here to ask you about the Dishing sect. It would be best if you could tell me about their whereabouts." The master stroked his beard and asked, "This old tiger does indeed know about the Dishing sect. But young lady, why do you want to investigate them?" She explained, "Because the existence of this assassin organization harms the Southern Jin Court and secretly aids Marquis Zhao Yin. So many lives have been killed at his hands. And I, for the sake of one person, so that he will not be troubled, must eradicate this Dishing sect, root and stem." Master Ji nodded. "It is indeed because of the Dishing sect that Marquis Zhao Yin is so arrogant and tyrannical. But currently, the Dishing sect has secretly split into two factions. One faction follows Zhao's arrangements. The other has long since withdrawn from the conflict." She was startled. "What do you mean, split into two factions? Wait, why do you know this matter like the back of your hand? Could it be that you—" Master Jean introduced. "The young lady has guessed correctly. This old tiger is indeed a member of the Dishing sect. But for many years, I have followed the Sixth Highness into seclusion and no longer concern myself with worldly affairs. Young lady, do you know the Hanwei dynasty?" Hearing this name, Qi Jiao was surprised. The Hanwei dynasty? Isn't that the nation that was destroyed? Now the king of Hanbei is in power. She sat down and replied, "Yes, I've heard people say that the Dishing sect was founded by the sixth prince of the former Hanbei dynasty. Are these two related?" Master Jean answered, "That's right. The Sixth Highness, Tuoba Yin, is the one who founded the Dishing sect." In who was on a tree branch, holding the bag of candy Qi Jiao had given him. From below, Tuoba Yan's voice rang out. "I didn't expect that your excellency, the aberration, doesn't eat cooked food but craves the tastes of the mortal world." Inhu jumped down from the tree and said, "Inhu simply has no sense of taste, Sixth Highness." Tuoba Yin, sitting on a chair, said, "Let's talk about that, Miss Qi. It seems you've been following her. Could she be your contract master?" Inhu shook his head. "No." Tuoba Yin replied, "Then it's truly—" "The demon tribe of Hanbei works for others in exchange for life. Yet you secretly help her, but not because of a blood pact." Inhu shook his head. "No." Hearing that, Tuoba Yin said, "All right, the moon is beautiful tonight. Have some tea with me." Inhu refused. "She has left the bewildering forest. I must follow." Hearing this, Tuoba Yin sighed. "You've changed." Inhu was surprised. "Changed? My hands are still stained with fresh blood and hatred. Immortal and indestructible. A monster that is neither human nor ghost. This point will never change." Inside the inn, Xiao Quan was lying on the bed, reading official documents. Qi Jiao lay down, hugged his waist, and said, "Xiao Quan, read the documents tomorrow. It's late today." He stroked her head and replied, all right, Jiao, go to sleep." Suddenly, a sound made him alert, and he thought, "Someone's here." Xiao Quan rushed outside. At that moment, Inhu stood in the middle of the bamboo forest, looking in a certain direction, pondering, "The people from the Dishing sect seem a bit strange tonight. Is it just my imagination?" Xiao Quan drew his sword, pointed it at Inhu, and said, "Hiding and skulking around is not the work of a gentleman. Your Excellency, what exactly do you want, following us all this way?" Inhu turned and replied, "Your Highness is overthinking it. I have no ill intentions. If I want to make a move, I'm afraid I wouldn't have waited for you to draw your sword." Xiao Quan looked at Inhu and realized, red pupils. "You're from the demon tribe of Northern Han." He lowered his sword and asked, "Legend has it that the Hanwei king made a blood pact with a demon, exchanging his life to secure his kingdom. Now that your contract master is dead, what do you want by setting foot in Southern Jin?" Inhu explained, watching Southern Jean in chaos with enemies both within and without. Your Highness doesn't know my intentions. Hearing this, Xiao Quan frowned. My apologies, but this prince does not need your help. Another sound rang out, making Xiao Quan turn his head. What was that sound? Inhu immediately recognized it as an attack from the Dishing sect. He quickly pushed Xiao Quan away. Hurry back. Someone wants to kill the princess consort. At the same time, inside the inn, Qi Jiao woke up and looked at the group of people before her, asking, "Who are you?" The group replied, "The Dishing sect has come to take the young lady's life." Hearing this, Qi Jiao frowned. The Dishing sect. Could it be that old Master Jean wants to kill me? No. If it were him, he would have made his move in the forest long ago. Unless this is the other faction of the Dishing sect. Qi Jiao calmed down. First, I need to find a way to stall for time. She stood up, smiled, and asked, "Big brothers, you must have the wrong person, right?" Qi Jiao was extremely surprised and asked, "Luo Jiao actually colluded with the Dishing sect?" Luo Jiao drew a dagger from her sleeve and said, "Qi Jiao, you stole what was originally mine. Today, I can finally make you bitch pay." Seeing her approach, Qi Jiao was startled and cried out, "You!" She rushed forward and stabbed Qi Jiao in the stomach, continuing, "Disappear from here." Qi Jiao looked down at where she had been stabbed, still in a daze, calling out, "You!" Qi Jiao lay on the ground, repeatedly crying. It hurts so much." Just then, a person in a white cloak walked over and asked, "You're awake. How does it feel to be dead?" She shot up in shock. "What? Dead? Who's dead?" The person in the cloak replied, "This is the world after death. You're already dead." Hearing that, she asked in a panic, "What? I'm dead? How can that be?" Then she suddenly remembered that Luo Jiao had stabbed her with a dagger. She thought to herself, "I'm actually dead." The person in the cloak told her, "Young lady, please accept the truth. Obediently climb these stairs to be reincarnated." Hearing this, Qi Jiao was even more surprised. Reincarnated? She remembered the memory she had with Xiao Quan and immediately started crying, saying, "I don't want to die. I don't want to be reincarnated. Someone, please come and save me." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Qi Jiao was surprised. "Inhu," she hurriedly asked. "Inhu, I don't want to die. Can you save me?" Inhu looked at her in silence, remembering back at the inn, Xiao Quan holding her dead body in his arms. Dong Li Jian had arrived with reinforcements, but was still a step too late. He sighed and ordered, "Take the bodies of this Disheng sect group away and dispose of them cleanly." His men immediately bowed and replied yes. Dong Li Jian looked at the scene before him and sighed, still a step too late. Xiao Quan held her dead body in his arms and said, "Dong Li Jian, take your men and leave first." Dong Li Jian replied, "All right." Then he walked out. After Dong Li Jian left, Xiao Quan looked up and said to Inhu, "Your Excellency, the aberration, this prince has a favor to ask." Inhu immediately understood. "You want me to form a blood pact with the princess consort. It is rumored that a blood pact can turn heaven and earth and bring the dead back to life." Inhu looked towards her and asked, "But the princess consort's soul has already departed. If you insist on the blood pact to bring her back to life, after she dies again, she will not be able to reincarnate and will suffer for eternity. If that is the price, you still..." Xiao Quan's face darkened as he replied, "Let me bear it. You just save her." He lifted his face, tears streaming down, his eyes showing clear determination. "I will suffer in her place in this world until my soul shatters and scatters." Remembering this, Inhu said to Qi Jiao, "All right." He bent down, held out his hand, and said, "Give me your hand. I will form a pact with you, and you can be revived." Qi Jiao asked, "The pact must be a blood pact?" She gave her hand to Inhu. Inhu immediately bent down and formed a seal on her, which startled and surprised her. "Is this forming the pact? I feel a strange power flowing into my body." A bright circle of light appeared, enveloping the two of them. After a moment, Inhu stood up and said, "The pact is complete. You can leave this place." Hearing this, Qi Jiao said joyfully, "Inhu, thank you." She returned to her body, sat up, and said, "I'm alive again." She raised her hand and was surprised to see something strange on it, thinking, "There's a mark on my hand. My eyesight has gotten better, and my body feels lighter too." Then she turned to see Inhu in front of her and asked, "Inhu, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? What happened to your hair?" At this moment, Inhu's hair had turned from black to silver. He replied, "I'm fine. Let's go. Someone has been waiting for you." Qi Jiao hurried out and saw Xiao Quan waiting under a tree. She immediately ran over and called, "Xiao Quan." He turned his head in surprise to look at her. "Jiaoer, you're back. She replied happily, I'm back. I'm sorry, Xiao Quan, for making you wait so long. After saying that, she pulled him down and kissed him on the lips. The next day, inside the secret dungeon, Dongli Jian approached Luo Jiao and asked, How is it? Are the methods of torture at my Baiwa pavilion not to your liking? Luo Jiao cried out, Just kill me. Dongli Jian shook his head. No, I do not kill women. She continued to scream, You just kill me now? Every debt has its debtor. You won't die by my hand. Just then, someone approached and called her Luo Jiao. As she looked up, she was startled to see Qi Jiao. When Dongli Jian saw Qi Jiao approaching, he bowed. Princess consort, I will take my leave. Qi Jiao said to her, I spared you once, but it's a pity you didn't know what was good for you and dare to harm me. Today, I don't need to be merciful either. Luo Jiao was stunned and said, You're not dead. Impossible. I saw with my own eyes that you weren't breathing anymore. Qi Jiao said, Unfortunately, I'm still alive. She took out the dagger Luo Jiao had used to kill her and asked, Remember this? You used this dagger to kill me. Now, I'm returning it to you. With that, she rushed forward and stabbed the dagger into Luo Jiao, stunning her. After examining the wound, Luo Jiao laughed and said, Qi Jiao, you didn't kill me. Qi Jiao frowned. Sorry, I'm not as vicious as you. However, no one here cares about you. Sooner or later, you'll bleed to death. Suddenly, Inhu appeared and ran behind her. Immediately after, Luo Jiao's scream was heard. She turned her head and was surprised to see that Inhu had killed Luo Jiao, calling out, Inhu. Inhu replied, If you can't do it, I'll help you. Qi Jiao looked at Luo Jiao's corpse in disbelief and asked, She's dead? Inhu said, This person was extremely vicious. You don't need to feel sorry for her. Qi Jiao forced a smile. I don't. I just feel uneasy in my heart. After all, I'm a modern person. By the way, what's really going on with your hair? Did forming the pact cause you to become like this? Are you hiding something from me? Inhu was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, No, don't overthink it. That evening, at the small house in the bewildering forest, Inhu sat at a stone table. Tuoba Yin came over, touched his hair, and repeatedly exclaimed, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've already made a pact with someone else. Look at your hair. Not a single black strand left. After the pact, your body will. Inhu interrupted. Sixth Highness, you're talking too much tonight. Tuoba Yin sat down, picked up a teacup, and said, All right, I won't say any more. Drink your tea, drink your tea. 3 days later, at the Regent Prince's mansion, Qi Jiao's group finally returned. Nie Xiaoming was sitting at the entrance, holding a wine jug. When the palace maids saw Qi Jiao return, they were overjoyed. This is great. The princess consort is finally home. If the princess consort didn't come back, that kid Nie would probably drink all the wine in the mansion. Just then, Bai Lin approached Qi Jiao. She smiled teasingly. Don't be so hesitant. I saw long ago that there was something between you two. Do you like Xiaoming? Bai Lin stammered. Seeing that he still didn't dare to say it, Qi Jiao immediately said, I'm telling you now, she's going home in a few days. If you like her, make a move. Seize the opportunity. Bai Lin scratched his head shyly and said, But Qi Jiao kicked Bai Lin's butt. Stop hesitating and go. He yelped and was pushed in front of Nie Xiaoming. As soon as she saw him, she asked, Bai Lin, want to drink together? Bai Lin sat down next to Nie Xiaoming. She asked, Do you have something you want to say to me? He blushed and stammered. Not knowing what to do, he turned to ask Qi Jiao, What should I say? A certain person with the surname Qi, who was helping from the side, replied, Just say it directly. Go for it. You can do it. Go, Lil Bai. If that doesn't work, kiss her. Hearing that, Bai Lin's face turned even redder. That's not good. He turned to look at Nie Xiaoming, then decided to confess his feelings. I've thought it over. Miss Nie, I like you. Not because of what happened that day. Not because I was drunk. I said I would take responsibility because I like you. What about you? You. Nie Xiaoming was silent for a moment, then threw herself into Bai Lin's arms, laughing and saying, Xiaoming likes you too. Just then, Xiao Quan appeared behind Qi Jiao, startling her. Xiao Quan, why are you here? He asked her. Jiaoer likes watching others get together. With that, he scooped her up in his arms, making her feel shy. Xiao Quan, put me down. I haven't finished watching. He laughed and asked, What's there to watch? How about this prince lets you experience it firsthand? Inside the Danyu courtyard, Xiao Quan lay down on the bed, letting Qi Jiao press on top of him and kiss him. After a while, Qi Jiao sat up, trying to take off her clothes. Seeing this, Xiao Quan propped himself up slightly and teased her to is Jiaoer in such a hurry? She blushed and stammered, I'm not. Xiao Quan continued, since Jiaoer is being so proactive, it seems tomorrow this prince will have to send someone to buy more guanyin statues to put in the room. Hearing this, she crossed her arms angrily and asked, Isn't it because of the net you cast? Otherwise, how could the Empress Dowager have sent someone to bring guanyin statues? Xiao Quan sat up and nodded. Yes, the miscarriage act this prince and Jiaoer put on last time really scared the old lady. But it's fine. If Jiaoer is this proactive every day, having this prince's child is just a matter of time, isn't it? He moved closer and pulled her into his arms, making her blush. Don't, you're too close. Xiao Quan bent down and gently kissed her neck. He reached out to untie her belt. She quickly said, Wait. Then she held her head and wondered, why do I feel so dizzy? Suddenly, she fell onto the bed with a cry, which panicked Xiao Quan. Jiaoer, what's wrong with you? Jiaoer. The mark on Qi Jiao's hand suddenly lit up, and then she fainted just like that. The next morning, Qi Jiao sat up and thought, It's morning. My head hurts so much. What's wrong with me? Isn't this the Luoyu Pavilion? How'd I get here? Seeing that she was awake, Ji Xiao walked in and called, Miss, you're awake. Time for breakfast. Qi Jiao immediately got out of bed and asked, Ji Xiao, where's the prince? Ji Xiao replied, For some reason, the prince suddenly carried you back to the Liu Pavilion last night and even had someone move all of Mrs. Things over during the night. He has already gone to the morning court session. Qi Jiao remembered that she had suddenly fainted yesterday and thought to herself, I remember now, but it's not so serious that he would get angry and move all my things back to the Liu Pavilion. She said angrily, Last night, Xiao Quan and I were busy when I fainted. Ji Xia, wait for me to come back before we have breakfast. Go prepare a carriage for me. Hearing this, Ji Xia was bewildered. Why? She said, I want to go to the palace to find Xiao Quan and ask him clearly. At the palace gate, Bai Lin stopped her, reporting to the princess consort. You're a step too late. The prince had an urgent matter after the court session and has already left. She immediately asked, He left for something urgent? Did the prince say where he was going? Bai Lin replied, It seems he went to the Baiwa Pavilion. The prince is busy with official affairs. He probably has something to discuss with Pavilion Master Dongli. If the princess consort wants to find the prince, perhaps it's best to wait at the mansion. She sighed and replied, All right, I'll go back and wait. So, Qi Jiao returned and lay in her room until midnight. She rested her head on her hand and thought, but it's already midnight. Why isn't Xiao Quan back yet? Just then, Ji Xia ran into the room and announced, Princess Consort, the prince is back. Hearing this, Qi Jiao cheered. What? He's back. She immediately ran outside. Seeing Xiao Quan walk by, she ran up and hugged his waist from behind, calling, Xiao Quan, where did you go today? Why are you back so late? Do you know I've been waiting for you for a long time? Xiao Quan remained silent, pushed her hand away, then turned and said, It's late. Jiaoer, you should go back to the Liu Pavilion and rest. Hearing this, she was surprised. Aren't you sleeping with me? Didn't royal grandmother say we have to seize the opportunity for 2 children in 3 years? Hearing this, Xiao Quan pursed his lips in embarrassment, but still resolutely turned and said, Let's talk about this tomorrow. Xiao Quan, She felt extremely confused in her heart. What on earth is he angry about? Did my fainting last time make him feel inadequate? Did I hurt his pride? But it's so strange. Why did I suddenly faint that night? A few days later, in a courtyard, Bai Lin ran over. Seeing Qi Jiao leisurely drinking tea, he smiled and asked, Princess Consort, you call for Bai Lin for a reason? What's the matter? Qi Jiao asked him. Tell me, why hasn't Xiao Quan been coming back to the room to sleep at night recently? Bai Lin gave a forced smile and replied, His Highness forbade Bai Lin from telling the princess consort. Qi Jiao said, Oh, and asked, You won't tell me? It seems you no longer want to marry Xiao Meng. Hearing this, Bai Lin was startled and alarmed. Are you taking back your word? Qi Jiao continued to threaten. When I get back, I'll tell Xiao Quan that you want to stay in the prince's manor and serve him loyally for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Bai Lin hurriedly exclaimed, reporting to the princess consort, His Highness has been at the 100 Flowers Pavilion these past few days. Hearing this, Qi Jiao was puzzled. The 100 Flowers Pavilion again? Why does he keep running over there? Bai Lin didn't accompany His Highness, so he doesn't know why he went. Qi Jiao suddenly had a realization. Wait, I think I know. She remembered that romantic and flirtatious place, with many women there seducing men, and thought angrily, that Xiao Quan must be. She stood up and slammed the table. He must be going to the 100 Flowers Pavilion to seek pleasure. Seeing her so angry, Bai Lin hurriedly knelt down I begged the princess consort to calm her anger. Inside the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Dongli Jian asked his subordinate, has the Prince Regent arrived? The subordinate reporting to the pavilion master, His Highness is currently resting in his room. He nodded, handed a box to a servant, and ordered him, I can't go. You take this box over to him. That servant took the box and replied yes. On the way, he opened the box and thought, the Prince Regent has come for several days, and every time he discusses things with the pavilion master late into the night. It must be because of the item in this box, the Yin Yang Lingji. I've long heard of this item. It has miraculous effects, able to stabilize the soul, nourish the body, and even bring the dead back to life. But what is the Prince Regent looking for it for? A few days ago, Xiao Quan came to see Dongli Jian. After hearing about Qi Jiao fainting, Dongli Jian explained, from what I can see, the princess consort has already died once. Even if she made a pact with someone else to come back to life, her body cannot fully recover. After all, with a forbidden technique like this that defies heaven and changes fate, if we don't find a way to remedy it, I'm afraid the princess consort's life will still be in danger. Hearing this, Xiao Quan asked, do you have a solution? Dongli Jian replied, I haven't thought of one for now, but rest assured, I will try my best to be quick. Meanwhile, that servant, who had been hiding behind the door and overheard the conversation, wondered to himself, so the princess consort's health is not good. I was sold into the 100 Flowers Pavilion since I was young, and my looks are no less than the Prince Regent's consort. If she doesn't have long to live, isn't this my chance to replace her? Your Highness, I'm coming. He immediately ran to Xiao Quan's room. At the same time, outside the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Qi Jiao paced back and forth, thinking to herself, this won't do. If I just go in like this, what if Xiao Quan senses me and tells his little lover to run away first? How will I catch them? She immediately used Qin Gong to jump up to the second floor. She wiped her sweat, sighed, and said, ever since I made the pact with Yin Hu, my stamina is much better and my body has become much lighter. She looked at the row of rooms before her and wondered, with so many rooms, where should I start looking? First, she approached a room and poked a hole in the paper screen. She saw a blindfolded man inside chasing a girl, calling out, little beauty, don't run. Come here and give me a kiss. The girl exclaimed, young master, come and catch me. Qi Jiao shivered after hearing this and said, it's the same line every time. Not interesting at all. In the second room, a young man was saying to a lady, Axiu, wait for me to get my father's consent, and I will definitely marry you. Hearing this, Axiu cried and said, young master, Axiu is a courtesan. I am too sullied, truly unworthy of you. The young man said with determination, what are you saying? Axiu is the best person in the world. If you won't marry me, I will join you in entertaining others, become a lowly man in the eyes of the world. I don't care about fame or fortune. Hearing this, Axiu was deeply moved and leaned into the young man's embrace, calling, young master. Outside, Qi Jiao wiped her tears and thought, so touching. It would be so sad if those two don't get married. Qi Jiao moved to another room. She peeked inside and wondered, is there no one in this room? Why isn't the door closed? Suddenly, she was stunned by the scene before her. It turned out that servant was taking advantage of Xiao Quan's sleep to lean in and try to kiss his lips. Seeing this scene, Qi Jiao felt like she was struck by lightning on a clear day. Outside, a clap of thunder suddenly echoed, startling the young man and making him stand up. Qi Jiao stood outside and asked, who are you? As soon as he saw her, he panicked. The Prince Regent's consort. Reporting to the princess consort, this servant is a musician of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Qi Jiao repeated, a musician. She moved forward and grabbed him tightly by the collar, making him scream miserably. Her eyes were now blood red, and she asked with murderous intent, what were you trying to do just now? The man thought in fear, how does this princess consort look like she's about to die? She's clearly fallen into a demonic state. Her red eyes are like a demon's. He hurriedly escaped from her grasp and ran, thinking, no matter what, I have to run first. He ran for a while, and looking back, he was terrified to see Qi Jiao still chasing him. Why does she keep following me? Qi Jiao got closer and asked, Where do you think you're going?" making him scream in fear. Qi Jiao pulled out a hairpin, pointed it at him, and said, "You dare touch my man, I want you dead." Seeing this, he became even more terrified and scrambled to run away, screaming as he ran. "Help!" Suddenly, he tripped on a rock and fell to the ground, and a box fell out from his clothes. He hurriedly shouted, "The Lingji box!" Just then, Dong Li Jin approached and picked up the box. The man immediately called out, "Pavilion Master!" Dong Li Jin asked angrily, "Useless thing, what do you spend all day thinking about? I praise you a little, and you forget what you are." The man hurriedly approached and begged, "Pavilion Master, I know I was wrong. Please save this servant. The Prince Regent's consort has gone mad. She wants to kill me. She's coming." The man hurriedly hid behind Dong Li Jian. Dong Li Jian looked at her in surprise and thought, bright red pupils, such strong, killing intent. Qi Jiao glanced at Dong Li Jian and asked, "Who are you?" This surprised Dong Li Jian. Strange, she doesn't recognize me. Could it be that the pact with the foreign race hasn't merged with her consciousness, causing her to lose her memory? Dong Li Jian turned to ask the servant, "I told you to deliver the medicine. What did you do?" He blushed and stammered, "Pavilion Master, I hid the medicine, then I saw His Highness napping in the side house, so then the princess consort arrived, and she saw everything." Hearing this, Dong Li Jian held his head. "You truly have no shame." He thought to himself, "But right now, I have to find a way to calm the princess consort first, and quickly retrieve the Lingji." Suddenly, Qi Jiao rushed forward and pinned the man down, making him ask in alarm, "What are you doing? Save me. Pavilion Master, save me, it hurts." Qi Jiao squeezed his neck tightly, pressing the pin closer to his throat. Seeing this, Dong Li Jian hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Princess consort, let's talk things over. Can you let him go first?" Just then, Xiao Quan appeared and asked, "What is everyone doing?" As soon as he saw him, Dong Li Jian hurriedly shouted, "Your Highness." Xiao Quan approached and called her Jiaora. She was startled and let the man go. The man quickly scurried away. Xiao Quan was suspicious. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing him approach Qi Jiao, Dong Li Jian hurriedly shouted, "Your Highness, wait." The other man pointed to the wound on his neck and recounted, "Your Highness, don't go over. The princess consort has lost her consciousness. She will hurt you. Look, the princess consort stabbed me with this wound." Hearing this, Xiao Quan was surprised. Lost her consciousness. He still moved closer to Qi Jiao. Dong Li Jian called out worriedly, "Your Highness," he said in a stern voice, "this prince doesn't care." Qi Jiao looked at him with suspicion. "Who are you? Don't come over here." Xiao Quan moved forward, wrapped an arm around her waist, pulled her close, and asked, "Who am I?" "Jiaoer, do you really not remember this prince?" Qi Jiao looked at Xiao Quan, then clutched her head and asked, "Who on earth are you? Why does my head hurt so much after seeing you?" She let out a scream and collapsed. Xiao Quan rushed to catch her. "Qi Jiao, are you all right?" He hugged her tightly from behind and said, "You once said you would always be by this prince's side. You cannot die." Hearing this, Qi Jiao broke into a sweat and asked you. She suddenly remembered the words Xiao Quan had once said to her, "I can't leave you. I can't let you go. Even if the stars shift and the seas run dry, this prince will always want to be with you." Remembering this, she smiled and called out, "You are Xiao Quan. Rest assured, I will always be by your side. I won't go back on my word." Seeing her gradually fainting, he called out anxiously, "Jiaoer, Jiaoer, Dong Li Jian, what's wrong with her?" Dong Li Jian approached and replied, "I think the princess consort has just fainted. Your Highness, take the princess consort back to the manor and have her drink the Lingji. During this time, try to let her recuperate. The princess consort probably won't lose consciousness again." The next day, in the kitchen behind the prince's manor, Qi Xia asked Xiao Quan, "Your Highness, do you remember what young Master Tang just taught you?" "The princess consort has been wanting to eat this dish recently. You can definitely do it. Good luck." Xiao Quan, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, grunted in agreement. Beside him, young Master Tang instructed, "Your Highness, add the sugar first." Xiao Quan nodded and replied, "This prince knows." He picked up the sugar jar and poured a huge amount into the pot. Seeing this, young Master Tang rushed over in alarm and asked, "Your Highness, how about letting this servant help you with the sweet and sour ribs?" He waved his hand. "No need, this prince can do it alone." He continued to pour vinegar into the pot, saying, after pouring the vinegar, "Stir-fry it." Young Master Tang went outside, wiped his sweat, and said, "His Highness is too serious." Qi Xia couldn't stand it anymore either and ran outside, saying, "Princess consort, please take care. Just as the two of them went outside, the kitchen suddenly let out an explosion, startling Qi Jiao, who was sleeping soundly in bed, awake. She shouted, "Good heavens! Qi Xiao, what was that sound just now? Did something break?" Qi Xiao walked in carrying a basket and replied, "It's nothing. Princess consort, eat first. Today we have the sweet and sour ribs that you like." Hearing this, Qi Jiao asked excitedly, "Really?" Seeing the plate of blackened food in front of her, she asked, "Qi Xia, did you go to the kitchen to get a plate for me?" "Princess consort, are you really going to eat it?" Qi Jiao picked up a piece with her chopsticks and replied, "Let's give it a try. We can't waste food." As soon as she put it in her mouth, she immediately spat it all out and asked, "Did young Master Tang resign? Did the kitchen change chefs?" Qi Xia gave a forced smile, and oh, His Highness made this himself. Hearing this, Qi Jiao was extremely surprised. Xiao Quan made this. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Xiao Quan, still wearing an apron and covered in soot, walked in and asked Jiao, "How does it taste?" She was startled, grunted in agreement, and then praised, "It's quite delicious." In the study, Chu Fengxian came to report to Xiao Quan, "Your Highness, the matter you instructed me on has been taken care of. It was Marquis Zhao who colluded with the dangerous remnants. Marquis Zhao Lian has been arrested, and all have been escorted to the great prison." Xiao Quan nodded. "If the princess consort hadn't investigated the truth, I'm afraid we would not have discovered it even today." Chu Fengxian nodded. "Indeed, we were lucky to have the princess consort this time. Furthermore, Prime Minister Gong Yi has brought Crown Prince Xiao Yun back to the capital. Yesterday, he even removed his black gauze hat and pleaded guilty before His Majesty." Xiao Quan said, "Oh, it seems Prime Minister Gong Yi truly wants to repent this time." Chu Fengxian asked, "His Majesty told this subordinate to ask for your Highness's opinion on how to deal with Gong Yi da." He replied, "In the imperial court, the Gong Yi family holds great power and high positions. Although he had dealings with Marquis Zhao Yin, he knows his mistake, repented, and brought the crown prince back. This can be considered atoning for his crime with merit. Go back and report to His Majesty that there is no need to punish the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister must return to his residence for half a month of self-reflection. His position will be temporarily filled by Prince Zhaoshen." "Yes." Chu Fengxian stood up, bowed, and replied, "Yes, this subordinate takes his leave." Xiao Quan suddenly called him back. "Wait, sit for a moment." Chu Fengxian was curious. "Does your Highness have other matters?" He smiled and said, "If this prince remembers correctly, you and Zhener are getting married next month, right?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fengxian's face suddenly turned bright red. On a main street of the capital, Chu Fengxian's voice rang out, "Princess, this is against the rules. We are not supposed to meet before the wedding. This subordinate will take his leave first." Xiao Zhan grabbed Chu Fengxian's hand and said, "You're not allowed to go." He pulled his hand back, blushing. "Your Highness, this subordinate has matters to attend to back at the military barracks. Please let go, Princess." Xiao Zhan held Chu Fengxian's hand tightly and said, "Zhener already asked Imperial Brother. He gave you the day off today." Hearing this, Chu Fengxian sighed. "Then what does the princess want to do?" Xiao Zhan moved closer, hugged Chu Fengxian, and asked, "I want to see you. Can you stay by my side?" Hearing this, Chu Fengxian blushed beet red and agreed. "All right." Then, Chu Fengxian followed Xiao Zhan to the second floor of a tea house. As soon as the waiter saw her, he said, "It's you, miss. You haven't been here in a long time. What would you like to drink?" Xiao Zhan replied, "The same as before." Hearing this, Chu Fengxian asked, "Does the princess come here often?" She nodded. Imperial grandmother is very strict, so I can't get out often. But every time I do get out, I will definitely come here to wait for someone. It's been 3 years now." Hearing this, Chu Fengxian asked in surprise, "Who is the person your Highness has waited 3 years for?" Xiao Zhan asked him, "Do you really want to know? But I don't need to wait for that person anymore." Chu Fengxian was surprised. Why? She pointed at Chu Fengxian and replied, "Because the person I was waiting for is the young general. You." Hearing this, Chu Fengxian was startled. What? He recalled 3 years ago. Chu Fengxian was drinking tea on the second floor when he witnessed a servant grabbing a child and saying, "So young and already trying to dine and dash. Go call your parents over here." The child shouted, "No, I just lost my money pouch. Let this young master go. I'll bring the money to pay you tomorrow." It turned out that child was Xiao Zhan, who had disguised herself to sneak out of the palace to play. The servant still didn't believe her and held her, asking, "If I let you go, what if you run away? Who will I get the money from?" She kept shouting, "Let me go." Just then, Chu Fengxian appeared and said, "Let this little brother go. If you want money, is this enough?" Chu Fengxian offered a bag of money to the servant. The moment Xiao Zhan saw him, she fell for him. The servant took the money pouch and replied, "It's enough. You two take your time talking." Xiao Zhan approached Chu Fengxian and said, "Big brother, thank you. It's nothing. Don't do this again next time. If you want to eat anything else, it's my treat." She blushed and replied, "No need. Big brother has to go. I'll bring the money to repay you tomorrow. You must wait for me." Leaving the tea house, Xiao Zhen continued her story. "But the next day, you didn't keep your promise. If I hadn't recognized you at the palace banquet last year, I'm afraid I would never have met you in this lifetime." Hearing this, Chu Fengxian blushed and asked, "So the princess has waited for this subordinate for 3 years?" Xiao Zhen said indignantly, "Did you think I was just joking?" Chu Fengxian shook his head. "A tea that time. The princess was dressed as a young martial artist, and you rarely entered the palace. This subordinate truly didn't recognize you. Moreover, this marriage was decreed by the Empress Dowager. We had never met before. This subordinate thought that your highness was not interested in me." Xiao Zhen rushed over, grabbed Chu Fengxian's shirt, and asked, "Then is the young general interested in Jin'er?" He blushed and replied, "Princess, I—" Seeing the happy smile on Xiao Zhen's face, Chu Fengxian was silent for a moment, then leaned close to her ear and answered, "I am." Inside the Prince Regent's manor, Xiao Quan had his arm around Qi Jiao's shoulder as they sunbathed. She spoke up and asked, "Xiao Quan, why have you seemed so preoccupied lately? If something is on your mind, you can tell me." This prince was thinking that I was too stubborn before. I was solely focused on investigating my mother's death and misunderstood the Murong family. "Jiaoer, do you think this prince is someone who can't distinguish black from white?" She replied to him, "You can't be entirely blamed for this. After all, who would have thought that Marquis Zhao Yin was pulling the strings behind it all? However, if you want to make amends, I have an idea." At Murong Ku's residence, he was still sitting alone, playing chess. Glancing over and seeing Xiao Quan approach, he said, "This guilty subject pays his respects to your highness. For your highness to come and find this guilty subject, it truly surprises me." Hearing this, Xiao Quan fell silent, then approached and began, "These past few days, this prince has been thinking. If Lord Murong still wishes to contribute to the court, then please return. The matter with Marquis Zhao Yin is over. Now that the truth is clear, the Murong family no longer bears the crime of being traitors." Murong Ku smiled. "This guilty subject thanks your highness for your kindness. But in recent years, this subject has grown accustomed to these quiet days. If your highness wants this guilty subject to return to court, this subject is truly a bit unaccustomed to it." Hearing this, Xiao Quan sighed, "That I am ashamed. Lord Murong, it's all right if you don't want to, but the court is currently short-staffed. This prince still hopes that Lord Murong can reconsider." Murong Ku replied, "Then this guilty subject will think it over carefully." Qi Jiao was currently strolling down a main street. As she walked, she thought that Xiao Quan runs so fast. "I can only stroll through the streets by myself. Isn't this the place where the Riddle Festival was held before? It's really been a long time." She stopped in front of the place where the Lantern Riddle Festival had once been held. At this moment, Chu Hanfei's spirit appeared and patted her on the shoulder, saying, Let's go inside and take a look." She called out in surprise, "Lady Hanfei, you're following me again." She entered the pavilion. As soon as Shi Jingxian saw her, he smiled and called out, "Little princess consort, long time no see. It seems you're quite different from before." Chu Hanfei stood beside Qi Jiao and reminded her, "Daughter-in-law, don't be stunned by his handsome young man appearance. In reality, this guy is already a 36 or 37-year-old uncle." Hearing this, Qi Jiao scowled. "You were the one who wanted to come in." Shi Jingxian asked, "It seems the princess consort did not come alone. I wonder which ghostly guest is here." Qi Jiao thought to herself, "That's right, I forgot. Shi Jingxian can't see spirits." She immediately replied, "I came with Chu Hanfei." Hearing this name, Shi Jingxian immediately blushed and asked, "Lady Hanfei." So Lady Hanfei still remembers this servant. Chu Hanfei's spirit approached Shi Jingxian and said, "Of course I remember. After all, State Preceptor, she was once one of my pursuers. How could I not remember?" Qi Jiao was startled after hearing this. She wondered to herself, the State Preceptor, one of her pursuers. Shi Jingxian turned to ask her, "What did Lady Hanfei say?" Qi Jiao replied, "She said you used to pursue her, so of course she remembers you clearly." Shi Jingxian nodded shyly. "Indeed, I once admired Lady Hanfei. I just didn't expect that after so many years apart, we would meet again. We are truly separated by life and death." Lady Hanfei gently tapped Shi Jingxian's hand and said, "I'm over here." Qi Jiao moved closer and asked her, "Lady Hanfei, are you here for an old flame, or is there something else?" She crossed her arms and said, "You guess." At this moment, Shi Jingxian crossed his arms and spoke up, "I just felt it was strange. The princess consort has yang energy but also a bit of Yin energy, not like before. This startled her, and she let out a small gasp. Shi Jingshan asked, "Princess consort, have you had contact with a Northern Han evil ghost before?" Chu Hanfei asked Qi Jiao worriedly, "What? A Northern Han evil ghost? Daughter-in-law, what's wrong?" Qi Jiao was startled. She frowned slightly. "I have both Yin and Yang energy on me. Could it be because I died once before? Is a Northern Han evil ghost referring to Yin Hu?" Shi Jingshan smiled and told her, "Princess consort, no need to worry. I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say, then let's drop it." Chu Hanfei approached and told her, "Daughter-in-law, ghosts and people are different. You shouldn't have any relationship with that kind of different species." Qi Jiao asked her, "An evil ghost? What is the origin of the Northern Han evil ghost exactly?" Chu Hanfei pointed at Shi Jingshan and replied, "I'm not clear on that. You'll have to ask the master of this Four Seas Pavilion about that problem." Hearing this, Qi Jiao scratched her head in confusion. "What is this Four Seas Pavilion?" Chu Hanfei huffed and then explained, "The Four Seas Pavilion can be considered an international secret intelligence agency. It hides many secrets related to this dynasty, from major ones concerning the heavenly secrets, mystical jade, and dragon veins of southern Jin, to minor ones like whether a certain nation's consort has bathed tonight. The Four Seas Pavilion knows it all very clearly." Hearing this, Qi Jiao's eyes lit up. "It's that amazing." Chu Hanfei pointed at Shi Jingshan and introduced, "In this state preceptor she in front of you is the 5th generation grand successor of the Four Seas Pavilion, the current pavilion master of the Four Seas." Shi Jingshan explained to her, "The princess consort is asking about the origin of the Northern Han evil ghost. I have found some records. On them, the immortals recorded clearly that the Northern Han evil ghost is not human, nor is it a ghost. Several hundred years ago, the Northern Han dynasty had a fatuous king who liked to eat the hearts and livers of children. Coincidentally, a child was born in a certain village. The day that infant was born, there were strange phenomena with ghosts walking at night, so the villagers considered it a bad omen, and at the age of 5, offered it to the king as food." Hearing this, Qi Jiao asked in fear, "What happened after that?" Shi Jingshan replied, "After that, this child had its heart dug out by that fatuous king and died. That night, fire rained down from the sky and burned down the entire imperial palace. Someone saw the dead child calmly walking out of the fire. From then on, no one knew anything." After hearing this, Qi Jiao frowned slightly. "Strange phenomena at birth, died from having his heart dug out. Is this Inhu's past?" On a street in southern Jin, a woman got off a carriage and asked angrily, "Why does my young miss have to bring gifts to apologize to you? It was clearly you who bumped into us. There's no logic in the one who was hit apologizing to the one who did the hitting. You're being too unreasonable." The servant of the opposite carriage replied calmly, "Who told you not to yield the way? Do you know who is sitting inside? That's someone your young miss cannot afford to offend." "Yes." Su Yiling, sitting in the carriage, called out to her maid outside, "Yuli, let it go." Yuli frowned slightly. "Young Mississippi." But at this moment, from the opposite carriage, Yi Nianrongrong was helped down by her servant and spoke up, "Consider yourselves sensible. If you delay this commandery princess, can you bear the responsibility?" Her servant gently called, "Commandery princess." Yoli, realizing who she was, said indignantly, "What's so great about being a commandery princess? My young miss is." Su Yiling cut her off, calling Yuli, "If the commandery princess is in a hurry, then please go ahead. My person was a bit reckless and bumped into the commandery princess. I hope the commandery princess can forgive us." On the opposite side, Yi Nianrongrong crossed her arms and said, "What are you doing hiding behind the curtain, pretending to be delicate, putting on an act? If you come out and apologize, this commandery princess will forgive you." Yuli scolded angrily. "You?" Su Yiling then lifted the carriage curtain, stepped down, and replied, "All right." Yiling apologizes to the commandery princess. "I hope the commandery princess can forgive me." Yi Nianrongrong did not let it go. "Not good enough. You must kneel down and apologize to this commandery princess." Hearing this, Su Yiling frowned. "Commandery princess, why must you push people so hard?" Yi Nianrongrong smirked and asked, "What you want?" "Men, seize these 2 commoners who were disrespectful to me." Just as Yi Nianrongrong was about to have her men seize Su Yiling, a voice rang out. "Hold on." Qi Jiao approached from a distance and said, "I say, Commandery Princess Yi, do you know the saying, A dog relies on its master's power, a chicken on its coop's proximity. Relying on your backer to bully two weak women. That's truly arrogant. Yi Nian Rongrong screamed in fury. Who were you calling a dog? Qi Jiao crossed her arms and replied, Did I say it was you, Commandery Princess Yi? Yi Nian Rongrong angrily pointed at Qi Jiao and ordered her subordinate, Ditsai, don't you see she's being disrespectful to this Commandery Princess? Seize her. Ditsai immediately bowed and replied, Yes, master. Qi Jiao suddenly raised her hand and said, Wait. A little commandery princess from out of town. Do you know who I am? She asked back, Who are you? Qi Jiao pointed at herself and asked, Who am I? Then she immediately called for Bai Lin. Bai Lin immediately led his men over and bowed. Princess Consort, Bai Lin is here. What are your orders, Princess Consort? Qi Jiao crossed her arms and replied, Nothing. I just called you over to make a show of force. Yi Ni and Rongrong immediately recognized Bai Lin. You are the Prince Regent's guard. I have seen you before. Bai Lin said to her, Commandery Princess Yi, the Princess Consort has recently received orders from the Empress Dowager to rest and take good care of her health. Please do not do anything to startle the Princess Consort. Otherwise, if Her Majesty the Empress Dowager places blame, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the responsibility. The astonished Yi Ni and Rongrong pointed at Qi Jiao and asked, Her, she's the Princess Consort? Qi Jiao smiled and replied, Correct. Upon hearing this, Commandery Princess Yi angrily turned and said to the Kai, Let's go. Qi Jiao waved her hand. Take your time. I won't see you out. At this moment, Su Yiling and Yuli came forward and said, Yiling thanks the Princess Consort for your help. Qi Jiao waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just can't stand Yi Ni and Rongrong's behavior. Someone as arrogant as her won't learn her lesson unless you teach her one. Su Yiling smiled and said, In Hanbei, Yiling heard that the Prince Regent's consort Nanshin is no ordinary woman. Having met you today, your disposition is indeed extraordinary. Qi Jiao was surprised. Hanbei? You're all from Hanbei. Then Qi Jiao followed Su Yiling into the horse carriage to talk. Miss Yiling, did you come from Hanbei to the capital of Nanshin to enter the palace, or? Su Yiling replied, To be honest, Yiling has actually come to Nanshin this time to find someone. Qi Jiao asked again, Find someone? Su Yiling recounted, A young master saved Yiling a year ago. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid Yiling would have lost her life long ago. He said he was from Nanshin. Although he didn't leave his name, he left his fan with me. Qi Jiao nodded. So that's how it is. But the capital is so large, finding someone will be very difficult. Do you remember his appearance? Or any distinct features like his height? Su Yiling blushed and replied, As for his appearance, when I first saw him, I felt that no man in this world could compare to him. After hearing this, Qi Jiao sighed and thought, As expected, any girl would fall for a handsome man. After arriving at their destination, Su Yiling got off the carriage and said, To be able to meet the Princess Consort today is Yiling's fate. If the Princess Consort doesn't mind, you can visit my humble abode when you are free. Qi Jiao smiled and replied, All right. As for you looking for your young master, I will also try my best to ask around for news for you. A few days later at the great prince's residence, two guards at the gate were talking to each other. One of them spoke up. Don't you feel that the Princess Consort has been a bit strange lately? The person next to him, startled, let out a sound and replied, A little. Whenever she sees someone, she asks if they've seen a dashing, handsome, and suave young master. She's asked several times. The guard beside him nodded. That's right. As soon as Qi Jiao saw them, she immediately ran over and asked, Hey, you two young men, guards over there, I have something to ask you. Have you recently seen a dashing, handsome, and suave young master? Just then, Xiao Quan appeared and asked, What is the Princess Consort trying to find out? Startled, she stepped back and called out, Xiao Quan. He stepped forward and asked her, Why has Jiao been asking about some young master all day? Do you prefer handsome men, or is this prince not dashing enough? He advanced, angrily pulling her closer to him. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share, so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.